Welcome, everyone, to day 3 of the Canadian Esports Championship Series preseason League of Legends tournament. We're in the grand final now, baby. Here we go. I am joined on the Red Bull analyst desk by Stefano. He's back. He got a haircut. He's looking
Hi.
fly. And the Diamond 1, I think he played mid. Now he's playing jungle for U of M,
I'm all over
Tay
the place.
Thallis.
How we doing?
Good, man. Nice to have you both here. Gonna get some really high elo insight from Tathalis and some middle elo insight from Stefano.
You didn't have to just expose me like that, but all right.
Hey, you're higher ranked than I am. You're higher ranked than I am. Anyway, so crazy big news here. A bit of a Cinderella story in our tournament. U of M Brown pulling up their bootstraps, getting themselves into the grand final. They played earlier today versus DMCI Maroons and took that best of 3. So they will be going up against UBCO Gold, and it's going to be a spicy. We're going to get into it pretty quickly here, I think, or maybe, well, actually, we don't have a draft link, so we're going to chat a little bit about what's been going on so far. Of course, Stefano and Tate Dallas haven't been here yet in this tournament.
I have been watching, and I do know for a fact that last time that UM Brown and UBCO Gold faced, it was UBC Gold that sent U of M Brown down to the losers bracket. So maybe a little bit of a pride thing here for U of M Brown.
And all I know is Dinzy got subbed out game 2, so I'm not poking anything, but Dinzy, man, got some work to do.
Yeah. He has been rumored to be on the lineup for this afternoon, so maybe he went off and sulked in a corner and thought about what he did for a couple hours before coming back in and coming back on the team. But we'll see, man. Like I always say this, and maybe I hammer it home a little bit too hard. Dinsbag is this kind of volatile player that if he pops off, better watch out. But he goes off and does things that his team maybe isn't ready for. So it's always exciting to watch.
True.
Yeah. One of those players where, watch when he's ahead and, try your best not to watch when he's not,
Exactly. Okay, so this UBCO Gold team has been really strong. The first day they had a sub for their mid, but then the second day yesterday, I can only assume that he's back. Sharez in the mid lane, who popped off on Vladimir, then played Yasuo, and they tried to stop him, had ganks from the jungler and the support going up there all the time, and still just could not hold this man down. I assume that he'll be back in. I think we had some substitutions in U of M Brown, I think, in the game earlier. We're not quite sure what their lineup is going to be other than Dinsbag probably being in it. So I'd love to talk about the mid lane matchup, but we don't know the other player. So Tathalis, you are an experienced mid laner. Yes, I know you're playing jungle right now.
A little bit.
What do you do up against a guy, who is just styling on you? If you've ever been in that position, you're an incredible player, so maybe you've never had someone style on you, but like Faker comes in and styles on you, what do you do?
You know what? You got two options. You either go for the riskiest play possible, which is try and outplay them, hope to dear God you come out with a kill, or, and this is a little bit poke at if anybody's watching and remembers, kept, you lock in Lux, you take barrier, and then you hope to dear God your team carries you. That's what you do.
Sit back, play safe, farm up, poke a little bit.
Exactly.
Makes sense. We are just waiting on UBCO Gold for their some of their teammates to come into the lobby, so we will chat a little bit more. I'm going to take a second to chat real quick about our first live event in March 11th through the 13th. Big grand finals happening there at the Radisson. Oh, I can't. Nope, that is not. I do not know that for sure. That is not confirmed.
Is there a leak?
No leak. I don't. I know nothing. I know nothing, Jon Snow. But the tournament is March 11th through 13th. So that's going to be super exciting. Hope to see you all there. Hope to see many more people there. Really, really exciting. I can talk about it. The Radisson Hotel is confirmed. No leaks. It's the real deal.
There it is.
I just got word from Mel, one
Saved.
of our producers. Yeah, saved by the Mel,
Yeah.
as it were. Um, let's talk about a little bit about strategy. Why don't we spend some time general League of Legends strategy since we don't know much about the teams overall. What we've seen so far is UBCO Gold seem to work well together. Maybe let's talk about communication a little bit and how important it is. Tathalis, you're on the U of M team right now. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah, do a little bit of playing, coaching. I think I coached last year, and then this year playing. Whatever the team pretty much needs from me.
So
So,
how much time do you work on communication? Are there like drills you can do for that stuff, or is it just play together and have someone who's the main person shot calling and go from there?
well, when you have a budget like ours, where you can hire somebody that's $0 an hour type thing, you got absolutely no money, right? So,
Yeah.
what we try to do is we throw shit at the fan, and then we try
Grind.
and hope see what sticks, right?
Right.
So, what we did last year is we attempted to have a little thing going on where we would have the two players who, one would be really, really good at communication, one would probably not be too good at communication, and we have it so they're the only people talking. And everyone else could ping, everyone else could do whatever. We found that the only way you can beat a team better than you is to have better communication because communication bridges that gap between, okay, we're at this skill level and they're at this skill level. We can now bridge that gap because we're going to be able to communicate. If we see someone on the same page as the enemy team, now all of a sudden we can target that and we can try and move around and, set up plays a minute beforehand, and maybe we can get that extra edge on them, so to speak. But yeah, communication is very, very, very important.
Yeah, and that makes sense. We are in an amateur tournament here. Just friends getting together and playing for the most part. I know U of M Brown and UBCO Gold, I think, are maybe a little bit more structured than that, but they're still an amateur team. But what I found, at least, is in these amateur tournaments or amateur games, you can really see when there's communication and cohesion in a group and when there's not. So that makes a lot of sense in that regard. Um, yeah, Stefano. I've asked the other guys about this earlier on in the tournament. Is there any picks that you saw at Worlds, even though it's a different patch, and maybe this is a super redundant and stupid question, but are there any picks that you want to see, like a Lucian Nami swag or something like that?
I actually can't even express how much I don't want to see Lucian Nami. I think it's good, but I think that's the only thing that anyone has seen in the past 2 months.
Yeah.
Um, being honest, just pick specifically from Worlds. I know there's a good amount of Kiana played at Worlds. I think that Kiana is a lot of fun, especially in these style of games that we tend to get with Dinsbag's teams, where they're a little bit more skirmish heavy and a lot less, like cohesive team fight focus. So I would definitely look for Kiana, or not necessarily Kiana in particular, but these kind of assassin skirmish type mid laners that can have a real impact of carrying the game.
Okay, so then I would turn this to you, Tathalis. Is there anything in the higher elo that is super strong right now that you think could translate really well to a team atmosphere like this at the amateur level?
I haven't seen too much of this tournament, unfortunately, but if Graves is coming out, Graves is someone to watch out for. He's got a lot of damage built up in his kit. He can do pretty much anything. He can power farm. He can try and invade. He can try, pretty much do as much as you can when it comes to damage in the early game, mid, and late game. So things like that. Things like Xin Zhao is really, really good right now. Nocturne is also a good one. But anything that can really be flexed in terms of the early game, uh, but yeah, I hope to see if anyone picks out Graves or Fiora for that matter. I see Dinsberg playing some Fiora. That would be something that not too many people can stop.
Yeah, I think that Dinsbag has been playing the Fiora quite a bit, if I remember. He's been drawing bans anyway. Obviously, Darius is always a ban against Dinsbag, but maybe they'll let it through, and maybe we'll see the Fiora. And Graves can be flex still.
Yeah,
He's still played in the jungle sometimes, but I've seen him almost exclusively in top.
yeah,
Top, mid,
mid.
Mid as well.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, maybe I haven't played enough League of Legends lately.
You and me both. You and me both.
All right. So apparently, Jeremy Clarkson, who I believe was the support player for UBC Okanagan, is now Dr. Disrespect. He is not the Dr. Disrespect. We
We
quickly
think.
looked, we
That we know.
think.
Yeah. Yeah.
We were trolling his Twitch and we tried to see if he was going live with some League of Legends, but I don't think it is. But he changed his name, so same player. I think same player. Hold on. Let me just Jeremy Clarkson of UBCO is now Dr. Disrespect. Yeah, so he just changed his name. Same player. I'm hoping to see some stuff from the bot lane. There hasn't been a lot from the bot lane in this tournament. It's been very top side heavy. That top mid jungle combo has been very, very strong on some of these teams. We'll see what happens in this game. It looks like we're about 1 minute away from the draft. Of course, I don't know if I've said this yet, but this is a
Oh.
best of 5. We're always hoping for silver scrapes, but we'll see how things go. And it looks like draft is ready to go. So let's head over to draft and let's break this down, boys.
Ooh,
All right.
Fizzban coming out again. That was his one really, really good game, right? Or did he also have a Yasuo game?
So Sharaz had I forgot about the Fizz game. His Fizz game was incredible, and then he had an incredible Vladimir game, and then
Ooh.
also a very good Yasuo game that he just powered through there, trying to shut him down. So
They're gonna take away the Darius. So do you think they're gonna take away the Vlad or the Yasuo here?
I would
Take away either.
I would suspect they take away the Vlad. I feel like Yasuo is pretty easy to deal with for a team for a a Dinsbag team where they tend to pick a lot of like melee kind of just run at you kind of people, and those kind of champions tend to do well. They can CC Yasuo and he can't win wall any of their things, so I would expect a Vladimir ban, but honestly it could really go either way.
I like it. I like that. But Lee Sin coming out. That's a good pick as well. Lee Sin's very, very good right now. He can do quite a bit. Malzahar is also that safe champion you can take out pretty much anywhere. But they are going to take away the Yasuo. So they're doing the opposite of what you want.
Yeah.
Right? Fair.
I guess we'll see how it goes. There's a 1 ban left for UBC Gold. So far, a jungler and a mid laner taken away. What are you thinking, Tathal? I know a lot of the games have been focused topside. I'm a little bit surprised there haven't been more bans towards the top side or on the side of UBCO Gold.
It's looking like Dinzy can play a wide range of champions, and they probably have a lot of good plans going into it. But with the Jinx coming out, AD pool is still very, very big. I just think Jinx, especially in the gold plat elo, you're gonna be able to get a lot more value out of it because people will just die left, right, and center. You'll get a lot more resets with that, but we'll see what happens B1. Looks like both sides are on the Zac. Don't tell me it's a Zac. Oh my good lord.
Oh, the Zac. That's an ambitious pick for Ursley, but just an even more ambitious first pick. Zac is relatively easily countered by a lot of champions with CC, like specifically support sports, or even something like a Trundle can very easily knock out the elastic slingshot. But my theory is that they saw Arcane, they saw the Jinx ban, and they're like, oh man, we haven't seen Zac in a while, I guess we gotta pick it. But Poppy's gonna be picked up, and yeah, Poppy's one of those champions that can absolutely deny Zac with her steadfast presence.
I wonder if they're going to flex that Zac, because typically you want to take something B1 that's not going to throw away too much information. But
where would you flex it?
You could probably send it top. You could play
okay.
jungle, support. I noticed a game, I think there was a game 2 days ago, where they sent Zac into Graves. They could have sent Zac into an Ornn, and it does very, very well into tanks. You just drain take them. But Rakan coming out, hopefully we're going to see a counter pick coming in the blue side. Typically, you don't want to take that Rakan, especially when Leona's still up. You're going to have a lot of value through Leona. It's just that you see Poppy, so maybe they're like, okay, hey, we can take Rakan. Leona's not going to do too much. There's a Leona coming out. But how will it go into the Poppy, right?
Yeah, I think the Leona isn't bad, but I think I really would have preferred something like a Taric against Rakan. Taric is also just as good as a counter pick into Rakan because they do have the ability. But if you're gonna pick Leona, I think Samira might be one of the best champions you can pick beside her. Although you might not want to pick Samira in the first place.
They're looking like they're taking a lot of risks here on U of M Brown. Okay, Samira looks good for sure, but if you're pairing it, or if you're going up against the Poppy and Rakan and you're blinding Samira, all of a sudden you're opening up a lot of weaknesses that are already very, very prevalent in your draft. When you see Zach, Leo, more dashes, more value from Poppy. You don't really want that when you're looking at blue side. But
Now, I'm not
probably gonna see an
sure.
80 pick coming out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they know who on the other team is playing in what position before draft. But that might have been a little bit of like, well, where is Dinsbag playing? Is he playing ADC or is he playing top? Because he'll lock in Samira. It doesn't matter if it looks good or not. He'll lock it in as ADC. I don't know if that's part of the strategy or not. I have no idea, but it's interesting if it is. And the Jhin lock in from UBCO Gold.
I'm really liking UBC their draft so far in this first phase, but second phase is gonna be a lot more value coming in from this top side on the side of U of M Brown. It's just that UBC is already winning the draft. Red side, you still got the R4 pick. You can follow it up with two bans that are going towards mid. It looks like, and then follow up with a blind pickable mid. And then just counter pick top, and you're pretty safe. You can play however you really want. You have winning lanes pretty much everywhere right now.
There is the Vladimir ban from U of M, realizing that taking the Fizz and the Yasuo, and they still haven't gone the mid laner, so taking out as much as possible as well. I know you mentioned that they probably should go for red on the mid on red, pick 4, but based on it's definitely wouldn't put it past UBC Gold to save that mid lane counter pick for the very last pick. Really make sure that they get that winning lane because they do have such a dominant mid lane.
True.
Yeah, and there's one more ban on the side of UM Brown. I'm guessing it's gonna go mid.
There it is.
And taking away the Yone, if you're afraid that the mid laner might solo carry, I think Yone is probably a good person to take away.
Now U of M Brown still has one small little thing they can do, and what I was talking about earlier, send the Zac wherever the Poppy isn't. And if they pick a tank here, they blind pick a top tank, just send the Zac there. He gets a free lane, gets a scale up. Late game Zac is very, very nice, but they are going to blind pick the mid, it looks like.
Zed. Spicy.
Yeah, that is a very brave Zed, blind picking Zed into what is a Leona. So Leona does tend to go in, but can definitely just stay back and sit on top of whoever Zed ults. And it looks like a Kennen, and we kind of with the Kennen we can see more of what U of M going for a high engage wombo combo kind of team with the Zac, with the Leona. You have the Caitlyn there as well, and now the Kennen as well. That is a ferociously strong and incredibly quick engage on the side of U of M.
Now, the only thing wrong with that Kennen pick is they have top, right? The only person remaining top, unless Poppy goes top, right? Where's the AP on UBC Gold, right? You can obviously send the Poppy top and then take an AP jungler, but if the Poppy is matching the Zac and you want to get a little more early game value out of it, you can take Salas. Salas is good into Kennen, it's all right. And it's just a matter of getting that AP out there, but I guess we'll have to see where the Poppy goes. And then ultimately we're R5.
I'm thinking it's going to be Poppy top, and it is going to be the jungler. Oh, but hovering the Silas immediately.
They're listening. They're listening.
They figured it out, and they went for it. The Silas, as you said, Tathalis. Overall, I'm going to say this is a very favorable draft for UBC Gold.
Yep. Silas does a lot here. Silas can 1v9. Poppy does quite a bit. He can ult the Kennen, engage. He can stop the Zac, the Leona. Pretty much do whatever he wants. And, Rakan gets a lot of value here too. So I guess we'll have to see what comes down to execution. Right?
So you guys haven't been here all weekend. We saw Snow Day Zoe, who is the top laner for UBCO Gold, pick Silas into Malphite, countered the Malphite when they had Yasuo on the team to get that Malphite
Oh.
That deadly
ultimate.
combo.
Yeah. It was really something. Like we've been talking about Sharez all day yesterday, but every time it was like Snow Day Zoe is honorable mention. He's also an incredible top laner. So this is going to be really, really interesting as we get into this game in a bit. I do want to ask you, gentlemen, who you think. Let's do a little predictions. Let's do some predictions. Predictions are fun. Let's do this. Who's gonna win the whole series? Call it, 3-2, or 3-0, whatever you think it might be. We'll do that first, and then we'll do for this game specifically. So, Stefano, who do you think is going to win this series?
I think it's going to be UBC Gold for 3-1.
Okay, and I know 2000. I know you haven't seen really any of the games, so you don't really know. But what do you think?
If U of M Brown keeps drafting like this, I'm gonna give it to UBC, 3-0. But if they change things up, and I could be wrong, they could. U of M Brown could go 30-0 this game. I could be wrong, but I think if the draft stays the same like this, I think UBC Gold is gonna come home 3-0.
So I have a guess that you both believe that UBCO Gold will win this game specifically.
Yes.
Yep.
Okay. All right. We have the predictions are out. I don't make predictions because I don't know what I'm talking about. But let's take a quick competitive integrity break. Quick thank you to all of our sponsors, of course, Brooklyn Bodega, Films, Red Bull, No Frills, Powerland. There's a bunch. They came up on the graphics. You'll see them some more as the stream goes on. Let's head to that break. We'll see you soon.
And welcome to our first game of our grand finals. My name is Natural. I'm here with Maurice. It is UBC Okanagan Gold versus the University of Manitoba Brown. We have seen this match earlier on into the playoffs, but now it is the finals. University of Manitoba Brown have fought their way through the losers bracket all the way back to the finals to face off against their enemies, I guess.
Yeah. And I just want to quickly get into some of the players that we see in the game. We do have Surfir on the Zed in the mid lane against Dinsbag on the Rise. That's a little bit of a surprise for me. Otherwise, looks like all the lane matchups are what we predicted. I'm curious to see how this bot lane is going to go. I don't know about you, Natural.
Yeah, absolutely. We have a bit of changes actually in the players, indeed.
Yeah.
So yesterday we had Sharez that was in the mid lane, and in the top lane we had Snowday Zoe, I believe.
Yeah.
So Surfier, who was the mid laner in the first day, is now back in the mid lane on a Zed, and I don't think we have seen this bot lane from University of Manitoba Brown play yet.
Yeah, I believe that's new. Otherwise, Dr. Disrespect on the side of UBC Okanagan is also new. So a lot of new players in this game, a lot of unknowns, and we're about to see exactly how these guys can perform in the grand finals.
Yeah. Dr. Disrespect, I believe, just renamed. I think his name is Jeremy Clarkson before that. Yeah.
Okay, got you.
So, Rokon, technically the same player, just a different name. Of course, I do not believe it is the actual Dr. Disrespect. We already talked about this and joked about it. But regardless of that, it looks like both junglers are opting for a bot to top gank path. And we'll have to see if any top lane action happens in between Danielle and Sharez at 3 minutes.
Yeah, I want to quickly ask you about the draft that we just watched from the sidelines here. What do you think about there's a lot of counter picks on the side of UBC Gold, but almost unforced counter picks, as in University of Manitoba Brown kind of counter picked themselves in a few picks. Can you elaborate a little bit more on that?
Yeah, I mean, I'll give it a bit of my short thoughts and I'll send it back to you, but I think there's a lot of AP heavy and a lot of tenacity value here for UBCO Gold. I mean, when you're looking at something like Ken and Zach, Rise, Caitlyn, and Leona, I mean, that is absurd amounts of CC. So Merc Shred's definitely going to be a must here for UBCO Gold. And the thing that I'm worried about is that if Caitlyn gets behind in this game, and she doesn't get, as much AD as she would like to, then all you have to do is build MR. Now, we talked about like this strat yesterday where you have 4 AD and 1 AP or vice versa. But in this situation, I'm not sure it's the best option.
Yeah, I completely agree. There's a lot of value in tenacity especially for champions like Poppy. She might just, Satan on Poppy just might run amok in this game like we have seen him do earlier in the tournament. I'd like to see Force of Nature, all that. As we see, I think a gank getting set up in the top lane.
Yep, it looks like Satan is looking for something. He doesn't have access to the Predator boots, but I'm not sure if it's going to be enough. But here comes the Juan for you on the Zac the Elastic Slingshot. He flashes for the Q. It connects. Daniel is getting low. Satan is looking to disengage. He uses the Q, but Dinsbag is here. Satan is going to have to flash away. The roam from Dinsbag saves his top laner.
Yeah, smart roam by Dinsbag. Additional bonus is that you get to secure the Scuttle Crab in the topside river because of that roam, and you actually don't lose that much in the tower because Zed doesn't push waves that hard early. I like the roam just for security wise. Otherwise, no kills for either side as we see Surfir being snared near Dinsbag's tower, and a great trade there for the side of U of M Brown as Poppy decides to go for the Scuttle Crab. Yep. In the bottom side river. It looks like it's going to be a little bit of split map action here.
Satan, realizing that he won't have access to that top lane crab, is going to go to the bot one, but Surfir, he's rooted, he's knocked up. He's going to have to flash away with the shadows to get away from that gank. Satan now, he's coming down into the bot side. Good 50 caliber net from Z Penguin, but here comes the knockup from the Rakan. He has to flash away, very low, and first blood comes over to Satan. Successful gank for UBC Okanagan.
Great gank there by the Poppy for UBC Okanagan. I believe if you're the Caitlyn, you have to flash immediately or you're getting stunned into the wall, and that is an automatic kill. You kind of see the setup that we have for the side of UBC. A lot of follow-up CC from the Rakan and Jhin. We're talking about how both bot lanes for either team provide a lot of utility for each side. As we see, are they going to contest this dragon here, Natural?
The UBC Okanagan Gold Classic go to the Dragon at 5 minutes, but this time it might have been a little too greedy. Beep beep boo couldn't say that one with a straight face. It takes away another kill. The Dragon is taken from for University of Manitoba Brown here. The one for you, the passive is popped though. The teleport coming in from around the back, but the damage is good on the front. Dr. Disrespect goes down to Z Killer Penguin. The W, the root connects onto Leona.
Sharez has no mana.
Sharez, he's coming in with the E, but you're right, he has no mana. That teleport was a little questionable. The one for you, he's going in with the Q, rooted, knocked up. Surfir is low. Z-Struck has the 4-shot ready, but he's just going to get a headshot and run away. The W doesn't connect. Both teams disengage, but Dinsbag, he's a little too far in, and Satan, he has the knockup. He has... Oh, yeah, that flash was definitely a little desperate there from Dinsbag. It ends up being a 1-for-1 and the Dragon going over for University of Manitoba Brown.
I love the way Poppy played that. I think he was holding his E, waiting for Dinsy to flash. He just never did. And then he's like, oh, I'm just going to stun you in the wall. And then he does the flash of hope anyways. Well played on the side of UBC Okanagan. I like that U of M Brown didn't give up that Dragon. That was a great TP by Dinsy. A little late on the side of Sharez, but this has been a theme of the tournament. See if you agree with this, Natural. The power of the summoner spell teleport. The reason why they're able to get that dragon even after losing a kill bot lane is because they run double TP versus the only single one on the side of UBC Okanagan. Zed taking the ignite for the kill pressure. As we see
we have a bit of a 1v1 here. Both stolen ultimates and the real one being used, but Daniel, he's getting run down by Sharez, and it's a solo kill for the Sylas.
That's the power of Sylas, right? Stealing the Kennen ultimate with the Lost Chapter, so just doing more damage. Kennen did not go back yet, so he only had a Dorn's Blade, which is why that looked so one-sided. But Sylas with the Lost Chapter is a huge power spike. I believe he's going W max. Really, really difficult to match Sylas. But yeah, that was a weird all-in to go with only a Dorn's Blade.
Yeah, I think he was just going for a recall and just wanted to go back home. And Sharez rudely interrupted his recall. Obviously, you know, it's a bit of a stake. You shouldn't recall in the face of your enemies, especially if they come. You just kind of have to walk away. Better cancel your back than die, as Daniel's going to get hit by another E.
Oh my god.
And yeah, you can see Sharez, the damage is pretty significant. Dinsbag here getting off a few trades.
Yeah, I believe with Dinsbag with no summoners and Ignite up for Surfir, he could go for the solo kill. Let's keep an eye on that, although Zac is hovering kind of in the bottom quadrant there. But yeah, Sharez on the Sylas. This is going to be a key point of the game. He's 2-0 to start. He's not far behind in CS against the Kennen, which you'll see a lot of the times because Kennen does abuse that early game with his range. So he's in a very, very, very good position. As we see, I believe Poppy's going to take the Rift Herald here on the top side, uncontested.
Yeah, it looks like Satan is looking for it, and the one for you, he's nowhere near. And I don't believe that University of Manitoba Brown have vision on him. But okay, it looks like Surfier is going in for the 1v1. Dinsbag is getting
He got
taken
him
down very low. The death mark takes him, Surfier with the solo kill.
Yeah, that seemed pretty easy on the side of Surfier, if I'm not going to lie. That was a great 1v1. Not sure exactly what Dinsey was trying to do, fight him there. It is a Zed.
Z-Struck, he steps onto the trap and he's going down low. The Zenith Blade connects, and Z-Killer Penguin, all he needs to do is another auto attack, and it will take it. 2v2 kill in the bot lane.
Great timing on the side of UMB Brown right before both summoners are up on Z-Struck for Jin. I love going in there. That could be, and I could be mistaken, of them, a sign of them timing summoner spells. If you go in right before the flash is up, you can catch them off guard. As you see Zach getting the kill on Zed in the mid lane there.
Yep, Surfier just overstaying his welcome just a little bit, getting interrupted by the elastic slingshot to Zach, taking down the kill with the red buff. It looked a little too easy. But yeah, finally some bot lane action in this tournament in the finals, am I right? We got a 2v2
Yeah, I
kill.
love to see it.
We love to see it. Maybe Z-Killer Penguins was the answer all along. That trap was a little just put behind Z-Struck, and Z-Struck kind of walked out of it before it activated, and then he walked back into it, unfortunately. And that was enough to take the 2v2 kill here. And now we have a pretty fed Caitlyn on University of Manitoba Brown's side.
Which is exactly what they need, right? We need that 80 damage, or else they're just going to stack magic resist.
Uh-oh, Dinsbag. Gotta run out of this one. Satan, he's looking for you. Okay, Dinsbag with the root is gonna manage to escape this gank, but he is taken down quite low.
Yeah, managed to get out of there with the phase rush. Pretty smart play on the side of Dinsbag. But yeah, that's what you love to see out of the Leona, right? Just consistently go in, blow summoners, and then go on right again. Your cooldowns on your CC is so low. I love the power of Leona, especially in these amateur tournaments where there's constant fighting, and Leona becomes very, very strong in that situation.
Indeed. Oh, and it looks like the one for you, he's caught a little bit with the bot lane roaming. The one for you, he has the passive, but I don't think it's going to be enough to save him this time. Pee-pee-poo, he realized that his jungler's dead, and is just going to leave him die as Satan claims the kill.
Yeah, it almost looked like he may have flashed in place there. Like he didn't make it over the wall. But not sure about that, as we see another 1v1 in the top lane, while the rest of UBC Gold does take the dragon. Looks like they're taking control of this game.
Oh, Dinsbag, he's getting ulted. The death mark is on him. He flashes away from the Q, so he's still relatively healthy, but the flash in from Surfier, is it enough to take him down? No, it's not. On the other hand side, we have the curtain being called, and Z-Killer Penguins, he's being taken down very low. The force shot doesn't connect, though. He's still somehow alive. Satin.
Oh my god.
Flashes in, but the Gale Force is there. Another Q. One last auto attack would do it, but no, the shutdown comes in from Dr. Disrespect. And now it's just one lonely Leona versus the world. The root comes in, the force shot is ready. Not enough damage quite yet, but he will most likely be going down. And that is the dragon going over to UBC Gold as well.
Just beautiful play by Satan there on the Poppy. Just playing just outside of Caitlyn's auto attack range, and then Dr. Disrespect comes in with a last second knockup, as we just saw in the replay there. Love to see that. Some outplays in the bottom lane, as I believe Surfier just got away from Dinsy's TP in the mid lane as well.
That was so close. I think Z-Killer Penguins, I'm not sure if he canceled the auto attack or he got interrupted during it, but all it took was, yeah, I'm not sure, but that was one auto attack from getting, at the very least, a trade kill, if not a kill, and being able to get out, because the only reason he died was because of the Poppy as well.
Yeah.
So, yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but UBC Okanagan Gold, regardless, will be taking the advantage here. Now 800 gold ahead.
Yeah, and smart play by the side of Starrez, right? He trusted his team, even though it was so close, to hold his TP and just continue pushing in this cannon. As we look like this might be another gank for the Poppy here. They're a little bit too far pushed up. Penguins is slow to react.
And Satan, he has the Predator activated. Z-Killer Penguins know he's dead. He's trying to go for the 1v1 onto Z-Struck, the trade kill, but I don't think it's going to come through. Oh, he's actually taken down very low. He will survive, but nice try from Z-Killer Penguins.
Yeah, Dr. Disrespect holding his Ignite and his auto attack to make sure the kill goes to the Jhin, but leaving it very, very close. Although Jhin did have both summoners, so I guess it wasn't that close. As we see, we might go for this Leona kill with the W. Oh, just missed.
Yep. Doesn't look like they'll be able to claim that one. But now UBC Okanagan Gold, it's they're doing the usual thing. They're getting ahead. They're stacking their dragons. Now this time, compared to pretty much all of the games that we've seen to them, their soul will be delayed if they choose to go for it. But okay, it looks like a little bit of a 1v1 situation here. Surfear, he goes for the death mark. Will the Qs connect? Dinsbag, he's trying to dodge away, but it will connect. And Surfear takes another kill in the mid lane.
Surfear popping off on the Zed. We know him early in the tournament as the 0-10 Yasuo, and look at him now. He's 3-1 on the Zed. Maybe it's just a champion diff, and not to mention it's against Dinsbag. That's 2 solo kills against Dinsbag on the rise here. What a game from Surfear so far.
We will never let the 0-10 Yasuo Surfear die, unfortunately for him. But as you said, stepping up in this game compared to what we saw before for sure. 3-1 on the Zed with Duskblade already available to him. It's looking pretty good.
And look at how, I want to say, cocky the item purchases are on the side of UBC Gold. We see Sork boots in the top lane, cooldown boots in the mid lane, and only Jin buying the high value tenacity. I honestly think you just buy Merc Treads in this game. If I'm not mistaken, like, it's just too good. But I appreciate the confidence, I guess.
I 100% agree with you there. I think, yeah, it's a pretty obvious choice here that Merc Treads are the better boots, and there's like no contest about it. It's just so OP here. But regardless, it looks like UBCO Gold doesn't care. But here comes the teleport with Shah Rez. He doesn't have an ultimate ready, but does it matter? PP2, he goes onto the AD carry, and in the top lane, meanwhile, the Juan for You is dying. Z Keller Penguin, so is he. It's an absolute massacre all across the map for UBCO Gold. Dr. Disrespect claims the kill.
Not even an opportunity for Daniel to use his TP there. They're just crushing in all sides. I think that's the 4th gank in a row bot lane. And I guess that's the power of Jhin. I was asking before the game started, why are these teams picking Jhin so often when he doesn't feel like he does as much damage or fulfills the role as other ADCs? And this, I guess this is why. It's just easy setup. All you have to do is touch them, and then the snare comes through, the ulti comes by, and I guess, yeah, you're setting up kills for your solo laners, not for yourself.
That is the Jhin life indeed.
Yeah.
Someone touches them, you snare them, you slow them down, and then when they're already low, you pull up with a first shot, and you just help them finish off the kills. And now UBC Okanagan Gold, they find themselves in a very good spot.
Yeah, and I hate to bring it up again, but the boots for Satan here on the Poppy.
No! Why? Why? Okay, no, that's criminal, man. Come on, that's illegal. Regardless, it is the dragon that has spawned now. UBC Okanagan Gold, you know they're going to be looking for this one, but Shah Rez doesn't have a teleport. It looks like UBC Okanagan Gold realized that and are just going to give it away.
He's really, really worried about the Caitlyn, is all I can say. I guess. I mean, it really is 4 AP, 1 AD on the side of UM Brown.
Yeah, I share your pain, Maurice. This one is hurting my eyes right now.
Anyways, it's all good. They're still ahead in this game. They have given up that first mounted Drake, which honestly I don't like. I guess they didn't have the setup or the wards beforehand. They had just recalled, but in return they get top tower and bot tower. I'd like to see them rotate mid as a team, pick up that mid tower, and start getting vision in their opponent's jungle.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, when you have this much setup and this much engage, getting vision and then getting a pick should be extremely easy for UBC Okanagan Gold at this point. And you see Dinsbag, you know, he's not doing that much. He would do even less if there were Merc Treads on this Poppy.
Yeah, I agree. I don't know what else to say, but I agree. Dinsy's out of mana, so he's going to head back. And this is a great opportunity. They saw him going back, so I want them to push this mid tower, pick it up. Looks like, oh, he's going to TP back in. So that's a great TP by Dinsy to save his mid tower. But as we see Salas engaging here.
Okay, Shah Rez, he has the Zac ultimate available. Leona is a little bit out of position, and with 4-shot coming through, that is definitely going to be a kill. Surfear takes it away. And with that pick in the mid lane, UBC Okanagan Gold, they might be looking for this mid turret.
Yeah, PP a little bit too deep in there. He had flash up, I guess the team called to engage, but no one was really ready. And now this is going to be problematic for the side of UM Brown because there's no way they can stop this Rift Herald. Or it looks like they're going to let it crash.
Yep. They're just going to let it crash, but the turret doesn't fall down. Still decent damage onto that mid-tier 2. And UBC Okanagan Gold, you can see they're grouping up. They have decided that it's time to fight with their advantage, with their gold lead, with their item lead, with their pick composition. They want to look for some kind of picks. They're taking away some jungle camps here, but okay, it looks like Sharez is a little bit caught out here. The Everfrost comes through, and Sharez is going to flash over the wall.
This is the last time I'm gonna bring it up. But imagine he had merch treads there.
Yeah. Okay,
Anyways,
we promise that was the last
that
time.
was last time.
Yeah. We promise.
I mean, the added, yeah. Okay, that's good enough. It looks, wow, they're invading the red here. 2v4, it looks like.
Okay, Sir Fear, he goes for the ultimate, but he gets trapped. He's taken down very low, but so is Z-Killer Penguin. The ultimate comes through, and it's the shutdown for Z-Killer Penguin. Satan, what have you done? Not protecting your mid laner is going to cost you a shutdown. PP Poo somehow comes back in with the Zenith Blade. Knocked up, but not disconnected from the Zenith Blade. And University of Manitoba Brown strike back.
I love that interaction. The Zenith Blade comes out first. He gets knocked back, but it pulls him right back in to pick up the kill on the Poppy. And UBC Gold just still fighting.
Yeah, it looks like they're still looking for this. Wow, what a beautiful Leona ultimate from Sharez, stolen from the Warrior. Sharez now, yeah, this Zac is going to be completely dead. There's nothing that they can do. Dinsbag is running low on mana, and Sharez is on rampage.
Yeah, they're a little bit too aggressive fighting in this red side jungle, but I guess them staying was unexpected as he's going back in.
Sharez is going back in. The curtains has been called. Danielle, he has the ultimate, but Sharez has the stopwatch. Dr. Disrespect is going to go down very low. He's still somehow alive. He finally dies to Danielle. Sharez is now in a 1v3 situation, but here comes the cavalry. Dinsbag is completely out of mana at this point. Sharez, he eased forward onto Z-Killer Penguins. He flashes away, but the health bars are so low for University of Manitoba Brown, and Z-Struck claims another kill. He still has the 4-shot. It comes through. Snipe, double kill for Z-Struck.
Sharez just smurfing on the side of UMM Brown. I can't, they don't have healing reduction yet, so he's just, with the blue buff, he's actually unstoppable. Look at the first W, he's full HP. Another W is about to come up, he's again full HP. It's just dirty.
So disgusting.
And a little flash Gale Force by the side of Z-Struck there, very pretty. And looks like maybe that fight on the red side, this is what it was supposed to look like, but it kind of was a little bit of delay there. As they set up for this next Mountain Dragon, this should be secured for the side of UBC.
They do have quite an advantage at this point in the game, almost 5k gold, and you know it's already a blessing that UBC Okanagan Gold haven't steamrolled University of Manitoba Brown in the same fashion they have before, because I hate to remind it, but last time this matchup happened, it wasn't even close. This time, at the very least, it is somewhat close. There is still 2 dragons on University of Manitoba Brown. PP Poo, he's caught out here. And yeah, this Leona is not long for this world. You can use your ultimate as much as you want, but I believe the damage will be enough, or at least it should be. But the slow for the Everfrost doesn't matter. PP will still go down to Sir Fear.
I love the way Dr. Respect is playing this game. Just in the last fight, he was fooling around with Dinsbag, just taking up his time, getting just low enough before his cooldowns came up. And he's been giving every single kill to his teammates, playing really, really, really well in this game, setting up the vision. That's a little bit of a learning lesson for Leona there. If you want to ward that bush on top of the red buff, you have to have your teammates with you.
Okay, well that was a bit interesting. I'm not sure why, what, how. Let's just ignore that. That's what I suggest. As Dr. Disrespect here, he's going in again. Okay, but here comes the death mark from Sir Fear. He's going on to Dinsbag, and Dinsbag is already dead. He flashes the mastery, but it's just before he dies as Z-Killer Penguins gets rooted. And Sir Fear here gets hit by the Q. Here comes the slicing Maelstrom, though. Shut down again for Z-Killer Penguins. And it's a 1-for-2 in favor of University of Manitoba Brown.
Yeah, some questionable decisions on the side of UBC Gold, but I understand where it's coming from. They feel very, very confident in this game right now. I would not push up too far mid as they see Zac trying to set up his elastic slingshot from off the side. And look at this.
Look at Satan's boots.
Yeah, he switched the boots. I love it. That's what I'm talking about. I don't know. He probably, I mean, there's a stream delay, but I like to think that we sent him some telepathic messaging to make sure he bought the right boots this game.
I hope so. I mean, regardless of that, it looks like Danielle is getting TP'd on here from Sharez.
Ooh.
Daniel doesn't have access to his ultimate yet. He's gonna dodge out on the Everfrost. There we go. I managed to say that. And UBC Okanagan Gold still in control of this game. They still have a very fed Jin as well.
I like to see Satan now tell the same thing to his top laner, because that little mid lane catch, he did get chain CC'd for about 4 to 5 seconds. I like to see that getting halved by the tenacity boots, but we'll see. I like the way UBC Okanagan is setting up now. I believe they're trying to set up vision for the Baron. And if U of Brown want to get some wards out, they're going to have to face check.
They're going to have to face check indeed. And as you see on the top of your screen, even though there is a 10 kill discrepancy, the gold difference isn't that large. 4k gold at 24 minutes is definitely nothing to scoff at. But it's not unsurmountable. Surfear here, he's waiting in the bush, but he has been warded. Everfrosted. Dinsbag gets knocked up though. Here comes the death mark. Surfear though, he's gonna go down to that Caitlyn ultimate if no one protects it, and he does. Dinsbag is somehow still alive, but the Ignite takes through and he will go down. Z-Struck, he's on the other side of the wall trying to join the fight. Sharez is going down low. Z-Killer Penguins puts the trap on top of that Zonia's, and the headshot does so much damage and claims the kill. PP Boo now, he's gonna stun Dr. Disrespect. He goes in with a W. The knockup is good. The Juan for you goes down to Z-Struck. Here comes Satan. Flash over the wall with the Predator. That is one fast Poppy. The curtain has been called. It's a double kill. No, it's a triple kill for UBC Okanagan Gold.
Beautiful play. I was watching Poppy come from base, running all the way straight top lane. You see him coming on the bottom of your screen there. I was waiting for him to arrive, as Kennen didn't move the whole time, so that was interesting. But honestly, well played by both teams here. Poppy just arrived just in time to pick up these last 2 kills, and I believe this means they're going to secure the Baron.
Yep. With those picks, with basically everyone dead but Daniel, this means that it's an easy Baron for the side of UBC Okanagan Gold. And yeah, Satan basically Ferrari Poppy in this game with the Yomus, as well as the Predator runs so goddamn fast that, yeah, he's a bit of a menace on the Rift currently.
Yeah. And I'd like to mention, for those unaware of this new Poppy build, I don't remember when Poppy got changed this way, but her E and her Q is 150% bonus AD scaling, and her E has 100% on her first damage part of her E, and if you hit someone on the wall, it applies it again. So that's almost 200% scaling bonus AD. So AD scales really well on Poppy. I didn't know this until this last few patches when people started playing it in the jungle. Seems really strong.
Yeah, it's a bit of a disgusting pick, in my opinion. Very strong and super strong in specific counter situations. Yeah. Into champions that have a lot of dashes, like for example, the Sack, or yeah. Regardless of that, UBC Okanagan Gold, they're prepping for this 3rd dragon.
Yeah, the Zac and especially the Caitlyn, right? If Poppy's able to get on top of her, which he can with all this movement speed, there's nothing Caitlyn can do. I think Gale Force gets blocked by Steadfast Presence and your E, and if you use his ability to get knocked up.
Okay, Satan, he's looking, and he's gonna find it. Daniel, he's already popped the stopwatch. He's taken down very low. The Everfrost is actually going to claim him, as Z Killer Penguins is just doing the chickens. But the 4-shot connects, and the Zed is here. Q's missed, though. But here comes Sharez. Z Killer Penguins, he's taken down so low, but he's not dead yet. Surfear, though, he might not be telling the same story. He goes down to the Leona ultimate. PP Poo claims a kill. But again, everyone is dead but Z Killer Penguins. The Zac is about to go down. Dinsbag is here. He's got a blue buff and a dream, but I'm not sure that's going to be enough. He flashes out, dodges out on most of the damage. The Everfrost slows down UBC Okanagan Gold, but still, they take down 3 members of University of Manitoba Brown, and this means mid-tier 2 as well as the Dragon.
Yeah, and you see here, Surfear missed the initial Qs, but Sharez is right there to follow it up. And he just barely thought he was going to make it alive, but he dies to the Ignite. And look at Dr. Disrespect on the Rakan. The Shirelia's ulti makes you so fast. When you're ahead, it's, I think, one of the most broken supports in the game, just because it's impossible to get away from his setup. I love the pick. I love what it's done for the team so far. And like we keep saying, UBC Okanagan has taken over this game. and they're up 6k gold, but for some reason it still feels close. It's weird. It's like UFC UMM Brown doesn't seem like they want to go away just yet.
They're holding on to dear life in this game,
Yeah.
and we've seen moments of brilliance where UBC Okanagan Gold, they overextend a little bit, and Zekiller Penguin shuts him down with the traps, with the ultimate. He is fairly comfortable on this pick. I mean, he's almost has access to the IE, which is really when Caitlyn starts to shine. Is when she gets access to that third item. She's in a bit of a power trough before she gets there, but she's very close to there, and this means that if UBC Okanagan Gold steps up a little too far, Miss Caitlyn gets a little too many headshots, this is still a winnable game for University of Manitoba Brown. It's just a bit of an uphill battle.
I agree completely. And some big item power spikes here on both sides. Charez completes the death cap. He is insanely strong right now. And I like the little tech here by Zach. Picking up the Anathema's chains. I believe he'll put that on the Silas, so he can just stack armor for the rest of the game. Really, really strong pick there. A strong item there. I love that, especially against single damage source team comps.
Okay, but Dinsbag here, he's caught out. Satan so fast. The death mark comes through, and I don't think there's any way of saving him. Yes, Surfear is just going to claim the kill, and that's another pick going over to UBCO.
Yeah, not much you can do against that if you're in the shoes of Rise. A lot of unstoppable moves there. Poppy just running at you, and then Zed with the follow up. And yeah, this cannot hold Silas in the side lane anymore. I don't believe.
Not anymore, indeed. Unfortunately, Dinsbag is a little far behind. He doesn't have access to that Zonias quite yet, which would really be the saving factor for him in this matchup. Surfear, on the other hand, he's doing pretty well for himself. As Danielle, he's getting tower dove. Both of them are using the stolen ultimates, as well as the Zonias, and the Everfrost is going to take him down. That item has claimed 2 kills this game already.
I love the Everfrost. I love the instant double Zanya's wallet ultimate. I was going to say it's hard to dive a cannon, but I guess it's not hard when you have the Rabadons and no healing reduction quite yet. Although I believe he just picked it up.
Okay, the engage from the one for you, but they don't know that it's at a numbers disadvantage. Surfear, he's taken down very low though, and yes, he will go down. The one for you claims the kill. That's a very good double Q.
Oh my god.
Killer Penguins, he does so much damage with that Q. University of Manitoba Brown, they are trying to hold on for dear life in this game, and they are managing so far. The one for you, he goes back with the elastic slingshot, but they don't have the range. They don't have the counter engage quite yet.
Yeah, UVM Brown just clinging on for dear life here. Unfortunately, Silas did stay in the bot lane, no TP, so they're going to lose a tower there. But did you see how much damage Caitlyn was putting out there? It's the IE power spike, I guess. It's insane how much damage she can pull out.
Yeah, and guess what? You just got another big effing sword right here. So whatever that translates into, or I'm not too sure, maybe a BT, could be a GA. I'm going to assume that it's a BT. But regardless of that, that is just more damage on this Caitlyn. And with the setup that she has, as you said, it could go their way pretty easily. I mean, the team fights are not lost or automatically lost by any chance.
Yeah, I like the BT. I think what they're planning to do is no safety items on the side of Caitlyn. We're just going to sit Leona, Zach, and Kennen on top of her. Very, very difficult to dive a Caitlyn with a Kennen ult on top of her. I like the play. They're going to put everything on this Caitlyn. It's their only source of AD damage, and we'll see what happens.
It is their only source of AD damage, and it means that she has control and power to carry this game. One thing that I'm curious about is the LDR. Honestly, I'm not a fan of on Caitlyn this game because she is the only AD source. I feel like a Collector could have been a better option, but let's stop talking about builds here as Charez. He's getting caught out. This is a 1v5 situation. They're most likely going to take him down, but the thing is, look at the other side of the map. There is someone else being taken down, and it is the Baron that is most likely going to go over to UBC Okanagan Gold. The thing is, with the Drake spawning in 15 seconds, this most likely means that University of Manitoba Brown do get onto Soul Point.
Yeah, this is a dicey situation macro-wise. I want to see, and I like them what UBC Gold is doing here. I want to see them push immediately. Punish them for taking this third dragon by taking an inhibitor, even though you're a man down. I'm pretty sure Charez is perfectly happy with dying there. I like this play by UBC Gold.
Yeah, it's a perfectly fine trade, in my opinion, either way. I think it's played okay regardless. The thing is, I think University of Manitoba Brown are happy with this because, you know, even though the Baron is a pretty big power spike for UBC Okanagan Gold, they only get one inhibitor out of it at 33 minutes, and there are no objectives on the map. And with one man down for the first, you know, few seconds of the Baron, this means that their Baron is delayed. So University of Manitoba Brown, they kind of delay the game in the least worst possible way, I guess.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. This is like, I mean, ideally, I would have loved to see UBC set up for the Dragon Soul Point, because even if UFM Brown decide to trade the Baron's not nearly as valuable on that side. So giving up Soul Point there, not exactly ideal. But they pulled it off. They went for decided the Baron was more important, and they got an inhibitor out of it. Let's just see if that sets up the final Soul Point here.
Indeed, in 3 minutes time and 50 seconds, it is the Mountain Soul, which is very, very, very impactful in this game. I mean, you have such a stacked AP comp on one side, which means that if you get one MR item, like Tenacity Boost, for example, that multiplies its effectiveness even more.
Yeah.
And on the other hand side, as a Caitlyn, all you want to do is just not get one shot. And that Mountain Soul is definitely going to help with that.
Yeah, and the Caitlyn is now 4 items, and that's one very, very scary pool party Caitlyn right there. I would not want to get anywhere near that. You have to play around the Caitlyn now because she puts out so much damage. We'll see how these team fights are going to play. Honestly, I don't see that U of M Brown's out of this game whatsoever anymore. I think they've stalled the game out long enough where they are seriously one big team fight away from winning this game.
Yep. University of Manitoba Brown, as Maurice has said, they successfully stalled the game, and now they are in a situation where UBC Okanagan Gold, they kind of have to run into them to try and finish this game. But they have a Caitlyn, they have a front line. It's hard to dive them. And one team fight change the face of this game right now. Of course, UBC Okanagan Gold, they're still in control. But it's 35 minutes. Things get more and more coin flippy at this stage of the game.
Yeah, I don't like that Jin ult just setting up. I guess they're getting a little bit desperate to try and use the last few ticks of this Baron. You saw Sharez kind of getting juked by Din's back there in the bot lane. Din's...
Oh, look at that damage.
Yeah, that's crazy. Din's, after a little bit of a struggling early game, is caught up in items now. It's pretty much even with the side of Zed because of the farm difference. And I don't see any weaknesses except for in the top lane, really. And even the top lane, 3-item cannon is already useful enough.
Yeah, 3-item cannon sitting on an Oblivion Orb. That is pretty high value there. If the cannon manages to get a multi-man ultimate, you can definitely still impact these fights, regardless of a bit of the gold discrepancy there in the top lane. Satan walks on a trap, and oh my lord, that is a lot of damage. And that's the thing about the 4 AP composition. You're not allowed to build armor. You're just not allowed, and that means that your Caitlyn is going to do so much damage when you eventually step on a trap.
Insane damage. Looking like the Jin on the side of U of M Brown, at least old Jin. That's so much damage coming from one single trap. They're going to have to kill this Caitlyn to win this game. And what's scary is the stronger Ryze gets, like right now you can sort of ignore him, but you won't be able to in the next 3 or 4 minutes. And that's when it gets very scary for the side of UBC Gold, because if you have too many threats to have to take out, and Zed can only really take out one.
I mean, yeah, Dinsbag is about to unlock that Rabadon soon enough, and once he gets access to that massive AP power spike, that is going to change the way that Ryze plays out. But here, we are only 40 seconds away from the last dragon, regardless of who takes it of this game, unless we have an Elder Dragon, of course, which is very possible looking at how this game has been played. But again, it's 30 seconds away, and both teams definitely want to fight for this. So how does University of Manitoba Brown approach?
I like the way both teams are playing it right now. This is what the top inhib does, right? It helps you set up this next dragon, it holds Ken in the top lane. But Sharez is still hanging around, taking blue buff. This is getting very tense, Natural.
This is very tense indeed. They know Dr. Disrespect is across the wall, but he has the mobility to escape away. He doesn't get CC locked. The teleport from Sharez, but he's instantly dead. We didn't even see him on the screen. 3 of them take the Rise teleport. I'm not sure if that's what the right call was. The Poppy ultimate comes through. Dinsbag is out of the pit, and it looks like Daniel is just gonna die. He's in his Zonias, but he managed to get the ultimate off. It's not enough. The stun doesn't come through. Here comes the death mark, though. It's not enough. Blue team takes the dragon. University of Manitoba Brown have the soul. Z-Killer Penguins is still completely full HP, but so is Z-Struck. He's getting dove by Leona, though. He's getting stunned up. He has to flash away. Surfmere instantly dies. Double kill for Dinsbag. But Z-Struck, he gets the 4-shot off on the Leona. He's still alive. Both AD carries are still completely full health. The Juan for you, he gets rooted. The Q hits from the Juan for you, and the 4-shot takes down the Juan for you. The passive is off. Z-Struck, he's still alive, but he's getting knocked up. It's a shutdown for Dinsbag and University of Manitoba Brown. They take back control of this game.
Unbelievable play by the side of UM Brown. Charez with the unfortunate TP on the wrong side of the Dragon Pit. I thought it was gonna a little bit too early, but look how much damage Caitlyn is putting out from the outside here. Like you said, Daniel getting his ultimate off at the very last second. Both AD carries kind of showing out here. As you see, Z-Struck on the right side of the screen here, killing Leona by himself. As we see, they're going for the Baron, but this is also dangerous.
Dangerous indeed. Charez is here. Satan is here. The Poppy ultimate is available. 700 HP. Oh, that is so close that he connected, and there may have been a steal, but Satan is going in. He's already dead. Z-Killer Penguins is on a killing spree. That's so much damage coming from the Caitlyn. Daniel has slain Charez, and University of Manitoba Brown, they're wearing purple. They're wearing a Mountain Soul, and I think they're just about to take over this game.
What a game from the side of University of Manitoba Brown. They held on, they stalled, they kept losing fight after fight, but they'd never lost the game. And now, finally, they've got their items, they're winning these team fights, and looks like they're in control now.
They are in control indeed. The gold lead, irrelevant at this point of the game. 40 minutes in, it doesn't matter. Everyone is on their last item slots, if not full build if you're Z-Killer Penguins at this point in the game. Wearing purple, as well as a fat shield on that Caitlyn, as well as a GA on top. How are you going to kill her? That is my question.
It's impossible. There's just no way you can kill her anymore, especially with Leona standing right on top of her with the Rise and the Zac. Finally, their team comp coming together in the last minutes of this game, of this 40-minute banger that we have going on for game 1 of the Grand Finals. And I just don't see a way that UBC Gold can kill the Caitlyn now.
You can see the root connects, and there's some follow-up damage, but it barely breaks the shield as the red turret falls down. The curtain has been called, and that's 3,500 damage, but it's on a cannon minion. The question is, will you be able to hit that on this massive Caitlyn, is my question. I'm not sure about that, as it looks like University of Manitoba Brown, they want to push further. They want to use their purple buff to push in further into the base of University of British Columbia, Okanagan Gold. But it looks like for now, they're looking a bit hesitant, it feels like. They don't want to lose this game. You can feel it. They don't want to lose to a bit of an over-eager Engage.
I mean, there is some veils on the side of UBC Gold, but I think Zac just has to go and initiate, right? He has... I mean, I don't know. I feel like with the Mountain Dragon, you just dive this mid tower. It's close because you don't, like you said, you don't want to throw this game that you just finally got back into. But I guess they can rotate to the bottom side in terms of macro. But they're going to go with the Death Ball setup and just, I guess, brute force this mid lane tower.
They're trying, but they're not managing, and it feels like both teams just really don't want to lose right now. They can feel that the tension in this game is huge. No one wants to throw away this game. No one wants to be memed on for losing this game. And it looks like for now, University of Manitoba Brown, they get control of the wave. But Juan, he's going in, but the Everfrost roots him. And look at, oh, that is a massive cannon ultimate. They're trying to dive onto the front line. Surf
they're on
goes
Caitlyn.
onto Z-Killer Penguin, but she has the GA. She's running away. Daniel, he's in the front line. He's 1v3. Dr. Disrespect is going to go down. Z-Killer Penguin is on a rampage. And at this point, it's a 4v4. The curtain call comes through, but there is a beefy Zac that's run in front of your face, Z-Struck. And I don't think you can stop him. This Caitlyn is still alive. She still has her her GA. She's still perfectly fine. She used her sums, but will it matter? I'm not sure. Surfer, he's gonna get engaged on. He's getting stunned. That headshot does so much damage. Trap on top of the GA.
Oh, he got Caitlyn.
Watch out, Z Killer Penguins though. He got stunned into the wall. The GA goes down.
Oh my
and now
God.
you can see they have the damage. All they need to do is kill the Caitlyn. She's dead. PP Boo is also dead. The teleport is coming through the top side. The death timers are so long. UBC Okanagan Gold. Do they manage to end the game is my question. It's 18 seconds on this cannon. We see a bit of the replay here. Unfortunately, Z Killer Penguins get stunned into the wall.
Oh, into the pixel wall in the middle of the red side base. I've never seen that before. He mispositioned just at the very last second, and it's close. It's close. I don't know if they can do it.
It's looking close.
Oh,
The
Cannon's
cannon
up.
is here.
But he's stunned?
He's stunned, and he's dead.
Oh
it's the
my
end for UBC Okanagan Gold. And they managed to take the game. We cursed it. I don't know if we cursed it or they cursed it themselves. But UBC Okanagan Gold take the first game in 43 minutes.
Oh, a tilter. There's no way.
Man.
Wow, what a game.
What an absolute roller coaster.
The pixel wall in the middle of the red side base, and Caitlyn got stunned against it.
It's so unfair.
There's nothing else there. It's just open space except for that one pixel. Crazy. Crazy.
I mean, this is just the first game, folks. This is the first game of a best of 5 of the finals. This is looking like an absolute banger. And after casting this first game, we're just going to send it back to the analyst desk so I can rest my voice for just a little bit. I'll see you right back in game 2.
Ooh, boys. Welcome back to the Red Bull Analyst Desk. What a game we just witnessed. There's a lot to break down in that one. Any, opening statements, thoughts about this game, boys?
I don't know what I just watched, but I know I enjoyed it. So
Yeah. Sorry, Keenan, you're muted, by the way, in Discord.
There we go.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, that game was it was something special. I think for the most part, both teams were not on the same page the entire time. I like to see it going back and forth. Obviously, in a game like this, in a series like this, best of 5, mental things are what our mentality is what determines who comes out ahead, right? So, as you could see, as everyone was getting closer and closer to 6 items, the gold disparity didn't mean a thing, right? It was who's got the better mental. And game 1, it means a lot. Keeping up the tempo or the maintaining the tempo for the series is really, really important. But I think as long as, again, I don't want to bring it back up, but if we're B1ing Zach, and if we can get through the early game like we did now, and we can hopefully catch them off guard, get a few shutdowns here and there, you might be able to win this. But change that draft if you can. But that was a crazy game 1, absolutely crazy game 1.
Well, let's talk about some things, some of the main things that happened in that game. If I can try to remember some of them, and hopefully you guys remember some of them as well. While it's still fresh in our memories, that sweet Rise ult to peel the Caitlyn. Let's talk about that a little bit. Stefano, how did you feel about that?
I think that was basically a miracle of League of Legends in every sense of the word. Because not only did somehow the Caitlyn get dove by 2 assassins and live, but also the full damage mid laner decided that he was not the carry and ulted backwards to save his team. That is the first time I've ever seen Rise ult, or that is one of the only times I've ever seen Rise ult actually used in a fight, to do something in a combative focus. But that's the only time I've ever seen it used so defensively, where you bring your whole team. He just forced his whole team to peel, which is truly, I know they lost the game 30 seconds later, but that for that one Rise ult, it was great.
And Dinzy was going in and out, and then I think Kennen got left behind there, and he ended up ulting, I guess, 3 people, keeping them on the other edge of the fight. Yeah. But I love to see stuff like that, the flashy plays. But I was wondering the entire time when I was talking to everybody else about this. I was like, why is Rise? They got Baron. Why aren't they pushing bot? Elder's coming up. We can still push mid because we got the Baron minions. But why don't we push bot, push mid? And if they go to defend bot because they see, oh, Rise is by himself in the bot lane, let's just send Zach. Let's send Leona. Let's dive, or let's pick weak side and let's try and focus on that. But they did end up getting a little bit cut away. So The play was awesome, but I would have liked to see something a bit different.
Yeah. Well, let's talk a little bit about why this game went on so long. Was it that U of M Brown was just playing out of their minds in the last 20 minutes, or however long it was, of the game, or was it something else?
Stefano, what do you think?
I mean, I definitely think U of M Brown definitely did play well, and I don't mean to take away anything from how they played, especially in the last 20 minutes. That being said, I think UBCO Gold definitely had a lot of opportunities where they could have pushed their advantage farther. They had such a good lead on Zed as well as on Silas. That alone should have been enough to finish out the game. Unfortunately, they just kept I guess having miscommunications, and they got picked a few times in the jungle. They gave up some random gold leads, like they gave up the second dragon for no reason, or excuse me, the third dragon for no reason. There's just a few instances where they really weren't pushing their lead as well as they could have, but in the end, it doesn't really matter. They pushed it well enough to win the game, and in the end, that's all that really matters. So.
I completely agree. So, because I completely agree, right? I'm gonna try and give a few tips that maybe going into game two, UBC can take away. But they got a really, really good first couple plays going in. I think they were 2-0, and then they forced that first dragon. Right? It's Ocean Dragon. It's gonna slow you, but nobody has mana, and you guys know that Rise has TP. Just slow it down. You guys seemed like you kept tempo up, and even though you did throw that dragon, you came back right around. But I think if you guys took a little bit more time to just slow things down, get back on the same page, keep communication high, I think this game is a lot easier for you guys, this series in general. But again, like Stefano was talking about, that Baron play, you got the Baron, but you guys did nothing with it. I think Poppy was taking Raptors, he's full clearing his jungle. But if you're doing that, time's ticking down, right? Rise is a ticking time bomb. Of course, you have Silas, but if something like what just happened doesn't happen, Caitlyn has a lot of free reign because you have the Leona and Kennen. That threat, you got to make sure that Poppy is keeping away the Kennen. What's Zach doing? What's Leo doing? What's Rise doing? So I think in general, slow it down, keep it going, and you guys will do just fine.
Absolutely. We'll see if they do that in the second game, which will be coming up real quickly here. Maybe one more minute. I need to just point out that in chat on Twitch, Dinsbag says, Dinsbag Rise greater than Tathalis Rise.
What's this
Three
guy saying?
greater thans.
Three
Ooh,
greater
he's pretty
thans.
confident too.
Yo, where's the
yeah.
1v1? Where's the 1v1? I'm ready.
Okay. Let's get a little
Okay.
1v1 going.
Put it
Maybe
up.
maybe later on. But I
Do it.
believe that very soon we're going to be going to draft. We were talking about Dinsbag's lack of purchasing a Zanya's, or at least a stopwatch and armor early. That was a pretty big critique from you there, Tathalis. Do you feel like it was still the incorrect choice?
Absolutely. That's the one thing I kept bringing up every single time we talked about Udinzi when we were off in the backstage. You got to buy the armor, okay? I've done this before a little while ago, and if you don't buy the Seeker's arm guard, if you don't buy the armor, especially when Zed got that early lead, you're going to find level 6 you get all in, right? You got the Zac. You can't really do too much because Zac isn't going to help you until he gets the items he needs, especially when you're into a Poppy. If you don't have that armor, you're going to die like you did mid bush, roughly around when Zed got level 7.
Well, we'll see
But,
if Dinsbag can fix his builds in this game, and maybe
Yeah.
that'll be the game changer. Here we are, boys, in Drafter, Game 2 of UBCO Gold versus U of M Brown. A Gnar ban coming up for UBC and a Fizz ban from U of M.
Yeah,
They're
they did.
switching it up.
Yeah, they didn't. No one banned Gnar last time. Before it was Lee Sin Malzahar, but I guess changing it up a little bit. I'm thinking maybe that the Lux ban might have been a ban because you were joking about that if you're playing against a better team, you should just
You
pick
just take Lux.
barrier.
Yeah.
I think that's a little bit of a BM ban from UBCO, but Caitlyn is the last ban for them as U of M Brown takes away their own Poppy and Fizz as well, and with one more ban remaining.
Poppy tells me they're probably going to want to take up the Zac. Tom Kench is obviously a really decent pick right now, but we're going to see what happens with that Zac pick, if they're going to go for it again, or what happens B1 anyways, but we'll have to see.
Yeah, I think for UBC Gold, I think I would maybe see something a little bit more aggressive than they picked last time. And Jarvan definitely fits that bill. He's got one direction to go, and it's forward. So some hard engage from UBC Gold, which they didn't have a lot of last game, is I think is definitely going to be helping them in the ability to close out these games.
Sure, and I want to be able to see something come out. So the Lucian coming out, obviously into Jarvan, you want to take more dashes. The only thing Jarvan can really do is land the EQ earlier on. If that's not a thing, once he hits the ultimate, it's a different story. But if he's not landing his EQs, it's very, very hard to pull things off. I will expect to see a Zac pick. Obviously, Zac versus Jarvan. Zac just basically does what Jarvan does, but better on later on the game as obviously as the game goes on. But Lucian Nami coming out, hopefully we'll see something either match with some engage, something like the Leona into the Nami is very, very good, or you can sit back, relax, take an Aphelios, and really play with the Jarvan. But they are going to do the Misfortune. They can still go either way with the MF. Leo is good, something like, you take Lulu, but generally speaking, I want to see some aggression coming in. So Leona is fine to take here as well.
Yeah, if I'm UBCO, I would be taking Leona in a heartbeat. Lucian Nami, obviously, one of the strongest bot lanes in the game right now. They synergize so well together. But speaking of synergizing well together, so does the Leona MF. But they actually go with the Seraphine. Not someone that you would stereotypically think does well with Misfortune, but they do actually do really well together. Of course, their ults work out really well together, and she's also MF is very hard to pin down when she's being helped by this Seraphine with the shields, with the speeds up, with just everything they offer. So definitely a strong bot lane from UBC Gold as well.
Yeah, and when you're thinking about the B3 pick, you really want to take into account you're on blue side. And when you're on blue side, you want to take every chance you can get to try and mix things up because it's very linear. You're taking B1, red side has a lot of opportunities to react. Red, you think of react. Whereas blue side, if you take a flex pick, Seraphine can be flex, support, and mid. But the more interesting pick here, I think, is the Hecarim, right? When you're thinking about a Nami support, you have the ultimate and you have the E. You've got a lot of ability to peel, and you want a jungler that can help you frontline, because one of the worst things that can happen as a range support is you lose the ability to get vision, because you can think of a Nami versus Leona. Nami can't face check bushes. That's why you need the Hecarim there, and the beautiful thing about Hecarim is you can go for the more tanky build, or you can go for a lot more damage if you do get a lead. So we're going to see how that works out. But ban phase so far, Darius is coming in, which is a weird ban considering Dinzy might have to take away that R4 blind pick, but it seems a lot more oriented towards top. That's for sure.
And we'll be expecting Dinsbag, I think, to go mid again. I haven't seen Daniel play anything but top.
Fair.
So maybe he does, but so yeah, I mean, not that Dinsbag can play Darius anywhere. So
yeah, that's true. All right, and it is the Kettenbat actually from UBCO. I guess just not wanting the wanting to take out top laners. Of course, he played it last game, and as well, it looks like U of M Brown is looking for more of a defensive team comp, but Kennen can definitely be scary with the Hecarim, and it is going to be Malzahar. That is a rather strong, like, kind of anti-dive, peel back kind of team comp from U of M Brown so far.
Yeah, they're kind of all over the place, and the Malzahar was did take the place of the Lux in Game 1 draft, so they will leave that open. They didn't ban that away. They're going to take that. It's obviously a little more of a safer pick. If the Seraphine does go mid, it's perfectly fine to have the Malzahar there. Level 6, obviously, you got to be a little bit more careful. But with the Mundo coming out, what's going to happen top lane? Because you have the top lane counter pick, and as the Victor does look like it's going to get locked in, Seraphine obviously is coming in support. But here, you got a lot of options as top. You can match the tank with the tank, and try and look for more engage to go with your Hecarim, because right now Hecarim's your only frontline. If you don't pick frontline here, you're messing with the whole grand scheme of your draft here. But I guess we'll have to see what comes in R5.
Yeah, and there was the Mundo and the Victor picked up for UBC Gold, so definitely a run at you team with Camille looks to be the counter pick against the Mundo in the top lane, and there you are. We have both teams.
Overall, I'm going to have to say that both team comps win at their own respective game. UBC loves to team fight. You got the MF, Seraphine, Jarvan, and the Mundos. You're going to sit there, have a really, really good time ulting and doing, absolutely nothing but standing there and slowing everybody down, right? Victor's going to have that range. Seraphine has that range. And all U of M Brown can really do is try and hope they get a lead, and then they can react to the team fight or play through the Camille. Lucian Nami is very, very good here. I think they will end up winning that 2v2 as the game does progress in that early game. Except, what's this Hecarim going to do? Jarvan is going to take over that early game, and maybe that Lucian Nami might have that same oomph if that Hecarim, is getting outpaced by the Jarvan. But I hope to see, win cons if I were to be able to, set things up. How are you going to use the Camille, and how are you going to use the Jarvan? Those are the two basic things you want to be looking up for this game.
So with that, how are we feeling about when we're seeing this draft? Who is going to win this game, Stefano?
My money is on UBCO again. I think that they have a very solid team comp. I think that especially if they don't get behind, they have such an ease of access to just run at you. Mundo does really well. Mundo is one of the best tanks in the game when his team is ahead, and he synergizes fantastically with characters like Seraphine and Jarvan who just want to run at you. Seraphine synergizes well with them. It's just a very cohesive team comp from UBC Gold, so I'm going with them.
I would have to say, if Camille can be played properly, U of M Brown will have a decent time this game. But UBC has the easier team comp to pull off for sure. Team fight, when you're thinking about team fight versus split, it's a lot harder to pull off the split, especially in this gold flat elo. Versus, okay, let's just go, Jarvan EQ ult. We have a Seraphine, let's ult on top of that, and all of a sudden we get a free MF ult. Anytime Seraphine lands an ult, all you got to do is MF and press R, right? Victor has a lot of range, got a lot of safety here. Malzahar has to hope for some sort of flash ult play where they can catch someone out, because Hecarim isn't going to be that front line that's going to help you out unless he's 10-0, right? So I think UBC definitely has the easier comp to pull off.
All right, so we're feeling UBCO Gold this game, of course. Last game, we thought it was them too, and ultimately they did take the game, but it was incredibly close for a very long time. We will see how this game goes. Let's take our quick competitive integrity break. Don't go anywhere when we get back to the UBCO Gold versus U of M Brown Game 2. See you.
And we're back to our second game of today. The first one was a banger. We're hoping that the second one, the third one, the fourth, maybe even the fifth will also be bangers. This is the finals of the preseason tournament. And now we are getting into this game. The compositions are different. That Mundo skin is amazing. Look at that doctor in his car. Oh, wait, it's No Day Zoe. He's back.
Oh, he subbed in. So they've, after Surfear solo killed Dinsbag 3 times in the mid lane Zed, they sub him right out. They said, you did your job. Now we got the big guns coming in. Snow Day Zoe, I think a full 2 ranks higher. I think Surfear was. Let's not go too far into the ranked, but I'd say this is an upgrade. And Snow Day Zoe on this Mundo, we know how strong he is on these tanks. Kind of scary if you're on the side of U of M Brown.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Snow Day Zoe has played the Cho'Gath. He's played the Orin, and he was fantastic on either one of those. He's played the Warwick top as well, I believe.
I think
he's just
Tom Kench too, right?
Tom Kench, yeah, the Tom Kench game was amazing.
Yeah,
he's just very consistent top lane, tanky bruiser, player. And Snow Day Zoe is back to show us what he's got. And on the other hand side, Dr. Ninja is swapping in for who was it? What was his name last game? Caitlyn.
Yeah, the Caitlyn player. I believe it was
Caitlyn was Z-Struck, or
yeah, Caitlyn was. Wait, what's going on here?
The Jhin got replaced. No, Z-Killer Penguins is on the Malzahar and Dr. Ninja.
I see. They subbed out Dinsbag.
Exactly.
Yeah,
okay, that's what's going on.
All right, now we're all set up here. Daniel is still top lane for the Camille. They put in the Caitlyn mid lane on the Malzahar, and now Dr. Ninja is the new recruit on the side of U of M Brown. So both teams subbing in new players here.
All right, took us a while to get there, but we did get there. As it looks like there's been a bit of swaps. There's been a bit of interesting, a little bit of shifting around from the players. Now, looking at this jungle pathing, it is once again the bottom to top pathing from both junglers. So I expect to see a top lane fight here. Dr. Ninja going for a bit of a trade here. And with the level advantage, they will easily win that trade.
Yep, it's a little bit of early showcase of Lucian Nami. If you weren't aware, I think 2 or 3 patches ago, they changed Lucian's passive to where if you get empowered by an ally, and then Nami is great at that, your 2 auto attacks, or your second auto attack, does deal bonus damage. It's why you see Lucian and Nami so often now. They scale so well together, and they synergize so well. You want to see a big focus in this bot lane, although the junglers, like you said, are pathing topside.
Yep. A little bit ironic that Lucian scales better with Nami than, you know, his actual wife, but it is what it is. I guess that's just how League of Legends logic works.
Yep.
And yeah, I mean, one thing that I usually mention when I see Lucian Nami is that usually in higher elos, Namis will take Electrocute in these lanes, and Lucians will start E, and they will dash in and take the first blood, but it's not going to be the case here with the double summoners used from Z-Struck.
Yeah, you just can't get hit by bubble in this lane. Like, it's hard enough as is, even if you don't get hit by bubble, just to do so much damage. But if you get hit by bubble, that's over. Here's Jarvan ganking the mid lane, though.
Satan, though, he missed the E onto the initial... he missed the initial E, which didn't break the shield, so then when he Q'd, knockup didn't go through. And regardless, the Juan for You was there. With Satan here, he's trying to go for a repeat gank. The Juan for You is there, though. There's a level advantage for Satan, though. The EQ comes through. Z-Killer Penguins has to flash out. Meanwhile, in the top lane, we have a lot of fighting, and Snowday Zoe is getting the better of it.
Yeah, Satan came into the mid lane with a level advantage. He flashes in, misses the EQ.
That's a happy B there from Z-Killer Penguins. That's Satan. Unfortunately, did not get that EQ. I feel like maybe waiting in the bush.
Oh my god.
Ethan EQ flash. And yeah, Daniel not having a fun time right now.
Yeah, and this is kind of what I was mentioning in the pregame off stream here. That Camille, I believe, is what we call a fake counter or a false counter. In theory, it sounds good because of the true damage on Camille, and generally she does well against tanks, but Mundo is no ordinary tank. He will win every single trade until level 9, and you're kind of seeing it here in the top lane, already forcing out the early TP from Daniel. I also want to put on spotlight on tank players in general. A lot of people seem to think that tanks take no skill. This is far from the case. A well-played tank is super, super important, and we're about to see Snowday Zoe, I believe, pop off in this game.
Absolutely. And UBC Okanagan Gold, they're going for the UBC special once again. 5-minute dragon.
They're
but
caught
Satan
again.
is getting very, very low. The Juan for You, he has the E activated. He's going to go in. The smite goes down, but the blue team somehow takes the dragon. It's the Seraphine, the queen of the song, that managed to take the first Drake. The University of Manitoba Brown takes the first blood. And the fight looks like it's still continuing to some extent. Snowday Zoe, he did TP in, but I don't think this is a TP that you can actually take. Just going to disengage for now.
That could have been disastrous for UBC O'Connor. They try the same thing they tried last game, and it doesn't fool UMM Brown twice. It didn't fool him the first time, doesn't fool him the second time. But Hecarim was in smite range, and the dragon was up, but he just didn't use smite. It was up. It could have been absolute disaster. They could have lost the dragon and lost the fight there. But they come away with the dragon, and they all get away except for the Seraphine. Otherwise, Hecarim picking up an early kill here is very important on the side of UMM Brown. You want that pick to be ahead of the Jarvan in this mid game.
Absolutely. Yeah, this could have 100% been a disaster here. Completely agreed. But UBC Okanagan Gold, they get the dragon at the very least. But they do lose quite a bit of gold overall with those teleports and those waves crashing in, as Shaw Rise is looking for something here on the top side. Not finding anything for now.
Yeah, the Victor pick. I don't see it very often anymore. Maybe naturally you see it a little bit more often than I do. But I still believe it's a very strong pick. How do you feel about the Victor?
Victor, I mean, it's you know, it's a side lane wave clearing bot that scales very well. I feel like that's the gist of it. He's an AP carry that goes on side lane duty, clears waves for quite a while, and then once he gets his items, he can one-shot carries. and has very good zone control. I feel like that's the crux of it in this composition, is that he has decent zone control, and paired up with a MF and Seraphine, having even more zone control makes it easier for MF and Seraphine to land their ultimates.
Yeah, and I guess the argument is always which of the like kind of the mid lane trifecta of zone control mages, Orianna, Victor, I guess Azir is in that conversation as well. It's really just whoever you play the best. I think they all pretty much serve the same purpose. Like Orianna would have fit in this team comp very well as well. But if you like that Victor, it can be very strong. As we see the bot lane kind of evening out a little bit more now. MF, once she gets that Vamp Scepter, she can start sustaining pretty much all of Lucian's damage, and looks like they're just going to farm it out.
Yeah, I mean, a bit surprising, honestly. I feel like Lucian Nami should still very much be in control. But I feel like Lucian Nami's lane is very often misunderstood by a lot of AD carries. I think it's a very aggressive lane, and it should be played very aggressively in the early game because of your early game spike. The only thing is, of course, Nami did not go for the electrocute, so they don't have as much burst damage as they could. But still, it is a little bit misunderstood in my opinion sometimes. So Daniel here, he's getting a little bit bullied still in the top side.
Yeah, he's getting bullied, but honestly, this is fine for the side of Camille. It's really just, I don't know if this is going to be a good trade. Actually, it works out for both players.
Good. Pretty good trade at the end as we see Satan taking this Rift Herald.
Yeah, looks like, and I believe they are going to go for a dive top lane here as they see Hecker on bot. And looks like they might do a 4-man bot. This is going to be spicy for both sides of the map here.
Okay, it looks like a bit of a split map situation here. UBC Okanagan Gold, they're fighting off their bot side. Meanwhile, they're attacking the top side. Daniel, he already used his E. The cage is going to come through. The other cage is also going to come through, but Snowday Zoe claims the kill. The Exec ultimatum is going to go down, and UBC Okanagan Gold, they take their kill, but they lose a lot in this bot side.
Yeah, honestly, well played by UBC Okanagan. I like the fact that Misfortune Seraphine sacked plates here. If you stay, you're going to get dove. I see that mistake being made all the time in low elo. Meanwhile, top side, they juggle the tower aggro very well. Neither of them have to below flash. Very well played. I would have loved to see Daniel use his flash to see if he can outplay it there, because it was very close. But I think that just meant that it just pushed Satan to use his flash. So
Rez here. Okay, he gets a little too close to the sun, and he's going to have to flash over the wall. But yeah, I mean, as you mentioned, University of Manitoba Brown, unfortunately, not being able to outplay that dive in the top side means a first turret blood at 10 minutes, which is a very, very big swing in gold. You can see up in that top side of your screen, now it is 1k gold ahead for UBC Okanagan.
And wow, look at that first item purchase for the side of Mundo.
Oh, good lord, what is that?
Dirty, absolutely dirty. I'm not a huge fan of it. I personally think mythics are really strong, but I like the idea of it, right? You want that, I believe it scales up to 60% healing reduction against the Camille, and that can be very, very strong. Yeah, it's an interesting build choice for the side of Mundo on UBC. Meanwhile, I believe both mid laners are just farming it out. Malzahar does get a little bit of CS advantage because he's so good at shoving in waves. Yeah, the game's starting to kind of enter a little lull state here as we prep for Dragon.
Indeed, prepping for Dragon. It looks like UBC Okanagan Gold. They're just going to go straight for it. It is up. Going already down. University of Manitoba Brown know that this is going down, but it doesn't look like they want to contest it. They're just going to give it away as they do have Snowday Zoe here. Secure it. And Daniel didn't have access to that teleport quite yet.
Yep, and that's the extra value of taking that top tower, right? It gives you your top laner the power to roam with both TPs being down, and that just means a free dragon. You can't contest that 4v5 unless you want to sacrifice so many minions top lane. As we see Juan for you pushing him back.
Hey, Charez, he got pushed back towards his team, and with no flash available, he's going to go down. Z-Killer Penguin takes the kill.
Yeah, Charez getting a little bit too greedy on that vision there. Juan for you had a nice little outplay there. You set up the E past your enemy champion and then push them back towards your team, setting him up for the Malzahar out. We saw that he blew Victor's flash earlier, so a little nice repeat gank there.
Absolutely. Enjoying the liberties of a flashless Control Mage makes it very easy for Hycroom to set up those plays, and Shaorez going down a little too forward. This does mean that they get control of the mid lane, and they are taking away a lot of plates in this mid lane that is being traded in the bot side. So again, a trade of plates.
Yeah, and honestly, I like this trade for the side of UBC just because the plates mid lane are split between 4 people versus only 3 in the bot lane, and them not finishing the tower doesn't give them any extra value. Personally, I'm a firm believer that mid lane tower damage is way more important than side lane. But since they didn't take the whole tower down, I still think this is a good trade for the side of UBC.
Indeed, getting gold onto the more valuable members of your team does mean that they get to those items just a bit faster. As Dr. Disrespect and Z-Strike here. Oh, missing the young core, but I don't think it matters. This Nami is taken down very low. All it takes is one more auto attack from this Jarvan. He's actually going to use his ultimate. Satan, just for good measure, takes down the fish.
Yeah, secures the kill. Z-Struck had to flash out of the tower. It was actually getting a little bit dicey as his ultimate, I believe, got cancelled immediately by Nami ult. So they weren't able to secure the kill that way. But a kill is a kill. They take out the Nami, kind of caught by herself under the spot tower without any help. And looks like Z-Killer Penguins is going to be able to defend this tower by himself.
Yeah, as the Malzahar, he has a decent enough wave clear to make that happen. Unfortunately, PP was a little caught out here, and Dr. Ninja, I think he's in the same situation. There's a Mundo running at you, and that culling will do absolutely nothing. As Snow Day Zoe on the boss takes the kill.
Yeah, a little bit of the theme here, kind of another flash of hope there. He E-flashes right into the Mundo's face, unfortunately, and that's his kill secured for the side of Mundo. He's 2-0 now and looking very, very dangerous.
It's looking like a very, very beefy boy. He's definitely going to go where he pleases this game, I have a feeling.
Yep.
And University of Manitoba Brown here. I mean, this is UBCO's, this is UBCO's plan. They take the first dragon, they take the second dragon, they get Snow Day Zoe ahead, and now they have a very beefy front line with a team fighting composition. Question is, will University of Manitoba Brown be able to stall out the second game as well as they did in the first game, and maybe get some advantages in that side lane?
Yeah, they have the mid lane wave clear to do it, but I think this game is shaping up. Oh, as we see Hycroom ganking bot.
The one for you, that is one very fast horse. They're gonna dive this bot lane, but they don't have the damage. They don't finish the MF, and here comes one teleport. Here comes the second teleport, and it looks like, yeah, that's already gonna be one kill. The fish goes down. Dr. Ninja is gonna get death lasered in the face. Snow Day Zoe pops the mastery. He gets under the turret. He emotes, and that is UBC Okanagan gold. They're taking another 2 kills off the board.
Yeah, you can't make that play when both teleports are up. You see Juan for you, his E got canceled, I believe. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but he doesn't get the pushback in the MF, and then the TPs come through to clean up. See how unkillable Snow Day Zoe is. They can't even, there's literally no chance of them turning back as he flashes the mastery emote at the end of that fight. Looks like there's going to be some more. Look at Mundo go.
Snow Day Zoe. I don't even know what to say. He's just the boss. There's nothing you can do to stop him. He looks and he goes wherever he wants. Z-Killer Penguins, he's gonna put the Malefic Visions on him. That does quite a bit of damage actually with the Leanders as well. But regardless of that, UBC Okanagan Gold, they take another Rift Herald as, okay, Shaorez is taken down very low. Dr. Ninja was stunned in that gravity field and the bullet time was used, but Dr. Ninja doesn't go down. But now with some very low health bars on both sides, it looks like UBC Okanagan is going to take the opportunity to pop this Rift Herald and take this mid lane turret.
Yeah, misfortune with a little bit late on the ultimate there, but nice poke damage. Looks like they're just going to set themselves up for this third dragon. Oh, they don't get the mid tower, just on a sliver of HP. But I don't think it's going to matter too much. There's not very many ultimates up on the side of UM Brown. Doesn't look like they're able to contest this, although they may still go for it.
Yep, there is no bullet time, there is no Victor ultimate, but there
Going
is
in.
an encore. Here comes the wave, though. The encore hits 4, and it's massive. The damage onto the backline is there. Snow Day Zoe is completely unkillable, but on the other hand side, Z-Killer Penguins, he takes another kill with that ultimate. Satan is still alive. Z-Killer Penguins, he pops the Zonias, but it's not enough. Daniel, he's in a 1v2. That's already a triple kill. He gets stunned up by the gravity field. The shield is there, the passive is there, the tactical sweep heals him up, the E is there, the stun, but he's taken down very low, and Satan, he takes the kill. Danielle, what a heroic effort, but not going to manage to take the pentakill.
Yeah, the Camille killing the Misfortune, killing the Mundo, almost looked like he was going to turn the fight by himself here. Well played by both teams, but I'd like to point out, this is something that we mentioned in the draft and in pregame, is I like both teams, but there's clearly one team that's easier to execute, and that's the side of UBC Gold. Their ultimates are easier to use, their champions are easier to pilot. It looks like they're going to pick up the Dragon, but lose Victor in the process as Juve and Brown come up just in time. But yeah, like I was saying, the champions, in theory, on the side of Juve and Brown are very strong. Lucian, Nami, Camille, Hecarim, but they're just harder to pull off in the team fight, and we saw a great example of that. Misfortune, Seraphine, they can just press their R buttons, and they don't have that luxury on the side of Juve and Brown.
UBC Okanagan Gold, with that easier to execute teamfight composition, they'd take and win the teamfight by a close margin, but they did take it, and that means that they are now at Mountain Soul Point very early on into the game, and this is very similar to what we've seen UBC Okanagan Gold do over and over again before in this tournament. They get the early drakes, they don't mind dying once or twice for it as long as they get that dragon, and not only do they get the soul point, but they're also now ahead in gold as Daniel, he's in the side lane, but he doesn't know that Dr. Disrespect is here just to back him up.
Yeah. And as a fellow AD carry main yourself, what do you think about this Yomu first buy on the side of Misfortune? I've never seen that before. I don't know if that's a thing, or I guess it gives you a lot of out of combat movement speed.
I don't hate it. Lethality MF has been a thing, and Yomu's has kind of, people have realized that Yomu's first is a very decent buy on almost any AD, champion that uses lethality. But the only thing is, I don't know if it's the right option here. I feel like it's not bad. I don't think it's bad, and with the Yomu's, it's totally fine in my opinion. Yeah, I don't have that much to say about it. I think the build is totally okay. I don't know what you think about it.
I think it's probably really strong. I have yet to try it in solo queue just yet, but I personally go to Eclipse first, just because I like that kind of first item power spike. But going to Yomu's first is interesting, gives you a lot of out of combat movement speed, gets you moving around the map really fast. It synergizes really well with Misfortune's W. And obviously the active against champions like Hecarim, Nami, Lucian, Camille, get you out of some sticky situations. It's interesting. I like it. Otherwise, they're with no objectives up on the map just yet. Looks like both teams are just farming it out, getting a little bit stronger.
Yeah, and if we can maybe take a look at some of the items that are being built here. It looks like Daniel isn't on his second item quite yet, so he's not the menace that he wants to be. One for you is looking for something here in the mid lane, but not going to find it. And yeah, if you take a look at those scoreboards, I mean, this Mundo, he's definitely strolling around right now.
Yeah, I just don't see how they're gonna kill him. I mean, Malzahar can burn him, but it's just not fast enough. Like, think about how fast these teamfights are gonna go with Jarvan engaging Victor, Seraphine. There isn't a lot of time for Malzahar to burn him down. In which case, Mundo just becomes an absolute menace. I don't know how Lucian's going to survive. I like to see Juve and Brown play the next team fight, kiting around those ultimates. You have to play it virtually perfectly, but it's possible. Because this next team fight at the next Dragon is a must-win situation for Juve and Brown.
Absolutely. And that's the difficulty when you're playing a split-pushing type composition with the Camille, with the Lucian in the side lane. The problem is that you do have to group at some point, and it is going to be for the Dragons, but the one for you, he's coming for this ultimate, and with Jarez being stunned up and suppressed, now feared by the Hecarim ultimate, that flash was not necessary, but it doesn't matter, they will take the kill. But on the other hand side, with your jungler showing on the bottom side, you know what that means. UBC Okanagan Gold, they don't hesitate
They go for this Baron, and with the jungler nowhere to be near, this is most likely just going to go down to UBC Okanagan Gold. Yes, it will. Nice smite there by Satan.
Yep. A little bit. We saw UBC Gold do the same thing previous game. They send one person down bot lane, kind of as a bait to get killed. I would have loved to see Victor hold his flash there. You know the Hecarim ult's going to follow it up. It's nice just to die, let your team get Baron, and then you still have flash up for the next fight. Anyways, the result is pretty much the same. They get the Baron, and they still have time. Unlike last game where they lost the dragon for the Baron, this game they're still going to have time to get to the dragon on time, and we're going to see a fight with Baron, with UBC Gold ahead of the game here. Base check.
Okay, but Satan, he's walking into a lot of people. Dr. Disrespect, he's getting flanked by the Hecarim.
Oh.
He's just gonna instantly die, but the bullet time is massive. So much
flashes in.
damage. He flashes in for the kill. He manages to get Dr. Ninja. Z-Killer Penguin, he's stuck in the Hecarim ultimate, but the Hexic ultimatum goes down onto Shah-Rez, but the stopwatch is there. The health bars are getting very low on both sides. The Juan for you, though, he's still healthy enough. Satan is on a rampage. He takes down the fish. Daniel is running away. So is the Juan for you. The problem is still there. The boss is still there. Satan may go down, but I don't think Snow Day Zoe is going down anytime soon. The flash over the wall. He tries to EQ back to his flag, but he doesn't find it. Daniel is going to take the shutdown, but look at Snow Day Zoe. He's still strutting around. He has the briefcase. He has the phone, and I don't think Kavil is able to stop him at all. The Q does do quite a lot of damage. The tactical sweep slows him down, but I don't know. Snow Day Zoe is still very, very fed.
No,
Daniel, he has to run away. Snow Day Zoe, he's taking his coat off. He's flashing in. He takes the kill. Z-Killer Penguins, now he's here. If there's one champion that can maybe take this Mundo down, it might be the Malzahar, or maybe it won't. The Encore comes down and it hits two. Dr. Ninja is caught as well. He has to eat out. Dr. Disrespect, though, it's traded 1-for-1.
Oh my god.
And Snow Day Zoe, he just gets melted by the Lucian Nami here. And now it's Z-Struck. Both teams are still wanting to fight. The dragon is still up.
Where is Shah-Rez going? This is what a fiesta of a game this has suddenly become. I can't believe they just left Victor to die by Hecarim in the backline. No one came back to help him out. Satan decided to try and 1v1 the Camille instead. But it looks like somehow, again, Uver and Brown have made this game into enough of a fiesta, basically, to get themselves back in it and pick up this next dragon. Unless Satan can go for a miracle still here.
He's over the wall. He knows it's going down.
Goes
it's
in,
1K.
and
he steals it. And he gets the soul, the mountain soul, as well as the bullet time. An extra kill on top of that. Get your cherry with your cake. UBC Okanagan Gold. They steal away the dragon and they get the soul.
Unbelievable. He was waiting for the perfect moment to jump over the wall there. And then they put up the bullet time on top of the driving cage.
Was that blind? Is that blind? I can't tell.
I can't tell if there's any awards in the bottom of the pit, but it may have been blind. Yeah, I think it was. No, there was a ward there.
How is that ward not being deactivated?
I think it's just out of range, which is crazy.
It's just out of range. Oh, that is insanely lucky. But it doesn't matter. He is suppressed. Shah-Rez
and he's dead.
Instantly dies. He's instantly
dead
to the Malzahar.
Oh my god!
What the hell is going on? The Juan for you, he's as fast as a Formula 1 car, but he does absolutely no damage in the face of this Seraphine. Dr. Disrespect, he's running away from the culling, he survives. And man, oh man, if this isn't entertaining, I don't know what is.
I don't know what's going on in this game. Lots of... I mean, I guess they're just great outplays from both teams here. I like the power of the Malzahar. He's pulling off the Malzahar combo where you E first, then ultimate to reset your E and get a huge amount of damage on any champion. As we see Mundo trying to hold this mid tower that's going to go down. And it's crazy. They have Mountain Soul. They were ahead by about 3-4k gold the entire game. But somehow, some way, Uver and Brown are picking up kill after kill.
They're picking up kill after kill indeed. But still... the Mountain Soul is available for the side of UBC Okanagan Gold. Now, with that buff in resistances, I mean, this Mundo, he's a problem, and he's become even more of a problem now. My question is, will the, tank-destroying abilities of University of Manitoba Brown be enough? I mean, they have a Camille, they have the Camille, they have a Lucian with Kraken Slayer, and a Malzahar. So, in theory, this is enough to kill a frontline.
Yeah, they have the double Sunderer, which does percent health damage, along with the double burn, actually triple burn on the side of Malzahar. Nami did go the Imperial Mandate. They have the damage. It's just whether they can avoid UBC Okanagan's Wombo, right? It's and we discussed this a few times in this game. It's just easier to pull off the combo. Like, it's hard to imagine a situation where they don't just a couple whiffed ultimates there, but where you don't just kill automatically two of the members on the side of you and Brown as long as you hit just one of those ultimates with Mundo running around your front and in the back line. But you never know. Malzahar can cause a lot of issues with his silence. There's still lots of room for output potential, as I guess what I'm saying.
And I have to completely agree. I mean, we saw just how much damage that bullet time did, right, in that Dragon Pit. Insane amounts of damage there if you manage to lock people up into the Jarvan ultimate, into the Young Core, into the Gravity Field, whatever it may be. But the question is, can you do that enough times consistently to close out this game cleanly? As Daniel here, he's in a 1v2 situation. But the teleports are coming through. Satan is still going for the EQ. The Hexic ultimatum is going down. Z-Killer Penguin, he's here. He has the ultimate available. He's going to use it on the J4. Dr. Disrespect here. He's trying to keep Satan alive, and he's managing to do so. So much healing coming down from the Seraphine. The Juan for you, though, he's here. Dr. Ninja is over the wall. Put a pink ward down, but it doesn't matter. He lives with the power of song.
He lived that. I can't believe he still went in and he still lived. But and meanwhile, Victor is hiding in the bushes.
Yeah, okay. Goodbye. As Dr. Ninja, he's surprising Sharez now, but I don't think you want to face check a Victor, my friend. He's gonna flash away. Dr. Ninja now, he's getting caught out. Oh, but the culling is good. Sharez flashes over the wall. The one for you, that ultimate missed. And now both teams just trading cooldowns, trading ultimates, trying to find an edge to get back into this game or close it out.
This game is wild. Satan playing with absolute confidence there. I can't believe he decided to see the GP and then still went in, got Malzahar ulted, and lived after all of that. It's crazy. He's still going in. This guy is an absolute animal on the Jarvan. I guess it's the Mountain Soul that really gives him that confidence.
Mountain Soul as well as the Seraphine right now, giving so much shielding, so much healing, so much sustain in these team fights. And it makes it so hard for University of Manitoba Brown to close out these team fights. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we've got into that stage once again. It is the Elder Dragon in 1 minute. This is, of course, the preconceived or the pre-installed game ender for Riot Games in a game of League of Legends. If you get Elder Dragon, you win the team fight, you win the game.
Absolutely. And it looks like they should get up some wards set up here, although Uvan Brown are aware of the situation they're in. They are clearing vision in their bot side jungle. They don't want to give this away for free. Honestly, I would have loved to see Victor, just as he's doing now, push this top wave, force someone to match with the TP, and then they can stall, right? I don't think they do Elder fast enough where they have to wait for Victor TP, but looks like he's going to back off and join his team for a 5-on-5 team fight. I guess that's the safer decision. But yeah, the minion waves are in favor of UBC Gold, and it looks like they can get mid prio here. This should be a clean setup for the Elder Dragon.
Okay, University of British Columbia Okanagan, they're looking for some kind of team fight. They're taking over the mid lane prio, uncontested from University of Manitoba Brown. They just have that extra edge with the Mountain Soul to contest and to face check. Killer Penguins, he's running a little bit low on mana, but he does have the blue buff. Both teams are at a face-off right now.
Dangerous.
No one wants to engage first. They don't want to wait. University of British Columbia Okanagan, they really want people to run into them to get that encore, to get that bullet time. Killer Penguin, he's trying to find that ultimate.
I think they should just start it.
Looks like they're trying to find a fight instead. Snow Day Zoe. Satani's going for it. Two-man ultimate. Wombo combo.
Nami ult?
It's not going to be enough. The GA is here. Daniel is still alive. He cracks Sharez's skull. He's going to go down. Satan is still alive. So is Dr. Ninja. Z-Killer Penguin with the Malefic Visions. And it looks like Snow Day Zoe is stunned. He's flashing in though. The
chasing.
wallet misses. Daniel with the passive. He's still surviving. The bubble doesn't connect. And Daniel goes down. So does Z Killer Penguins. It's only PP Poo alive. Shutdown coming in from the J4. Seraphine claims the ace. And this is going to be the Elder Dragon as well as most likely the game.
Yeah, and honestly, pretty close. They kite the team fight very well, but it's just this Mundo is so strong. Seraphine heals. The Mountain Soul really is the difference here. You see how low the health bars get on the side of Misfortune and Mundo. That is the Mountain Soul difference. And it looks like they're going to take that team fight, take the Elder up to Baron, and that should be, by a whole sense of the word, the end of the game with the double Baron buff and Elder buff. But against UFM Brown, I guess nothing is impossible.
Nothing is impossible indeed. We have claimed that the game looked good for University of British Columbia before, and the game went on to last for another 10 minutes. So, I mean, UBC Okanagan Gold, as we said, they're in a very good spot, right? They have the Mountain Soul, they have the Elder, and they're going to take this Baron as well. So all it takes is for them to recall, get their final items, get the pots, get ready, get the stopwatches, and run it down mid with the double buffs, and just engage and win the game. Let's see if they are able to close the game out successfully.
Yeah, and I'll ask you a rhetorical question here, Natural. If you're on the side of U of M Brown, how do you kill this Mundo?
You don't.
You really just don't. This
You
guy
don't.
is level 17. He's accelerated like crazy this game. He just picked up the Spirit Visage, which scales insanely well with both Mundo and the power of Seraphine. He throws in a Tiamat just for good measure. This guy is so strong right now.
Yeah,
There's just,
I mean,
yeah, I mean, Lucian's on 2.5 items. It's just not enough.
you do not kill them, though. That is my opinion. I think the way that you play this is that you completely ignore him and you engage on their backline and hope for the best.
Yeah.
But the problem is, of course, nobody is always just going to survive and then kill you. That is kind of what's happening. As you see, the absurd amount of damage that just one Q from Seraphine did there.
Support Seraphine with the Elder Burn.
And Z
Insane.
Killer Penguin here, he's caught out by the ultimate, and he's just
Oh,
gonna
it's
go
dead.
down. Snowday Zoe somehow claims the kill, but it's the Elder Dragon that's really the victor in this one, as that is already one kill going down, unfortunately, as well as the turret. The inhibitor gonna go down as well, and UBC Okanagan Gold, they're walking down the base. This time, they're not gonna bring this game to 40 minutes. They're not gonna make us wait. They're not gonna make us question whether they can. The Encore hits 2, and the damage is more than enough. Daniel is gonna go down soon. So does Pipu. The Juan for you, he's in the backline doing his best, but he does absolutely no damage in the face of the Dragon Soul, in the face of the Elder, in the face of a Seraphine. UBC Okanagan Gold claim the second game of the series. I mean, it might not have been as close as the first game, but it was still a banger.
Yeah, this is definitely a banger. I think finally our predictions came true this game in terms of what the analyst desk and what we were talking about. One team comp was significantly easier to execute, and we saw in pretty much every team fight this game, we saw a little bit of what U of M Brown was trying to execute with the Nami canceling the bullet time in that final Elder fight, but it just wasn't enough. It was too little too late. And yeah, it looks like pretty much there was some back and forth, but really UBC Okanagan never gave up the lead this game, unlike last game.
Yeah, absolutely. This time, UBC Okanagan take it over in a more convincing way. Very similar to the way that we've seen them take over other games in this tournament. And to talk more about the second game, we'll send it back to our Red Bull analyst desk.
Thank you, Natural and Maurice. Yeah, much more convincing this game for UBCO Gold. I want to draw attention right away to Dragon Control. I think that was a huge thing in this game. What does U of M do? This is something that UBCO has been doing all tournament long. They are getting dragons at 5 minutes, between 5 and 6 minutes every single game. And then they get the second one between 10 and 11 minutes every single game. In the first game, it was double soul point. Both had 3 dragons. This one looked very different. What do you think was different? What do you think U of M can do?
do you think, Stefano?
I was gonna leave that one to you, but um, I mean, the biggest thing is like even in the context of that game, they did have a bot lane that should have had the priority to get the dragon earlier. They had the Lucian Nami, so I really do just think it does come down to an execution error on U of M Brown. They're not putting enough emphasis on the dragon. UBCO Gold is consistently the one to start it. And they're really on top of it. And I do just think U of M just needs to put more attention towards the dragon. I don't necessarily think it's anything they're doing wrong in draft or outside the game. I think it is just one of those scenarios where it's just do dragon.
Yeah, I wanted to see, as I said before the game started, I wanted to see how Lucian Nami would play out because if you looked at how the early game comps interact, or not the early game comps, but how the comps interact earlier on, Lucian Nami need to play aggressive. They need to play to win that. However, they can find opportunities, right? But again, I think one of the things that Jarn was doing was playing a lot more towards bot side, and in the sense where he was bought when he needed to be bought. And even though Hecarim, especially in the second drag, I think it was Hecarim could have tried to react to that, and if they had maybe talked a little bit earlier on, maybe a minute before the drag was being interacted with, they may have been able to actually fight that. And I think that if they had put more emphasis on fighting that second drag, they may have found a little bit more success in that game.
Yeah, and there was it was the Soul Dragon that looked like it was going to be in for U of M. They were going to take it, and then Jarvan flag and dragged over the wall and stole it away. So I mean, who knows? Still Soul Point. You got one dragon. It doesn't necessarily change the game, but it would have bought them time. I think at the very least to maybe do something with being behind. Um, yeah, I mean, it's really convincing from UBCO Gold. Do we expect the same in this next game, or do we think that U of M can pull up their bootstraps and take one from them? Taythalis, what do you think?
UBC definitely has the momentum, right? We're talking about, getting the ball rolling, snowballing it down. They definitely have the bigger snowball right now, right? But I think Manitoba still has a very, very good chance, right? I don't know which side they're playing on, but if they do have blue side here again, if they are switching things up, I do think they're going to need to find a different B1. Find a different angle, look for it, because that Zach B1 isn't going to work anymore, right? But I do think again, University of Manitoba has a lot of good looks. It's just all coming down to draft. It looks like, but yeah, I guess we'll have to see.
Do they go into this and draft something? You talked about UBCO Gold drafting something that was easier to execute.
Right.
Does U of M go with something that's more meta or more easy to execute in this third game?
It's hard to say. I've coached some teams around gold, and again, the best way to draft in these sort of tournaments, especially when everyone's around the same elo like this, it's to draft for the easier, more comfortable compositions. And I don't know how many people are on comfort. It looks like there's being different players swapped in and swapped out. But generally speaking, um, I've seen some coaches say, "Hey, just pick Malphite," even though you might get counterpicked. Well, you might be able to ban Silas and Mordekaiser, but if you just have Malphite there, it's an alt, right? It's an alt bot. MF, for example, as well. Stay away from champions like Ezreal. Stay away from champions that require a lot of both game knowledge as well as mechanics. And then, this is game three. This is do or die. Play the comfort and sort of play to win that easier game, right? Just like UBC is doing right now. But it looks like we are playing UVM Brown. They are playing blue side here, so hopefully they do change that B1 pick.
Yeah, and we are going to get into draft in just a couple of minutes. Something I did want to talk about is vision. I talked to Natural and Maurice about this on Friday. I think we had a little discussion about it. Vision when you're behind, and I didn't notice it as much in this game. I noticed it a lot in the first game. This idea that you're behind, you're on the back foot, you're on your heels, and you're trying to get vision deep. It doesn't feel deep because it's in your jungle still, but you're going to the other side of red buff. Let's say you're on blue side, you're trying to get it on the other side of red buff when you don't know where they are and you walk into a death bush. Um, how do you place down vision safely when you're on the back foot that's still efficient because vision is still so important?
I I think one of the biggest thing about Vision that people tend not to understand, especially when you're losing, is that you don't really need wards to show the objectives or necessarily, because you just need wards to show other places they could be beside the objective. Which goes back to what you're saying is you don't need to necessarily ward the Baron if you're super far behind. You can ward the beginning of your jungle as well as some of the lanes to see where they are, and if they're not there, you can assume that they're probably at Baron. I think that especially when you're behind, it's really important to use deductive logic to figure out where they are instead of just necessarily needing to see them to figure out where they are.
Right, yeah, and that makes a lot of sense. And then, you're behind already. The last thing you want to do is feed more kills.
Mm.
So you would rather, play it safe and put a vision close by than give up another kill or a couple kills or whatever it might be. But it looks like we are going into the draft here for Game 3 of U of M Brown versus UBCO Gold. 2-0 for UBCO Gold so far. The Fizz ban coming out right away from U of M Brown. It looks like they have no interest in Sharez on that Fizz.
Yeah, and you know what? I can't blame him. That sounds like a nightmare, but it's actually going to be Caitlyn taken away by UBC Gold. And good pick. Definitely the first game was a UBCO win, but the Caitlyn was definitely a large reason why U of Brown was having such a good time staving off the attack for those last crucial minutes in game 1.
And it looks like they might look to ban the Poppy, and there it is again. So maybe they might look for a Zac B1 again. It is possible, but like I was saying before, hopefully they're going to try and flex that. I don't know if they're able to, but with that Zac pick, it's really important to try and see, if you're actually going to go Zac, what are they going to take? That Poppy gone away. We'll see what they ban away on this third ban for UBC Gold.
I like the Misfortune ban as well. I really think that Misfortune, we saw it in Worlds a lot. Misfortune is incredibly strong right now, especially on a team like that Jarvan Mundo front line with the Seraphine. I mean, we were talking about that a little bit, I think, in the other call. Oh, it looks like Zac, they're hovering it.
Yeah, they banned the
Uh-oh.
Poppy this time, so maybe they're like, "Oh, we got the Poppy out of the way. We got
Yeah.
Zac B1, good pick," and they're definitely looking for it. I mean, they're definitely learning. So, Poppy was definitely an issue for them in the first game. So still going for the Zac. It didn't work out so much last time, so I'm thinking maybe that they're gonna go for more of a different team comp than kind of the heavy dive that we saw in game 1.
Looking Zac, I would assume they just go Jarvan, and then you can take any AD there to match it, and you'll do just fine. But seeing what happened in game 1, Rakan being blind picked, Leona was still up. You had lots of different picks you could take in that Rakan, so maybe they're just really, really hopeful on it. But Olaf is also a very good counter pick into Zac. You can't do anything in Zac. You'll get ran over, you get outscaled. Now you can match it with a support that does pretty much, you can match it with anything. You can Rakan, Yuumi. You can run a Seraphine if you want as well. Olaf just running straight at them on top of the Seraphine ult sounds very dangerous. Any sort of support that does that. But Ezreal on top of that, it's a little bit wonky. But again, against the Zac, that E's going to have a lot of value.
Yeah, and we talked about that in the other, I think after the draft of the first game, maybe, about the Ezreal being safe, something that could, get away from the Zac very easily. Me as a support, I see Zac, I lock in Thresh automatically. Of course, that may not be, 5v5 team situation. If Thresh doesn't fit, he doesn't fit in solo queue, for sure. But we're seeing a Vayne hovered for U of M and locked in. A little scaling comp here.
I mean, Vayne does do really, really well into Olaf. You don't know what Sadness is until you've been someone like Olaf running out of fed Vayne. And they are pairing it with the Karma, so it is going to be a very, very hard Vayne to pin down.
You gotta go Yuumi.
Excellent. Yuumi would be...
They go Yuumi, the game's over.
Yeah.
Yuumi, the game's over. They go Yuumi, the game's over. Just lock in Yuumi.
Yuumi, Ezreal, for those that didn't know, obviously one of the safest lanes possible. You just sit back, you farm all day, and then if you want, Yuumi can just get off Ezreal and go on to these hard bruiser dive champions like Olaf that do so well. And Ezreal still gets the ability to play safe because he's Ezreal, and sure enough, that's what they do. That is a fantastic first phase of the draft for UBC Gold.
Now, all they really need to do is ban away things that would make Vayne do well. As soon as you get Vayne out of the game, you win the game completely and entirely. You know, Zac can try and do things, but against an Olaf with the Yuumi on top of him, does absolutely nothing, right? And if Vayne, for example, if they look to ban away peeling tops, you know, you're going to have a really good time. Because chances are they're going to blind pick top R4 and then take something, you know, as a response pick. Or wherever they're going to put Shaharez, or whatever his name is, for him to get counter.
Do definitely have to be careful because Karma can flex to the mid lane, and if you add another like a a Lulu or something or another enchanter support with this Vayne in the bottom lane, obviously it's still not ideal. Playing an enchanter against something like Yuumi Ezreal doesn't feel great, but the Vayne is going to be really hard to kill, so there's definitely still an option there for the Karma to be flexing the mid lane.
Yeah, I mean,
The other
Lulu
thing
would be great here. It just depends on if they're comfortable in as Karma in mid. You know.
True.
Sorry, Hital. Say what you're gonna say.
I was just going to point out, you know, Vayne is a decent pick into the Ezreal because you're able to, if you want to, you can free scale it, right? And if they do go with the Yuumi, you can lock it in something like a Nautilus as a counter pick to give you some early game, you know, power. It's just, what does that aggressive, like if you weren't to go for the Lulu take, you were to go for something a little more aggressive, a little more frontliney, how does that pair into the Olaf? But with the Irelia coming in as R4, it is looking like they are going to try and make it a little bit harder for the Vayne to play the game. Irelia is half decent into the Vayne because you are going to go straight at her, and Vayne ultimately being the champion that doesn't have too much range. If you do make it so hard for her to try and think about how she wants to move, you know, she might, you know, go for some Vayne tick. Yeah, I think that's the correct term. Vayne tick might start, you know, coming out.
And the Lux take barrier play safe mid lane might be the play from U of M Brown, and they pick the scaling top lane as well. So a more kind of rounded team comp from U of M Brown, but a very, very focused with a decisive goal for a team comp from UBC Gold. They do have the last pick. It can go mid or top. They already have enough bruisers for the Yuumi, so they don't really need someone that tanky to go in, although I'm sure Yuumi wouldn't hate something like a Silas, for example, but really, the world is UBC's oyster right now.
Malphite.
Yeah.
Interesting pick. Interesting pick indeed. I like the Malphite into the Jax. It's going to give you a little more weak side control, especially as I was talking about earlier. If you do have that Malphite that can just lock down that Vayne, you know, all you have to do is just press Alt, and that Vayne gets knocked up, and Olaf runs him down. Yuumi ults on top, and then all of a sudden, not only can Jax, it's harder for Jax to get a lead, but now all of a sudden Vayne has to worry about that because chances are Jax can come out laning phase, hopefully anyway, 0-0.
Yeah, and of course they needed a little bit of that AP damage to round out their team as well. I think, you know, obviously Malphite is probably not going to build full AP. Is that a thing?
I mean,
Not when you win.
you could theoretically go for the Everfrost. It's just, you know, what are you pairing it off with, right? What are you giving away?
Yeah.
But I do think with the Olaf here, it's very hard for you to try and have a tank, and especially if Jax doesn't get out of control, you're not going to be, you know, having to worry too much about the fact that, hey, you do have a lot of AD. But again, if that Olaf does get ahead and that Jax does stay a little bit more down, it's going to be perfectly fine, I think.
So looking at these two teams right now, UBCO Gold, is their win condition to shut down Vayne and then they just insta win?
I do think, actually, in this game, it's much harder for not so much the Vayne, because I think Vayne can be dealt with no matter how fed she is, assuming that her front line isn't ahead as well. Olaf can always get through as long as, again, that front line isn't too far ahead. And if Jax is far ahead, you have that chance to actually play for the split. And you can then, you know, do whatever you want against Irelia, against Malphite, whoever comes to, you know, towards you. The thing about Olaf and Yuumi is, again, um, you can do whatever you want if you got a lead. And Ezreal can now poke. Their range, they don't have too much range. It's going to be very hard to get into Ezreal. So if you do try and play around team fights to now get HP advantages through the poke, you're going to be having a little more of a happier time here. But I do think the way to win this game as UBC Gold is actually keeping Jax down, because you always do have that Malphite ult. And if Vayne ever gets CC'd, she's instantly dead, right?
Right. So, sounding like, sorry, Stephanie, you want to say something?
Yeah, no, I was just gonna say I agree. I do think that UBC Gold really has to make sure that they don't fall victim to the same trap they did in the first game, where they're not pushing their leads fully and not ending the game. Because U of M Brown, if they get to the late game where you have the Karma and the Lux dishing out shields, where you have this split pushing Jax, which no one can realistically match, U of M Brown definitely does have a team that can definitely win come the late game. So it is going to be on UBC Gold to really shut them down before they can scale up and let that happen.
Okay, before we go to our competitive integrity break, then, Stefano,
Mm.
who's going to win the game?
I actually think it's going to be U of M Brown winning this one. I predicted 3-1, and I think this is the one Brown takes.
Okay, Taytalis?
I still got to give it to UBC. They have the easier comp to pull off. I don't want to say Olaf is an easy champion, but Olaf is generally pretty easy. You run at them, you have everything you could ever want to come with you. You've got an Ezreal that's gonna be safe. You got a Malphite that comes in with you. You got an Irelia who can just, if she's got flash up, she comes in as well. And well, simply put, Vayne's hard, right? Vayne is a difficult champion. Sure, you have Zac. Sure, you have Lux, but Jax is also very, very hard. So your two carries here that you need to perform are generally pretty hard. And it's very hard for them to get leads in this early game as well. So I do think I'm going to get UBC Gold.
Okay, so UBC Gold for Taytalis and U of M Brown for Stefano. Let's see who is right. We're going to take a quick competitive integrity break. Don't go anywhere for the Game 3 of U of M Brown versus UBCO Gold.
And welcome back to our pre-season tournament finals. University of Manitoba Brown versus UBC Okanagan Gold. If you haven't been following, UBC Okanagan Gold is at match point. Only one game away from claiming the whole tournament. They are currently at match point. I am currently with Funky D Stefano, as Maurice did have to go. But taking a look again at what some of these team compositions that we have talked before, I got your predictions. I'll tell you my prediction.
What's your prediction, Natural?
My prediction is that it's gonna be an absolute banger, but that UBC Okanagan Gold is still gonna take it.
You
I
know
have
what?
a feeling that's what's gonna happen.
I can agree with at least half of that sentence. So we take that.
We do take that. Of course. I am a student at UBC, so there's some. No, I'm just kidding.
Home team cheering. I see.
Oh, teaming.
Yeah.
No, this is a professional broadcast, and there is no bias here whatsoever, and we do not curse ever. Of course, I have never done that.
No.
No,
Yeah.
it's
We're professionals, yeah, of
we're
course.
professionals. Yeah.
So, speaking of professionals, let's talk about the video game we're being paid to cast. So, I think the first thing that I want to notice is that we once again have a roster swap by UMB with Dinsbag back in the top lane, and Dr. Ninja is now on AD carry. Carry though, in retrospect, he might have been there before, but I guess U of MB just really wanting to get Dinsbag on the top lane for blue side, or just feeling that it might be better this game.
Yep. It looks like they're flip-flopping around with teammates and with their picks as well as their roles. But hopefully this is the one clutch swap that will help them bring this series back. University of Manitoba Brown, of course, they're one game away from being eliminated and from losing the finals. So if they want to get to Silver Scrapes, they need to win 2 more games, which is not an easy feat, as we've seen UBC Okanagan Gold be very dominant here. As Dinsbag with the level 2 advantage, he's going to go in on Snow Day Zoe. He doesn't have the lethal damage quite yet, but a good trade nonetheless.
Yeah, a solid trade. Missed a few CS, but shouldn't matter too much. He's really just trying to get out of this lane. If as Keenan said, if this Jax can become a problem, this Jax is going to be a huge problem, and that might be the kill.
Okay, the flash is gonna have to come out, but Dinsbag still has his, which means that, and the flash W is gonna be more than enough. First blood goes over to Dinsbag.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly not what you want to see from UBC. You know, Natural right now quaking in his UBC dorm room. 1-0 on the Jax this early game is or can snowball into be a very large issue. He has the Sheen already, so it's going to be on Dinsbag now. Now, as well as on both junglers, they know there's no flashes top. This top lane, as well as this top scuttle leader, are probably going to be a large point of contention coming in.
Absolutely, and Satan is already on it. They have the mid prio though, as Satan, he gets the scuttle crab, but he's gonna get stunned up, gonna have to flash away from the binding. And I have to feel like if the Juan for you maybe skips a camp, I feel like he could have gotten this crab. But instead he's not gonna get it, and he might actually be getting double crabbed here.
Yeah, I guess just really wanted the full clear, but Zach just definitely not able to clear at the same speed of something like that Olaf, and that is going to result in him being double scuttled.
Yeah, the double scuttle is going to come through.
Yeah, but he is going top. There's no flash available. Dinsbag is low health, kind of far back. Yeah, not going to be able to get the flash on it.
Fortunately, there was no target for the Juan for you to connect his Q to. So not going to be able to find that knockup as well as the follow-up. But PP-Poo, excuse me, he finds an Olaf. Of course, the Olaf is not even close to level 6, and he doesn't have the level 6, as you said. But the Yumi is there with the heal, and with the trades back is going in favor of UBC Okanagan quite heavily. But Satani's walking in. One more auto attack, and Dr. Ninja, he claims the kill. Z-Strike, though, the Conqueror has been proc. Dr. Ninja has the red buff. Z-Struck, though. Sharez coming in with the flash E. He's gonna miss. PP-Poo burns the flash at the exact right time. The teleport is used by Z-Killer Penguins, and UBC Okanagan Gold and University of Manitoba Brown, they're all over the map.
Yep. Yeah, you know, ended up just pushing a little bit. I'm sorry, I would have gone to you if I knew he was going to go in, but I thought there was surely no way that Dinsbag...
Surely you don't go in there, right?
Surely that not into the full minion wave and the Malphite when you're at 2 HP, but Dinsbag's strategy elude even himself at sometimes, I believe.
It's a Dinsbag gap, regardless of who wins. It's always a Dinsbag gap.
Exactly. And we do see UBC now starting up the first Riken like they've done the past 2 games, and once again there's no contention from the side of UMB, just deciding that they don't need the first dragon. It is at least Infernal Dragon first, so you can guarantee that there's no Infernal Soul as the win condition, but even still, just standard play from the first 2 games, and it didn't work out for the first 2 games for UMB, so I guess identifying that the problem was not within the Dragons.
Yeah. And Dinsbag, regardless of being the beholder of that first blood, he is so far like down this it's incomprehensible how he's losing. I mean, he's 2 levels behind because he lost those 2 waves that were stacked under his turret, and now this poor Jax is just getting bullied by this rock. It's a very difficult time right here in the top lane.
We do see Zach coming up. There is no flash on either of these 2. Dinsbag.
Snowday! He walked back into the turret and almost died.
Oh my god, he did. I didn't even notice. Oh.
That is 1 HP on this Malphite right now, and yeah, he's gonna use the Unstoppable Force to get out, but that was very close from being a very big whoopsie there for Snowday Zoe.
I think you mean it was a very elaborate bait, but now we got Olaf coming in the bot lane. Yeah, just sees the pink ward, gives it a few love taps, bounces out. Not gonna be anything coming of that. We do see here into the mid lane, it is even on CS, though there hasn't been a solo kill, and Lux does have the summoner spell advantage in terms of having the teleport over the ignite. She is up on a few CS as well, but doesn't matter too much. But even still, well played to Lux, you know, to be able to play safe, make sure you don't die against something as volatile as this Aurelia.
Yeah. And, you know, we have to mention Sharez was looking as an absolute monster in the previous games, but in this game, in the past 2 games, Dinsbag, I think, is just dead. Okay, Z Killer Penguin actually gets the solo kill onto Sha-Rez. Now, this is not something we have seen a lot. In fact, this is the first time we see it. Sha-Rez getting solo killed. Meanwhile, Dinsbag was about to get solo killed, and yeah, that was just luck up there at the top lane, if we're honest.
No, it was purely calculated. It's Dinsbag.
100% calculated. He gets out, but yeah, it's a rough time there in the top lane right now for Dinsbag. But I mean, Z-Killer Penguins, as I was saying that Sha-Rez was a little underperforming compared to yesterday, I mean, Z-Killer Penguins takes the kill.
Yeah, and you know, that is really big now. You know, I really like to snowball on these squishy caster-like characters. It is still important that Sha-Rez does still have kill threat on Z-Killer Penguins, as long as they're not poked out. He still absolutely wins that all in. So Z-Killer Penguins can't feel quite too safe, but even still, getting a kill on an Aurelia mid lane as a squishy caster like Lux, that's gonna be very annoying to deal with going forward.
Indeed. If Lux just keeps her at arm's length, there's not much that Aurelia can do, especially without her flash. I feel like that's really the opportunity for Aurelia to kind of hard engage onto this Lux is when her flash is up and Lux flashes is down. Or you just flash in with the ultimate and get a kill here. As we see a bit more of this bot lane, just a lot of farming going on. It looks like both bot lanes just trying to scale up into the later stages of this game.
Yeah. You know what? Both of them, that's fine. That's the goal for Yuumi Ezreal. You know, come mid-game, Yuumi can just dip, but... Oh! Gives him a little love tap as he's leaving. You know, a little 1-2, good to see you. Tap him on the back as he backs.
Pretty much. Just a little pat on the back before he goes back to base. Satan did claim that Rift Herald just as Dinsbag was about to cancel his back. And honestly, I'm not sure if Dinsbag won that. But regardless of that, it looks okay. The Juan for you is actually coming in with the gank and instantly deleted. Z-Struck goes down. The cat is still alive, but the Yeti carry is no more.
That was a fantastic gank by the one of you.
Oh, Snow Day Zoe, he flashes! Dinsbag, no! Dinsbag, he gets baited by the flash and then gets unstoppable force in the face. Meanwhile, in the bot lane, Dr. Ninja, he goes down. Satan with the flash in, with the cat on top. The barrage is pretty good. It does some damage, but Satan is going down. The Juan for you, so is he. Sha-Rez is here. The flash ultimate. The Vanguard's Edge connects Pee-Pee-Poo. He has to flash out. The Zac is going down. The passive has been popped, and I don't think blue team, there's anything for you to do here anymore. UBC Okanagan Gold, they take control of this bot lane once again.
Oh, that's so scary, but I don't think we're done just yet as Sha-Rez goes back in.
Sha-Rez is going back in indeed. The E doesn't connect, though. That would have most likely been another kill on the board. But regardless of that, Snow Day Zoe is putting a clinic up in this top lane on Dinzy.
Oh, absolutely. Just shutting him down at every opportunity we see. He's consistently winning trades. He's up in CS. He's gone 3 turret plates to O, and he's just toying with Dinsbag now. But Dinsbag looks like he wants more.
Looks like he wants more indeed, but one more Q, a comment, and a few auto attacks, and that's it, Dinzy. You gotta be careful. You're walking a very thin line right now. The HP bars are so low, but it's a 2-level advantage for Snow Day Zoe. He's running back the Q, and he just dies. Snow Day Zoe pops the mastery as the Rock goes 3-1.
Slap the Riot logo down on the ground. Put some respect on the name, and that's another solo kill in the top lane. We said it was going to be a nightmare if this Jax got ahead for UBC, but we didn't even talk about the unspeakable horror that Snow Day Zoe can do now that he's 3-1, 30 CS. He's got that holy trinity of fun with the steel plants, but now he's keeping into Dragon to see if he can change something.
UBC Okanagan Gold, once again, they always look for these early dragons, but they may have gone a little too far, or have they? Satan, he takes over Dinsbag, gets instantly popped. This Vayne is condemned into a wall. Not condemned, stunned into the wall. As Sha-Rez, he's in the back line. The unstoppable force onto 2. It's a double kill for Snow Day Zoe. The Juan for you, he's just trying to get out. As Zoe waves goodbye. And UBC Okanagan Gold, they take the second dragon of the game.
Yeah, a good TP there. Response by Snow Day Zoe. Yeah, got rooted by the Yuumi, and you see a nice ult here by Snow Day Zoe. I believe he actually sold his Bomby Cinders to buy the Thornmail in that clip. because beforehand he had the Bomby Cinder, and now he does not. So just really wanting that power spike, I guess, for the Thornmail, and you know what? It pays off. He's 5-1. He's 5-1 now, and it's going to be even harder for Dinsbag to deal with this. If Jax can't side lane, there's really not much he can do.
Indeed. I mean, what can Dinsbag do? Look at the damage that just a Q and an E does to Dinsbag. Well, Dinsbag does absolutely no damage. In fact, he's not even auto-attacking Snowday Zoe, but you have to do something, Dinsy. You're getting Q'd. He's going to Q away, but the slow is so annoying, and he's most likely going to die again. I don't even know if he needs the Unstoppable Force. He's going to Q him under the turret. Both Mastery are being flashed, but I think I know which one is going to be the winner here.
And I think this might be the first time I've ever seen a Malphite proxy someone with so much confidence. We do see now, though, Z-Killer Penguins is rotating down, but he has the Unstoppable Force. The Q connects.
And it's the shutdown for the Lux. Now that is one meaningful shutdown, because if there's one character that can make up for the mistakes of his teammates, it is this Lux. There is so much armor on the enemy team already. And this Malphite, the only person that can realistically kill this Malphite is Z-Killer Penguins, and he's doing pretty well for himself right now.
Yeah, he's 2-0. He said before he got the solo kill, picked that one up as well. 15 CS up. We see as well, he's not making the same mistake Taythals was calling out Dinsbag for. He has the, at least he has the armor from the steel caps, and he additionally has the stopwatch, and there's the Seeker's arm guard as well. So this Irelia as well, really gonna lose a lot of the kill pressure she had with that purchase, as the Ludens is picked up as well. This Lux is strong and not going to die.
Yeah, Z-Killer Penguins right now, he's pretty far accelerated. And not only that, but with access to that Seeker's Armor Guard, as well as the... I was about to call it Ninja Tabbies again. In fact, it is the iron-plated
steel caps.
Plated steel caps. Yeah, there we go. Just too much of a boomer brain. But yeah, regardless of that, you know, UBC Okanagan Gold, they don't have that much AP damage. So going with quite a lot of armor stacking is definitely not bad.
Yeah, it is for sure going to make her super tanky. She's also got a fat shield just by virtue of being Lux on her. So going to be really hard to kill. You see, even going up.
Hey, Sharez, he's going for the solo kill. Z-Killer Penguin, he has to flash out. And yeah, unfortunately, no matter how much armor you have, if Aurelia has Blade of the Ruin King, she's still going to do damage to you.
We are just aggressively trying to caster curse Z-Killer Penguin so much.
Indeed.
Yeah. Oh. Alright, and we see Dinsbag back in the top lane, still struggling, but as for this Lux, it's really going to depend if she can get those long-range bindings. She needs to stay at an arm's reach. If she can do that with this game against so many melee dive threats, they are going to be golden for the rest of this game. It really is just a question of how well can she space those long-range abilities.
As the Dinsbag here, he's pretty low on HP, and Snowday Zoe, he has the Unstoppable Force. He baits out the E, Q, E, Ultimate, Flasher Mastery, and that's another solo kill going over to Snowday Zoe. Just a little too easy, as Sharez here, he's being pulled in. Unfortunately, he didn't manage to pull it back in early enough for the final spark, which means that Sharez gets out.
Yep, and not even a sunburned by Sharez. That is a best case scenario. She still maintains her flash advantage as well as the ignite advantage over the Lux. She'll even be able to side lane against this Jax as well, who has now lost his first tower. We see Malphite pushing in. He's probably going to back. He'll get the reset, and really the map is his now. But looks like bot lane's looking to have a fight before Malphite can get down there.
Yeah, they're doing just a little bit of trading here, but both Satan and the Juan for You are pathing to this bot lane, and there's vision for both. So, yeah, it looks like both junglers are just going to walk away. But this third dragon in 45 minutes is once again most likely what's going to decide these games. UBC Okanagan Gold really like this dragon stacking strategy, and it has worked for them so far, as so much damage actually coming in from Z-Struck. The poke is real. They cannot get on top of this Ezreal at all, and so much damage has been done already. Satan, he's ulting in. PP might just be dead. Yes, he is to the E. The flash in from Satan. The ultimate has been used by Dr. Ninja, but he's taking so much damage. The Rift Herald actually doing damage to him. The final spark, though, that's a shutdown for the Lux. Satan is brought down to 1 HP. The last auto attack doesn't kill him. The Yumi heal, but the E, that's another shutdown going over to the Lux. The cat is low HP as well. Dr. Disrespect most likely going to die on this one. No, he isn't. He's running away. And Sharez in the backline with Snowday Zoe also there. That means they clean up the fight.
Oh, it was looking so good. They got the ult, but just one more auto needed on Satan to get the
So
kill.
tragic.
But the Yumi Airy Shield with the Triumph as well, and by that time the cavalry has arrived. Snow Day Zoe comes in, cleans it up. Same with Suarez, and it looks like in the top lane, yeah, Dinsbeg died again.
Unfortunate. Even our camera has no
Our
words
camera
for
can't
him at
keep
this
up.
point. As Dr. Ninja,
Oh!
he dived into the E, or maybe Sharez predicted it, but regardless, he got condemned into the wall, so he's gonna have to flash out. Dr. Ninja, he's considering following through, but he cannot as the teleport comes through for the side of University of Manitoba Brown. This dragon is gonna be started. Z Killer Penguin, he's here. He catches the Yumi off guard. Dr. Disrespect goes down, and with now Satan, he's going in, but he's all alone, and Dr. Ninja with the shield bow survives. This is going to be the dragon going over to University of Manitoba.
All right, that is big for University of Manitoba, delaying that soul by 5 minutes to get, getting that extra 5 minutes of scaling, that 5 extra minutes of the few more levels, that little bit of CS could prove huge. They really need to wait to get this Vayne, to get this Jax back in the game. So getting a single Ocean Drag might not seem like a lot. It's probably going to be the last drag they get for the rest of the game, but even still, it can have very large impacts going forward.
Indeed, a Z-Struck, fancy movement there, managed to dodge out as Dinsbag is just going to cancel Snow Days, so he's back here. But I don't know, I don't think there's anything else you want to do with this Malphite right now. He is so fed, 9-2-0 with 2 items as well as the plated steel caps. He's most likely going to pick up another component here.
Yeah, he is going to be an absolute tank, and one of the things about being so far ahead on Malphite is that now, of course, he's going to get a million armor, but because he's so far ahead, he doesn't have to go for that last armor item if he doesn't want to. Yeah, and here he is. He's going for that MR item, probably the Abyssal Mass to get that 15% damage amp, but that's going to be a large problem for the side of UMD. Is a huge portion of their strength was the fact that Z Killer Penguin could kill almost anyone because she was so far ahead. But with this Malphite being so far ahead and him itemizing for that magic resist for the singular Z Killer Penguins, he's going to be almost impossible to kill too. And now you're just left in a situation where no one short of Vayne for like 15 minutes can kill this Malphite.
Indeed, this Malphite is looking like a menace on the Rift, waddling around with no one to stop him. Snow Days Zoe once again showing up in these games as the tank. You know, it's crazy because we've the tank meta has kind of died recently, or not even recently, in the past 2 years. As Dinsbag, he's caught on the other side of the wall. He just has to queue back. As PP Boo, he was on the other side of the wall. I'm not sure why Dinsbag just didn't queue onto him. But regardless, Z Killer Penguins unfortunately missing by an inch on Z-Struck.
Yeah, we're gonna call that one lag and just not talk about it again because unfortunate on the miss there. We see now them sieging mid lane. Zach is in position for the counter gank. Elastic Slingshot's gonna be winding up soon, but do they want this fight? Jax has no TP. Yeah, they're just gonna back up.
That is the one thing. Sieging a Zach as well as a Lux, not the best strategy, but doesn't matter when you can just siege all 3 turrets at the same time. Lux can't be at all 3 places at the same time. As Dinsbag here, he's trying to defend this bot turret as well as he can, but the E connects, and Sharez, he's gonna go for it, and he's gonna claim it. Sharez is on a killing spree. As in this mid lane here, we have Satan. He's actually going for the dive, but he's going in way too deep. He goes down. It's a 1-for-1 overall.
Yeah, a little bit of miscommunication there. It looks like he thought that Snow Day Zoe was a little bit closer. If they had the Snow Day Zoe there, you know, Malphite ult, obviously on this huge Malphite, would have probably made the difference, but miscommunication cost them a death, but in the grand scheme of things, shouldn't matter too much. You do have the Malphite, as well as the Yumi as healer, and they should just be able to get this tower right on this wave instead.
Looks like the one for you using the elastic slingshot. The unstoppable force deletes PP Poo off the map. And Snow Day Zoe once again emoting as he goes back.
Yeah, Malphite is actually my favorite assassin in League of Legends. And he's showing why. I guess anyone's an assassin when you have 10 kills and 2 deaths. 20 minutes in the game, but they're gonna get that reset. He should be able to maybe get the full Abyssal Mask or be rather close to if he doesn't get it. Yeah, there's the full He's got 3 items at 22 minutes, and his lane partner has not even 1.5. So definitely gonna be a little bit of a threat, this Malphite going forward. You're gonna have to hugely watch him for the side of UMB. It's gonna be so hard for them to make sure they're staying out of vision to get these Zac plays, to get these picks with the Lux, but also making sure they know where the Malphite is at all times, because they cannot fight if the Malphite is there.
Have you ever seen a Malphite 1v9? Well, that is my question, ladies and gentlemen, because I'm pretty sure you're about to see it happen right under your eyes, right here, right now, as this third dragon pops up. You know UBCO Okanagan Gold is going to go for it. They've shown time and time again that they want this dragon soul as bad as possible, as early as possible. Juan for you is in this bush. He's waiting. He's waiting for his opportunity, but so is UBC Okanagan Gold. They're setting up. And man, oh man, I don't know if University of Manitoba Brown have any options right here.
Yeah, Z-Killer Penguin does use the TP to get there. That implies they do want to fight. Dinsbag has the TP available in the top lane, but UBC's just going to start. Shars is on the side.
Shars is on the side. He's going to get spotted by the Juan for you. Snowday he's waiting in this bush. I think they're trying to go for a steal. I don't think they want to go for a fight. Z-Killer Penguins, he puts the E down. He has the final spark. The steal does not come through. Somehow Ezreal claims this kill, this dragon. As Snowday he gets binded up, and the Juan for you, he's caught out against Shah-Rez. He's most likely going to try to take the plant, but I don't think it's going to be enough. Shah-Rez claims the kill with the passive. It's just going to take a few more seconds there. Kill the blobs. There we go. Shah-Rez is on rampage.
Yep, and it didn't take long.
Unstoppable force over the wall onto Dr. Ninja. I don't know if that was blind or what, but he almost dies. Thank God for Immortal Shield Bow, but I don't think there's anything protecting this turret.
Yeah, the shield bow might be immortal, but Dr. Ninja is not having to flash out of there immediately afterwards. They're gonna give up the inhib, but that might not be all they give up, as Shars is looking aggressive.
He's looking very aggressive indeed, but this binding catches him. He has to flash away, and Z-Killer Penguins, he's trying to keep this game alive as hard as he possibly can, but the inhib is down. And man, oh man, Z-Killer Penguins, you're trying so hard. 6-1 on this Lux with the event horizon already completed, but is it going to be enough is my question.
Oh, and that is the bot lane inhib for UBCG, and that is so good for them. They can now pressure Baron as much as they want. Dinsbag does have the teleport too, but he's not going to be clearing this super efficiently. He can't match Snowday Zoe should Snowday Zoe just walk bot and pressure it. So Baron's on the table for UBC, and there's very little U of M Brown can do about it.
There is one thing that they can do about it, and that's Z-Killer Penguins stealing it.
That's true.
Whether that fantasy will come to life or not is up to University of Manitoba Brown to decide. As Shah-Rez here trying to push in some waves, as Dinsbag is in that bush. He's looking at an angle. I think they're trying to collapse onto Shah-Rez. Let's see if this works out for them. The teleport is coming in from Snowday Zoe. Dinsbag is stunned up. He uses the counter-strike, but the unstoppable force is there, and there's nothing you can do to stop it, because it is unstoppable, as I said. But anyways, the one for you, he's going out. Shah-Rez and Snowday Zoe, they're gonna get slowed down by the E, but it's not enough. Z-Struck, he flashes over the wall, into the wall, as Pee-Pee-Poo, he's running for his life, but the Baron is most likely gonna go down for UBC Okanagan.
Absolute desperation come out from UMB. They think they can take the 2v1, but you know, Snowday Zoe has the TP, and even if they doesn't, Suarez still might have been able to 2v1 them. There, as you said, the final spark comes out, and unfortunately, we do not live in the world where we get a lot of clips on Reddit, because it does not get the steal, and that is going to be the Baron for UBCG.
Now, wearing purple, 2 minutes away from this Ocean Soul, with an absolutely massive Malphite, with Shah-Rez being relatively fed on this Aurelia. One last hope in this Lux, and a dream of a comeback, and some very unlikely comeback here at this point for University of Manitoba Brown, as well as the Silver Scrapes. So far away, yet. I mean, game 1 was so incredibly close, but this game 3 does not look that close at all. 7k gold gap. UBC Okanagan Gold is just looking to walk this one down mid lane.
Yeah, and it just feels so bad as UBCG go to Siege. Now we see you got Yumi has the Mikhails as well, so you can't even really see anyone as Snow Days
Will force onto 3, and all they have to kill is the Lux, and this game is completely over. Satan, he's going in. The ultimate has already been used, though, and Z-Killer Penguins is on a killing spree. The ultimate was used by the Malphite, but no one has yet to go down. Dinsbag is going in, and he finds a kill. The Final Spark does so much damage, but it's not enough. Snow Day Zoe, he is dominating. Dr. Disrespect is low, though, and with the health bars being so low, I think they have successfully fought off this Baron.
Oh, they fought at the Baron, but at what cost? There's no TP on Dinsbag, and Dragon spawning 10 seconds before he spawns. If UBC is on this, they will be able to do the Dragon directly when it spawns. This should be the Ocean Soul for UBCG because of that Dinsbag TP that resulted in his death.
Satan is dead. University of Manitoba Brown, they have to walk into this. They have to go here. Snowy Zoe doesn't have access to the ultimate quite yet, and he's on a ward. He's gonna get Elastic Slingshot. He has to flash away. And look at the cooldowns here. Pay attention. Snow Day Zoe, he's getting his ultimate very soon, but not quite yet. The final chapter is used. Sharez, he's getting very, very low. He's queuing back in, but the shutdown is coming in for Dr. Ninja. Snow Day Zoe, he has access to the ultimate. 3-man knock-up. The Mastery 7, Dr. Ninja, there's nowhere for you to go. Snow Day Zoe goes godlike as the super minions finish the game in the bot lane. UBC Okanagan Gold, I think they've just done it in 3 games to 0. Completely clean series here. They might just be able to take over and win this series.
13, 2, and 3 is Snow Day Zoe. 2 deaths and 3 assists. 3 assists is the amount of top people he's hit with his ult every single time. He is a monster on this Malphite. From the lane dominance to the game dominance, consistently carrying his team. They pick up the Ocean Soul. They're not even gonna go for the end now. They're gonna play it slow and methodical, make sure they get everything. They have the Ocean Soul, 2 inhibs, and now they're just going for the last one.
Yeah, I may have gotten a little too excited there. They're not going to be able to finish the game quite yet. But I mean, looking at this game realistically, it's very, very hard to see how University of Manitoba Brown bounce back from this one. Now with an Ocean Soul on their back, UBC Okanagan Gold with Snow Day Zoe 13, 2, and 3 on this Malphite. I have never seen a Malphite this fed in my entire life. Look at those items. He's basically full build. He does not care. He went for the Medjais. He went for the book. He is going for Rabadons as his last item. He knows he's unkillable anyways, so might as well stack some damage on top of that bad boy. And look at this absolute monster waddling his way around the rift, killing some chickens right before finishing off his enemies.
Yeah, and there's, importantly as well, he has the Ocean Soul as well. It's not even just the raw tankiness, it's the healing as well. And right now, unfortunately, there's not a lot.
Oh!
Oh, I was gonna say, I have Monka W right there. Not a lot of grievous wounds on the side of UMB. You do have the Karma that is working on the Putrefier. She needs 550 at least to finish that. And once she gets that, they should be okay-ish against the Ocean Soul. But even still, that's the almost only form of grievous wounds they have on their team. So this Ocean Soul is going to be getting a buttload of value as well.
Z-Killer Penguins here was trying to bait a fight, and he has successfully done so. Sharezi's going in so deep. He's 1v5. He stays alive for so long, but he doesn't stay alive for long enough. Dr. Ninja, they claim another pick. And University of Manitoba Brown, they're clinging on to dear life once more.
Yeah, a little bit too far up by Suarez. They are going to luckily trade it down for the bot lane. It didn't look like they necessarily, or UMB necessarily needed to trade their bot lane, but Satan's going to get away with it in any case. That is going to be now, 2 of the inhibs taken down for the side of UBC, and now it gets really threatening. They can focus all their energy topside, and once that final inhib falls, it is going to be the triple super minion, and you can already see how much damage that Ezreal is doing. You really don't want him to have the safety of the super minions to retreat to.
Triple super minions generally means GG. There is nothing that you can do when there are triple inhibitors down unless you have an extremely high potential of scaling on your team. Triple inhib almost always means the death of your game, as UBC Okanagan Gold now with the soul I wonder if they're gonna wait for the Baron. The Baron is coming up soon, and I don't think there's any way University of Manitoba Brown can walk out and contest it. Once again, I feel like everything is resting on the shoulders of Z-Killer Penguins getting a miraculous steal to delay this game once more, but it hasn't happened yet. So can it happen now?
Yeah, not quite in position to fight this as a team. It is just going to be have to be a steal, as you say. We can see her on the mini-map. She's moving with the Zac and Yumi. She's there in time, but she's got no vision. Oh, it's prepping for a fight. Halfway down is the Baron. They still don't have vision though, but now we see Suarez on the flank coming behind them.
Trying to go for a steal here. They're trying to go for the fight, and they stole it! It has been stolen by the Lux. The shutdown coming in from Dinzy. But look at the bot side. Malphite is trying. No, he's not managing to end the game. Poo, he's running away. Okay, that's a double kill for the Ezreal already. Now Z-Killer Penguin, he has to run away. The binding is good, though. But there's no follow-up damage. The E is just slows them down. But Sharez, he's so strong with the Yumi on his back. And now they're kiting away. They're trying to survive as best as they can. All they need is one Baron at the very least. Flash away from the unstoppable force. The timing was good, but the Malphite is still too strong. Dr. Ninja, he's being dove. He's surviving for now. Unfortunately, Z-Struck takes the kill onto the Lux. And now Dr. Ninja is fighting back. Snowdy's always getting very low. This Vayne shut down for Dr. Ninja. But the barrage is there. He goes down, unfortunately. The Zac passive pops. And Z-Struck and Dr. Disrespect are still alive. But the passive has been used. No way! The shutdown for the Juan for you! He's still alive! They didn't kill him! The Zac is here to save the game! Somehow, University of Manitoba Brown are still alive!
Huge play by the Zac, saving the game. If he had died there, they certainly lose. And we can see here, I'm not sure what was going on. I'm definitely gonna blame the support because my AD carry tells me that's the right thing to do. But just too much damage for the Ezreal. Doesn't have enough to take off the Zac himself, and that's huge. They save the last inhib. They don't lose the game. Their mid inhib is up now. That gives them the chance to come back in this game. As small as a chance that might be, it's only about 1 or 2 Elder Dragons and fights away from winning.
That is the first very, very big step in an ultimately even larger path towards winning this game, to an ultimately even larger path of winning this series for University of Manitoba Brown. But it is one step nonetheless. It's Satan. He flashes onto Z-Killer Penguin, but he doesn't find it. He tries to take the blast code, but he's ulted. You cannot do that. That is illegal. Dinsbag slays Satan right before their Elder Dragon. There's no jungler alive for the team of UBC. And now the one for you, he has the smite. He is the jungler. He's still alive. So this Elder Dragon, it's looking good for University of Manitoba Brown. But keep your eyes on Snow Day Zoe. He still has access to that ultimate. He still has that absolutely massive knockup if he needs to. 4K on the Elder Dragon, 2K, 1K. It's going down. Blue team has slain it. Z-Killer Penguins, he's still alive. He has the massive Lux ult. The final spark takes the kill. There's no shot. University of Manitoba Brown, they're bringing this game back from the absolute brink. Z-Struck is getting run down. He gets hit by the counter strike. He dodges out on the Lux binding, but will it be enough? No, it shall not. Dinsbag is on a killing spree. Dr. Disrespect goes down as well. And University of Manitoba Brown, how do they do this? How do they keep getting away with this? They're still alive. They're still in this game.
Oh my god, goodness, Brown just tenacious as ever. They're able to steal the Elder Dragon away. They're able to defend their base. They have 1 inhib down, but they have a 4-item Vayne on their side. They have an almost full build Lux on their side. They have scaled their Jax at 3-item. The Jax is very much able to side lane against the Malphite now. This is actually putting UMB in a position to win. It is arguable that they are ahead now in this game. UMBC has to try and group up and end this as quickly as possible. If they can get any more items on this Vayne, if they can get more advantages on this Jax, there is just not enough teamfight capability on UBC to defend them off. The clock is almost run out and time is ticking for UBC now.
University of Manitoba Brown, they have that Elder Dragon. I feel like this is the time. They shouldn't play this like they did game 1. Don't wait for it to expire. Don't wait for the enemy team to just time out on your Elder Dragon. This is your time to make a play. This is your time to finally get ahead in this game. They need to take advantage of this Elder Dragon that they have. And it looks like they're trying. They're grouping up in this mid lane. They have access to it. Z-Killer Penguins is completely full build. This is one final spark on this Ezreal, and he just instantly dies. So let's see if they manage to siege successfully onto this mid lane.
And yet we see Satan not with the group again right now. That was the problem last fight. He was picked too early. They need to stay together, have their damage consolidated with the strong DPS of Ezreal and the sustain of Yuumi. Right now they're just doing their best to defend off. It is going to be trying to clear the way, but that final spark dealing 60% of Z-Struck's HP, and now they're looking for the second tier tower.
That's the thing with the Yuumi and with the Ocean Soul. He's just back to full almost instantly. You have to delete these members, or if the team fight goes just a single second too long, it might just be a kill. As Z-Killer Penguins here, he's caught out, and he's too far up indeed. Z-Struck, he has killed Z-Struck already. Satani's going in onto Fly Ninja. He's gonna manage to take the kill. Dr. Ninja, he's gonna take Dr. Disrespect down as well. Double kill for the Vayne already. Triple kill, maybe triple kill for the Vayne. Z-Struck, quadra kill for the Vayne. There's no shot. Charez is down. One more auto attack, and it's the pentakill for the Vayne. University of Manitoba Brown, they take the ace. Even though Z-Killer Penguin goes down early, it doesn't matter. Dr. Ninja with the pentakill.
Oh my goodness, Dr. Ninja kiting back so hard. Satan and Yuumi doing their best, but late game Olaf is no match for late game Vayne, and you see now all the cooldowns are spent by UBC, and it's Vayne just walking her way through the fight. Doesn't have to be fancy, just has to auto attack the person directly in front of you. Ends up with the pentakill, is gonna take the first inhib, and could look for the game.
Is this it? There's only Olaf going back in 5 seconds. For now, it's just the Yuumi. Ezreal coming back in 8, 7. This might just be it. This might be University of Manitoba Brown somehow bringing this game from back to break. They have done it. The Mad Lads have done it. University of Manitoba Brown, they may still be down, but somehow they take the third game. GG, University of Manitoba Brown. That is an absolutely insane comeback. Whew.
Wow, that was something else at the very end there. And you know, that's really what just they had to hope for that whole time, is that they were able to get that scaling on. The Jax wasn't even ended up being a factor, all that much a factor, but it was the Vayne. The Vayne is able to scale the Vayne 1v9 at the end of the game. It's so apparent you can't let these characters get to late game. You have to win the game, and it's a flaw that we've seen in UBC and all over their games. They have trouble ending the games when they need to, and it's U of M Brown capitalizing on that. Great play by U of M Brown.
I mean, what can I even say? I'll just send it back to the analyst desk. Who cares about my opinion? Just go ahead.
No, we care, Natural. Come back. We care about your opinion.
I'm tired. My voice, it needs rest. Just go ahead. Go.
Okay.
I don't want to participate
We'll
anymore.
take it. What a crazy game, guys. Like, I honestly, I did not see them coming back. It was basically, I was saying to Tathalis in our other Discord call, it was like, okay, well, if it doesn't end now, it's going to end in 2 minutes when they get Baron. And then if it doesn't end after they get Baron, then it ends in 5 minutes when they get Elder. And then a Baron steal and an Elder steal.
This game was all over the place. You had things going left and right and center, and then all of a sudden Lux is out of position. It's like, wait a minute, this is over, and then wait a minute, it's not over, and then wait a minute, it's over. And it's going all over the place. These games are very, very exciting, to say the least. Yeah.
I mean, Killer Penguins really coming out strong for the team there. That's what you like to see in your solo queue games. You know, if you're top lane Dinsbag feeding your butt off, if you got that mid laner that can carry you, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, right? I mean, we've all had those games, right? We've all had those games where we don't do well, but one other player on our team is doing really well, and I really think that Killer Penguins gets the MVP for that game from me.
I'd be really interested to hear what sort of atmosphere the comms were, because you got one end of the spectrum where it's like, hey, wait a minute, they could be really, really silent, and it's like, what the heck's going on? And you got the other end where it's like, they're all just kind of chilling, vibing, doing whatever. Because when you think about Dinzy, you think a guy is kind of like, he's kind of fun, he's kind of up in the air, you know, he's having a good time. But it looks like if they're getting back in the game like that easily, they've got to be having some sort of fun with it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, and maybe that maybe they were having fun, and that positive attitude is what brought them back into it. I mean, who knows? But we're going on to a game four. Either way, I want to ask you guys. I'll direct this at Stefano first. Do you think that UCO Gold could have finished that game earlier?
Yeah, I mean, if I'm like, there wasn't just one decision that I had to say really made the difference. But if I'm being honest, I don't know if the Rabadons on the Malphite helped things in any way. There was it wasn't just the atomization. There was many opportunities. They could have been earlier on the Drakes. We saw when they lost the Elder there, it was because Satan got picked earlier when he was 1v5. Just a lot of mistakes. They weren't pushing their leads enough, and when they did try to push it, it ended up going poorly for them. So definitely, once again, UBCO could have ended the game earlier, but good on U of M Brown for defending so long as they did and understanding that the win condition was to get that scaling going.
It's something that Tathalis mentioned while we were watching the game in the other Discord call. Getting all the gold on Malphite doesn't necessarily change the game. Tathalis, do you think that Malphite should have roamed a bit and helped other lanes a little bit more? Do you think that Snowday Zoe could have played that a little bit more to take that lead and convert it into a win?
There were a couple of times where, sure, there was a kill steal here or there, but I do think that if Olaf had even half the kills, Malphite could have maybe landed him at some point. I'm not saying it's possible or anything, but if it were to be the case, then I think the game would be over very, very easily. But in saying that, it may not have been coming down to goal at that point. There are so many ways. I've played a couple of series here and there, and when you get to a game 3, game 4, you're not in it, okay? Your mind's all over the place. You've played 3 4 games, and all these games have been pretty long to the point where you're mentally exhausted, and so things go out the door, and it's all about mentally staying in it. And I was saying this in game 1. It's not a matter of gold, it's a matter of who is A, gonna have the easier comp to pull off, and B, who's gonna stay in it. And I think that's been very, very prevalent here in this game 4, or in game 3, sorry, as we understand, whoever's going to stay in it longer is going to be able to win. So I think, yeah.
Yeah, and so far we've been seeing UBCO Gold, although Stefano did call this one. And I don't know if he just forced it because he called 3-1 initially and he needed them to win for his prediction to
I think
hold
my
true.
actual prediction was that they were going to scale late game and UBC was going to fail to close it out. So I don't want to say I nailed it right on the head this time, but it's clear that I am the superior analyst. I'm sorry, Taith Alice.
But so far we've seen that UBCO Gold seems to be out drafting U of M. Right? Is this a situation this last game, Tathalis, where U of M Brown, they drafted something that was harder to pull off, but the risk had higher reward?
In game 3?
In game 3, yeah.
I think yes. Again, as soon as Jax got to what was it, 7? He went from 2-10 to 7-11, and then Vayne was super super far ahead. Now all of a sudden, Malphite is getting like dead in 4 seconds or less. Yes, as you do scale on, the game does get a lot easier for you as you are you're taking more of a risk. Of course, with 2 champions that your win cons are either top or the bot, and again, Vayne doesn't have an easy time getting a lead. If for example, UBC was just to farm and they don't do anything, and all they do to play is play provision. Let's say, okay, we can track enemy jungler, and as long as we know our areas, we're gonna win. Because if the game is completely dead even, you're gonna get every single objective if you fight, and you're just gonna win the game flat out. It's a lot riskier, right? But in these games, I've actually had conversations with other people where it's been down to, okay, if you're playing in gold elo, or you're playing in even anywhere up until diamond 1, is it not better for you just to play scaling, because nobody knows how to actually play the game until you're like challenger or whatever you want to call it, if you're pro player or whatever, blah blah blah. Because that way things are going to happen. Sure, it's more riskier, but if you just play a little more safer, and you incidentally get to the point where it's 45 minutes of the game, everyone's 6 items, you're just going to flat out out scale them, right? So it's a lot riskier, but again, it is the case that they did end up taking it in this game. So
Yeah, and this was a game where it's very rare in League of Legends. If one team gets the Dragon Soul, they usually win. I don't know what the actual stats on that are. There may be stats on that somewhere, but
Almost 98% for Ocean Soul.
right, yeah, right, and it was Ocean Soul.
Yeah.
Thank you for reminding me, Ocean Soul. So Ocean Soul against a Lux who wants to poke you down, and it's kind of it's really crazy, and that is just maybe it comes down to that these are plat and gold and silver players. Maybe this wouldn't happen in Challenger, although I've seen some NA pro
But you
games.
never know. You
Yeah.
never know.
We've all seen LCS. We know what happens.
I'm just saying
Yeah.
Challenger because you gotta hope that at least if you're Challenger, you know what you're doing. You know what I mean? So
Yeah, absolutely. Man, I don't know what to expect from this game 4, except for that it's probably gonna be spicy and probably going to be interesting. But it looks like we're ready to go into drafts. Let's go into game 4 here and see what the bans are that come out. Is there going to be a Lux ban, a Vayne ban? Probably not a Malphite ban, but we'll see what happens here as UBCO Gold, I believe, has the first ban.
Lux was the main problem, so maybe they might just take that out right away.
I think it was actually banned in one of the games.
It was, the first game. Or
yeah.
second game, excuse me.
Second game, you're right. Yeah.
Take away the Vayne.
Are you guys expecting Dinzy to be put in again for the top lane of UM Brown? He was in the first and the most recent game, but he did miss the second game.
Questionable. Very questionable. We'll have to see. We'll have to see.
Fair enough. And we see the Hecarim gets taken out by UBC Gold as well. Of course, the obligatory Fizz. And now it's the Blitzcrank being... Or no, not going to ban the Blitzcrank. Is going to take away the Poppy from the UBC Gold. That might indicate another Zac pick by U of M Brown.
Did they take the Jarvan B1? I think it's fine.
I imagine they do. They did so in game 2, and it's a good first pick.
Other options are obviously MF. You could take MF there. What other champions? I haven't seen too many flexes, but maybe they might take something like an Irelia, but that's kind of out of this world. Okay, they take the Lilia.
Okay, Lilia is not bad as a first pick. She is a little bit of a flex. We've seen it less and less in recent times, but Lilia has traditionally been able to be flex top as well as mid. But I guess we'll see as Jinx is being hovered for U of M Brown. You mentioned before that you really liked Jinx and Loela.
Yeah, you can get so many quick resets off of a kill here or there, just randomly, and you all of a sudden just blow up team fights right with your rockets. And if you get a lead, you're very, very nice off. Thresh is obviously very, very good with against Lilia because you can play for that Lantern. If you get ulted, you can try and Lantern to safety, but it also lets Jinx play both playstyles. You can go Aftershock if you want to play for the all-in lane, or go for the Guardian if you want to play back, and play for safety, or play for the kill lane.
Yeah,
Boy, Fresh, we haven't seen him all tournament, and I'm very happy that he's coming in. I play Thresh a lot, but I also find him very fun to watch. So I'm always down for a Thresh pick.
Yeah, and there you are. It is good with Jinx as well, or good against Lee, but also good with Jinx as the Lantern is always especially useful for the mobile carries. As Jhin is the response picked up. I believe they picked the Jhin in game 1. They paired it with the Rakan, but this time they are going to go the Morgana, which was what we suggested. Jhin Morgana as well, a famously good lane, probably the best support that individually Jhin can be matched with is Morg. It keeps him so safe. It allows Jhin to get the Deadly Flourish off on just the Twisted Soil from Morgana. Keeping them there for the ult is just so good, and Talon is going to be the response, answering that a mobile AD carry with a Burst Assassin in the mid lane.
We might actually see that Talon be flexed to jungle. Again, I don't know these teams too well, but Talon can obviously go jungle, go mid. With the Zed ban, though, Zed is, I believe, one of the two counters the other. I'm pretty sure Zed is good into Talon, because you can W to safety, you have a lot more safety in lane, and you could ultimately ult him. But also Talon, on the other hand, does get the ult. So if Zed ults the Talon, you can just ult, get him invisible, and wait for his Qs to be thrown out. So who knows? Could go jungle, could go mid.
Yeah, as we do see the Narban being taken out. Once again, a lot quite a bit of focus on the second phase in draft from UBCO Gold onto the top lane of Brown. I think that makes the fourth draft in a row where they've banned out top lane champions in the second phase. So really just I gotta notice a lot of the drafts are following a pretty similar formula of wanting to keep that that generally that top jungler, top mid counter pick until last.
So with the mid pool being pinched out, we're gonna see something. Either Talon goes mid here, or Talon goes jungle, and they're gonna have to blind top to try and keep that, because both of their blind picks mid are gone. I think looks like.
This is looking like Dinsbag is not playing. There's no Darius ban.
That's true. Yeah.
Which likely indicates that Dinsey is not in the game, but we will see what Red picks here. Maybe UBCO Gold was like, you know what? We know Dinsbag is playing. You can play as Darius. We don't care. We have a counter for it. But we'll see.
Yeah.
U of M Brown picks the Anivia. It's not particularly good with the comp they've drafted so far, I wouldn't say, but it is very good at stalling out these games and making sure that these games go on for a long time, which does seem to be a strength of UM Brown so far, as Vladimir gets picked up by UBC Gold, saying, I see your plan to stall late game, and I raise you a Vladimir.
I'm going to expecting to see ultimately if there's a tank top here. Hopefully U of M Brown notices how much AP they have, and the fact that Jin is horrible at dealing with tanks. I might see like a Mundo come out, something that is going to be able to, really put a nail in their coffin. But with Warwick coming out, Lilia might go top and it might go jungle. And we have a lot of flexes going on, but Talon jungle, I'm not too sure we're going to see top here.
Yeah, it could be a lot of things. Warwick is definitely not a very common pick, but definitely still powerful in the right hands. It's another Zon champion, so I guess really just watching Arcane recently. But it is Darius being hovered for U of M Brown, so maybe it could be Dinsbag in the top lane. And I don't know if it's Dinsbag in the top lane, but it looks like it's definitely going to be Darius.
This is a good pick. I like the Darius pick. It rounds off quite nicely. Ultimately, Darius likes the team fight. Jinx likes the team fight. Talon likes to play around Vision. You're going to be able to get that with Jinx and Thresh. The only thing ultimately you're going to have to worry about mid to late game is obviously Jin and Morgana, because Morgana is going to be able to push out and it's going to have a very hard time allowing Jinx and Thresh to get that push, to get that vision. But I do think that with Anivia and how she likes to operate, this low-range team here on UBC is going to have a very hard time playing into this Anivia, into this Darius. So we're going to have to see how those two champions interact with the entirety of the UBC Gold team.
Well, I have to point out, neither of you were here earlier in the weekend, but I believe that UBCO Gold, when Sharez played Vladimir, Snowday Zoe played Warwick, Barrier Warwick top.
Oh, yes.
I might be getting confused. We have seen a Barrier Warwick top, and I thought it was Snowday Zoe, but they might be harkening back to something like they wiped them with this. I don't think it was U of M that they played, but they wiped the other team with this top mid duo. So we'll see what this looks like as we get into game 4. But guys, we're going predictions again. See who's the better analyst. Apparently,
it's Tate Alice for sure.
Yeah.
Next question. No, but
nah, man.
Who's gonna win? This one is on my money for UBC Gold, and not really because the team comp, but because I bet they were gonna win 3-1. So sticking with it.
Okay, okay, he's sticking with his original prediction.
It's all about faith.
Okay, all right. Talis, what are you feeling?
For me, I'm gonna have to say this game is up in the air. Jin Morgana into the Jinx Thresh. It's obviously heavily in favor of the bot lane of Jin and Morgana bot lane. But that being said, if Jinx is ever get a lead, Morgana's value starts to go down, especially with how much value you can get at a Doran shield. Yes, I know Jinx does like to play for that kill lane, but because Thresh can take Guardian here, Jin can ultimately, they can go 0-0. And if you go 0-0, it's perfectly fine because your top side is very, very nice. And that's what you ultimately want to be playing for when you are thinking about Talon and Lilia. All right. So Darius versus Warwick, whoever wins that matchup, I think will win the game. However, Warwick can be annoying. It can be very, very close, especially when Barrier with the sustain when you are very, very low HP. So it's going to go either way. I would say 60% in favor of U of M Brown, just because, the Lilia pick into the Talon. I think Talon has a little bit of better time there, especially with how low range and how easily Anivia can come into this mid to late game.
All right, so we're drawing all eyes towards the top lane again for Game 4 of UBCO Gold versus U of M Brown in the preseason League of Legends Grand Final. Don't go anywhere. We're taking a quick break.
Welcome back for our 4th game. Yes, I know. I don't believe it either. But it's happening. It's a 4th game here. UBC Okanagan Gold. They were at match point last game. They were looking so dominant in the early game. But it didn't matter. Apparently, University of Manitoba Brown, they're making content. They don't care about winning. They just want to make us go to Silver Scrapes. And they just need one more game to go to Game 5. And this is the game. Now, we were talking about it. Stefano, you were saying they're going to invade. And it looks like they're doing just that.
If one thing, if there's one thing that Dins does, it's just do random things to make people uncomfortable, and that is it. That does get the flash out of Z-Struck rather early, so, well played. That is a good advantage. There is no other escape on that Jhin early game, so definitely a gank possibility for this early game jungle in Talon.
Absolutely. Very good pickup there from University of Manitoba Brown. They get that first flash. And we were talking about this Warwick pick. And why don't you explain to me why this Warwick pick top lane with the shield works?
Okay, so for those that don't know at home, because not a lot of people see Warwick, or even less top lane, is Warwick does extra magic damage on each of his autos, and when he's below half health, he heals for the extra magic damage that he deals with it. So when he has that barrier, he'll be low health and get a bunch of health back from it, and it does look like they're going for the level 1 trade, and I'm pretty sure Darius wins this.
We talked about this. We talked about the level 1 coin flip for both laners. And Dinsbag, he's taken down very low, but Snow Day Zoe, it's ticking. You have barrier, use it. He does use it at the last final tick. I feel like he could have used it a little bit earlier and conserved some HP. But regardless, now Snow Day Zoe is healing.
Yeah, and see, that's the issue with it. It's so hard to kill if you're not able to burst down through that barrier, which is already hard because lifesteal. He is just going to sustain up so much and so easily now. We can see he's gonna get to full HP in probably about 2 or 3 more waves, and that's gonna force Dinsbag to back if he doesn't back before that.
It's funny because we were talking about it before the game even started. We were like, they're gonna stat check each other level 1.
Yeah.
It's like regardless of what's happening here, University of Manitoba Brown, they found a hook at level 2 advantage, and Z-Struck, he doesn't have the flash. Dr. Ninja though, he doesn't have the damage to finish the kill off, but it's still a very good trade for Dr. Ninja.
Yeah, a little bit of a late ignite from a PP Poo Poo, which is the name I'm saying. I think he definitely could have, if he would have gone the ignite before the heal, they likely could have killed or at least forced something else. But unfortunately, a little bit of the late ignite is not going to do it, and this is going to cost him the kill. Is just more trading goes on top side.
Yeah, absolutely. And I was gonna say before that action in the bot that it's like the. A lot of the pros, for example, will usually just top laners will just 1v1 each other and check like who wins a level 1 over and over again with different types of setups and dispositions. I remember this was a big debate, for example, when Gwen came out because everyone was checking like how strong she was at level 1. And that's basically what Dinsbag and Snow Day Zoe just did. They kind of just stat checked each other and were like, yeah, who does more damage at level 1? As if this wasn't the eliminatory game for University of Manitoba Brown. Okay, Snow Day Zoe flashes in, gets the first blood. Snow Day Zoe, what a monster on this Warwick.
And that is the summoner spell advantage from the stat check level 1. Level 1, Dinsbag was forced to use the flash and Ghost, where Snow Day Zoe only had to expend the barrier. He gets the kill, but now it's gank and a counter gank going mid.
Yep, it's 2v2, the Juan for you. He's going to use the Q to get out of this situation, and he just takes a lot of damage, surprisingly, from Satan. As, that's a gank that does not work, unfortunately, for the University of Manitoba Brown. And Sharez here, quietly getting some XP and some minions in the mid lane.
And let's talk about the Summoner Smoke, because we mentioned it top lane, but we haven't really gone into the implications of what that means. But neither of the top laners took TP this game, which is very unusual. And even mid laner on Schwartz, who we do sometimes see take teleport on the Vladimir, did opt for the Ghost. So there's only one teleport on the Anivia in this game. So it is going to either have to be a much earlier rotation kind of game, or more likely it's just going to be a lot more fights top lane kind of game.
That is kind of what we are expecting here. Maybe macro isn't just as highly prioritized this game anymore. Maybe in this decisive game, both teams just decide to duke it out as much as possible. As surprisingly, UBCO Gold not going for the level 5 spawn kill on the dragon quite yet. It looks like Satan is kind of looking for something here.
Yeah, he's hovering bot lane. It's possible if they get a pick here, they'll go for the dragon, but definitely a switch up. Binding hits a minion. The minion deserved it. But now the gang's coming in.
Yeah, the W connects the root. PP has access to his flash, so he has to do it soon. No, he doesn't. The binding connects. Unfortunately, the flash not being used is greedy, and Snowdays, he's taken down very low. Din's back with the solo kill in the top lane.
Oh, and a 1-for-1 across the map. Poo just not thinking the Dark Binding would do that much damage, but that must have just been the exact amount of damage to deal with them. And they do get the kill on the bottom side, but Dinsbeg trading back the solo kill they received earlier. But that is going to be UBCG, so 1-for-1 across the map with UBCG taking the dragon, but Snowday Zoe's going to miss a wave or two top lane as a result.
Yep. Now, completely even in gold once again. Torres getting stunned here. The damage is here. The level 6 onto Killer Penguins. He's taken down very low. But the Lilia is here. But yeah, just not enough damage. Not access to level 6 quite yet. Satan is actually kind of stuck here. He has to use the flash here. There's no way. He gets hit by the stun. The Juan For You claims the kill. And now University of Manitoba Brown are slightly ahead.
Oh, and you know, that's what happened last game, was Z Killer Penguins was able to get that early lead. He's able to get it here again, not in the form of a kill, but in the form of 15 CS up and an assist. And we've seen what he's been able to do to these, you know, like, rather short-range teams before when he played the Lux. So definitely keep an eye on this Anivia. He can be so frustrating as this game goes on.
100%. As now, the one good thing is that UBC, with their eternal game plan of getting early dragon stacking, has done so and is well on to path for another kill here. But in the top lane again, just a lot of trading. Both Dinsbag and Snowday Zoe confident in their ability to take this 1v1. Dinsbag flashes in with the Q. The healing is there though, and the ultimate Snowday Zoe. He is confident that he takes this 1v1, and he does so.
Oh, that was so unfortunate for Dinsbag. He Q flashed, and right as he flashed, the bleed ran out on the Warwick, so he wasn't able to get the max stacks. Instead, it expired, and he only got one stack, and that means he dealt no damage, wasn't able to do anything. Gets taken out for it, but now it's Schwartz with no flash in the mid lane.
Rez here, he has to be careful. He's going to use the Ghost to get out of this one. The Ghost, of course, giving that slow resistance means that he can't get slowed nearly as much. Okay, but Charez here, he's going back in. The flash has to be expended by Z-Killer Penguins, but Satan is baited in. The Juan For You, both junglers very low. One is dead, but the Juan For You is not. And Z-Killer Penguin has control of the lane.
Oh, he's got one more kill with that one as he takes it. It's now 2-0-2 for Satan on the Lilia, and that's really not a character you can afford to be super far behind on. You do have the utility with the ultimate, but that's really it. And now that the talent is 2-0, he has this rated Dirk. When he backs, he'll likely have either the Caulfield's Warhammer or a full item. 1,600 gold, not quite enough for the full item, but enough for boots and some swords. He's going to be a massive threat going forward. 2-0, and there's not a lot that can shut him down reliably on the side of UBC.
Absolutely. And now the Juan For You is fed on a carry. Oh, Z-Struck getting hit. PP Poo, he's going in. I don't know if you want to go on this one. The binding hits. The root doesn't though. Z-Struck with the force shot ready. Does a lot of damage. Both flashes used by the enemy ball lane. And that Q damage is insane. Double kill for Z-Struck.
Yeah, way too overambitious by the Thresh, thinking that even though he doesn't land the hook, they can still get the kill. But Morgana wasn't even in danger there. She still had the stopwatch available to use in case she got low. So really not a threat. That is going to be both the sums for the bot lane of UMB, but the heal is remaining for the side of UBGC. So really not a worth trade. And this Jhin gonna back, he's probably gonna have his mythic, not quite, but an extra kill on this Jhin is not what you want to see for UMB.
Indeed. Now with the Jhin slightly further ahead. Again, this top lane, I mean, they're just juking it out. They do not care. They're on an island. They're 1v1 in the boxing ring right now. And for now, it's No Day Zoe that's winning out slightly. Well, we know Dinsbag, he is never to be trifled around with, especially not on this Darius. As, excuse me.
He's coming bot.
Yeah, Dr. Disrespect here, a good dodge onto the death sentence. He has to use the Black Shield here to protect herself, but it doesn't protect against the rocket. Dr. Ninja gets the kill.
Yeah, and I believe he had the stopwatch up at that point, as he does have the prerequisite of assists to bring it down from 12 minutes. So just opting not to use that, definitely safe, definitely the smart play rather, saving the stopwatch for when he really needs it. But that is going to be a nice kill for the Talon jungle, as Dinsbag looking to get another.
Again, a 1v1 in the top lane, but Snow Day Zoe has the better champion, the better stats. He claims it as Satan is getting caught in his own jungle. With Juan for you, he falls asleep, the rocket goes wide, gets away, but it's still a kill advantage for UBC. Okanagan Gold is Poo. He is actually taken down low by the curtain call. The W is going to connect as well, but they still managed to disengage.
Oh, that was so smart in the top lane. He was able to get that Warwick damage reduction off just in time for the Darius ult, making so it wasn't able to kill after he had already healed up. Really well played by the Warwick, as you said, just out stat check him. But that is going to be UMB once again getting that extra dragon. And, you know, we got to ask, in all the games that UBCG has struggled with, it's always in large part because UMB have been able to stall the game out for an extra 5 or so minutes because they get that extra dragon. So once again, taking it, that could prove once again to be really valuable for the side of UMB. As the binding lands.
The binding lands indeed, and Dr. Ninja is taken down very low. He's so low, in fact, that is double digits HP, but he's gonna manage to walk it out. Satan, he's looking for a bowling ball here. I don't know if it's gonna connect. No, it will not. With that HP being that low, this Rift Herald is going to crash into his bot lane, and it's most likely going to be at least 3 or 4 plates.
Yep, going to get a lot of extra gold split up. Unfortunately, Dr. Disrespect got the Ignite off onto the Thresh and not onto Dr. Ninja, but looks like back in the top lane.
Again, in the top lane, Dinsbag, this time he has fully stacked. He doesn't have access to the ultimate though. Snow Day Zoe is going low, but isn't going to be low enough. He still has to bury the flash in with the mastery. He's healing so much. The one for you, he doesn't have the damage. He's opting back in. It's the double kill from Snow Day Zoe.
That's a Sunder Warwick top lane. That's a double kill. That's an outplay, and that is Dinsbag pulling out his hair. We see it so well played, understanding his limits so well. As you said, he gets the full bleep, but at this point, he's got Sunder Urge.
Look at the timer on the ultimate. It's still not available. He's waiting it out.
Oh, he's times it so well. Flashes for it. Lifesteals a little bit, autos the minion to stay alive, and just gets the ultimate up in time, as you said, gets the kill. It's now a huge lead in top lane, and Warwick is absolutely one of those champions that can not only be unbelievably hard to kill like Malphite, but can also kill you back. So 5-1 on a Warwick is looking a lot more scary than a 5-1 on a Malphite.
Oh, Satan getting caught out here, has to flash away, but Zkiller Penguins also expanded his flash, so it's going to be a totally fine trade here for Satan. Not going to be too mad about that one. But man, Snow Day Zoe on this Warwick. He has Dark Seal, by the way. 8 stacks on it already. I think after last game, he is mad that he didn't want that game. I have a feeling Dinsbag topped in top gap or something like that at the end of that game. And he is very mad, and he's looking to take this game down.
Yeah, got an absolute vendetta against him. And it should be noted that the Dark Seal is not actually too bad on Warwick. He does have a almost 100% AP scaling on his Q. It's a 90% AP scaling if I remember correctly, so it is going to be a substantial amount of heal no matter how weird I think it is. So definitely knows what he's doing with this champ. very familiar with it evidently, and it's showing across on all forms of his play, not just his gameplay.
Absolutely. Snowday Zoe knowing the limits of his champion perfectly, and he's going in onto Didsbag once again. The Fear connects as well as the Q. The cooldown of that thing is minuscule, and Didsbag being so far down in items, there is nothing he can do in this matchup at this point. All of the damage he do is just going to be healed, as Skiller Penguins here is going to take away a blue buff. Didsbag dodges away on a snowball, as yeah, it looks like Snowday Zoe is going to, with full control of this top lane, going to be able to take this turret down.
All right, that was good play. Good play by Dinsbag to recognize that the tower was gone and just deciding to back instead of deciding to throw your life away and fighting that. But now it's the bot lane of UBC being collapsed on.
Okay, the Soul Shackles though, the Juan for you is going to get stunned. No, he will not. Dodges out perfectly, and that rocket was absolutely beautiful. Dr. Ninja claims a second kill.
Ooh, a super mega death rocket from Jinx all the way downtown. Nice play by It's One for You, understanding the vision, knowing he can get up behind for the free kill as the hook, ooh, just goes wide. But even still, I believe the kill went on to Dr. Ninja, which is exactly where you want it. We see he has one item, but he's 2-1. He's up 10 CS as well. Despite the early winning from UBC, it's actually the Jinx that is ahead in this bot lane.
With the CS advantage there. Of course, probably one of the most important skills an AD carry can have is to just not miss minions. And Dr. Ninja is showing here that he can do that pretty effectively. 132 CS at 16 minutes, nothing to scoff at. Those are some pretty good numbers for solo queue. Although this isn't solo queue, this is 5v5, but you get my point.
Yeah.
Regardless of that, I see Killer Penguins here. He's going to take this little bit of vision control, and with this dragon coming up, this is the first ocean dragon of the game, and both teams are looking to contest it.
Yeah, UMB right on it, almost a little bit uncharacteristically. Normally they've been second to the dragon, but this time beating UBC there, they're burning it down right away. It does look like they're going to be able to walk away with it for free, and yeah, well played to UMB. They did exactly what we said, put more focus on the dragon, make sure you don't lose that way, and that gives them 2 drag that delays the game even further by 5 minutes if they need to.
Yeah, I mean, Satan was on the Rift Herald. Uncharacteristic play by UBC Okanagan Gold. Usually they are the team that has been consistently going for these dragons time and time again. But this time, Satan is prioritizing a gold lead over late game scaling, which whether that's the correct decision or not, we'll have to see, as Sharez here almost gets caught by the claw, but a very good use of the pool there is going to get him out of that situation.
Yeah, absolutely. We see Suarez versus Killer Penguins in the mid lane. We've normally seen a much more volatile mid lane, but it looks like this time both of them are just happy to farm up. Killer Penguins especially just clear waves, but now he's looking to roam bot.
Dr. Disrespect already used the black shield on himself. Not going to get caught out by that Anivia either. Satan lands a bowling ball, and it's just both teams facing off, but no engage quite yet.
Yeah, nothing quite yet, but it's clear they want something. Deadly Flourish lands, Jinalt comes out.
Indeed, the curtain has been called, but PP Poo is there to secure the exit of his AD carry before anything else happens. So again, the disengage, and both teams right now are just kind of facing each other off, not willing to commit too much to a fight. As, yeah, it's just both teams looking at each other dead in the eye, trying to find some kind of weakness.
I gotta focus on this a little bit because we haven't seen this yet. Oh, I will afterwards. Gank going down bot lane.
Oh, Z-Struck, he's already used his Gale Force. The damage from the Juan for You is not bad, but he gets hit by the binding. Maybe he can take one back. No, he can't. The Juan for You, as PP Poo takes down Dr. Disrespect, University of Manitoba Brown. Take 2 kills in bot lane.
Ooh, and a quick double kill is going to be huge.
Oh, Flash engage with the sleep. That's 1 kill. He has to die for it, but it's a shutdown for the Vladimir. Satan claims the other one. Z-Killer Penguins, he's running away for his life. But Sharez, he pops the ghost. Is there enough movement speed? No, Zoe is on the hunt. There's no way you're getting out of this one. Wave goodbye, indeed. This has to be a kill going over to Sharez, right? Yes, it is. Shut down for Sharez. This Vladimir is online.
Oh, Did they not see the League of Legends cinematic? You can't run from Warwick. That's what he does. But such a nice play by Satan. You know, they got picked out. Their bot lane got picked early, but he gives his life to get that flash out. Really good communication. He was aware that both his solo laners were on their way from rather far away. Really good trust to just commit to the play, know his team will clean up even if he dies. And the shutdown on the Vladimir is huge. That is going to accelerate his build so much quicker than it needs to be accelerated. He is going to be an absolute menace when he backs through these items.
100%. Look at that gold now.
Ooh.
That CS discrepancy that used to be an extreme amount of gold down for Shahrez has caught up. It is still Z Killer Penguins in the lead though, mostly because of that CS once again. But Anivia being kind of that automatically infinitely wave clearing champion is not too much of a surprise. Shahrez here, he's walking pretty far forward, and so is PP Poo. Okay, not gonna get hit by those traps quite yet. Z Killer Penguins gets the wall. It looks like the Rift Herald is taking down the mid turret. Shahrez, he already used his pool. Wow, what a dodge on that hook. Absolutely beautiful. But now Dinsbag is coming. He has access to the Ghost and the Flash. I don't know if he wants to go for this fight, though. Yes, he pops the Ghost. He hooks Dr. Disrespect. Dr. Disrespect flashes away, but he's caught by the wall. That's one kill already going over to the Jinx. No Day Zoe is being taken down very low, but it's a Warwick. Will you have the damage to kill it? Yes, you will. Shutdown goes over to Dr. Ninja. That's already 2 kills down. And that meanwhile, in the bot lane, Z-Struck was taking the red buff. Z-Killer Penguin claims Satan. The zap doesn't connect. But University of Manitoba Brown, they take so many kills off the board. Shahrez might be going down as well. Yes, he will. The Q from the Anivia does so much damage. Shut down for Z-Killer Penguins. And this game goes back and forth, my friends. This series go back and forth as Z-Struck is going to get hit by another Q. Z-Killer Penguins is on a killing spree. And it's a delayed ace for University of Manitoba Brown.
Oh, UBCG, I just praised them for their communication, but clearly on the wrong page there. They didn't have their whole team grouped up for the fight. As you said, the Jhin was on the red buff, and it made such an impact. Snow Day Zoe did so good in that fight, was able to keep the Jinx occupied, was able to keep the Darius occupied for so long, but eventually he is going to fall to consistent AD carry damage. You need this AD carry damage in your fights, and when he's not there, it is just going to be a free fight, and now a free drag, and potentially another one now.
Okay, guys, it's still at a numbers disadvantage. I don't know why you're contesting this. The one for you is ticking down low, but not low enough. And University of Manitoba Brown, they take the dragon as well as an extra kill on top.
Okay, UBCG is playing in the other games right now. They are playing like they're ahead, like they can just walk all over the map, but that is not the game state right now. They are 2k gold behind. They are 2 dragons down. They need to either make more smart plays and go for when they have the numbers advantage, not the other way around, or they need to go back and scale. U of MB is doing such a good job of forcing fights and picking these fights where UBGC is down, and it's rewarding them so much. U of MB is in a great position right now. Baron's up. They see the Vladimir bottom lane. He doesn't have TP. They could realistically just pull the trigger on Baron right now.
Oh. With the Jinx on Kraken Slayer as well as the Wit's End, it's going to be very difficult for Shahrez, Snowday Zoe, and Satan to one-shot her. And she has access to quite a bit of damage onto this Baron objective, as well as an Anivia, of course. How could I forget? Anivia, insane damage on those objectives, especially if she has a blue buff. But it looks like she's going to walk down to the bot lane and contest Shahrez. It's a 1v1 here. Z-Killer Penguin, he just gets his passive back. He's going to stun him. Shahrez, he doesn't have access to the pool, but the healing is insane. What is going on in the top side, though? Dr. Disrespect is most likely going to go down to a last rocket. Pipipu claims the kill. Satan uses the stopwatch. Dr. Ninja gets feared. He flashes forward. He claims another kill. Satan is dead. The current has been called, but look at Dr. Ninja. He's walking forward. No fear. The zap. Z-Struck has to cancel the ultimate. Meanwhile, in the bot side, what is going on? Why is the Vladimir under the tier 2? Why is Z-Killer Penguins proxying these waves? No, he's going to recall, but in the meantime, it means University of Manitoba Brown have control of the Baron.
Oh, such a questionable play by UBC to force that fight. Their Vladimir is bot lane against the Anivia, but their Vladimir doesn't have teleport against the Anivia. And it sees here, they were down to man, Jhin wasn't there. They were down a teleport as Vladimir doesn't have it. Just a very questionable fight to go for. And that is going to be them giving the Baron, and maybe now another pick on this Snow Day Zoe.
Nowadays, though, he has the flash, he has the barrier. I think he's trying to bait something out, or maybe he's just gonna die. And Sharez, he's caught as well. He has no summoners. The pool has already been used. The Quan for you, he's gonna parkour all over these walls. Sharez, I don't think there's any way you're getting out. Pee is too fast. He flashes in with the flame. The hook goes wide. Sharez is healing back, but the Quan for you has the damage. Sharez is gonna go down. And ladies and gentlemen, UBC Okanagan Gold, they went so dominant into the playoffs. They were so far ahead into all of their games. They were winning every single game, stomping every single game. I mean, in this series, they were up 2 games, and they were about to take the 3rd one. But somehow, University of Manitoba Brown, with an absolutely princess-like comeback, I don't even know what to call it, go through the Cinderella story. Exactly, thank you. That's the word I was looking for. I don't know why I thought about princess. Yeah, they go through the losers bracket. They are about to lose, and there's just one Zach play at that one point in Game 3. From there on out, it's just been upwards from University of Manitoba Brown. They're looking poised to take another game and take it to Silver Scrapes.
Oh, Dr. Disrespect has the Black Shield, but forced to flash.
And the damage from this talent is not negligible. He's gonna manage to get it out though. Oh my god, the zap does so much damage, as well as the rocket. That's already one reset for Dr. Ninja. Satan is running away for his life, but Dinsback hooks him in. That's a double kill for the Jinx. The sleep is good though, and there's still a very fed Vladimir. You have to be careful. Dr. Ninja has to go down. Shut down for the Vladimir. Dinsbag is in the back line, but there's not enough damage quite yet. Z-Struck has slain Dinsbag. They're wearing purple, but can they do anything with 2 men down? It's actually still a 2v2 though. We'll have to see if they manage to take anything else.
Yep, even numbers across the board, though there's no AD carry on UM Beam, so a huge portion of their strength in that Jinx is not there. Schwartz doesn't have his ultimate. They are just gonna be a little bit tepid with it now, but now Dr. Disrespect here. This represents the 4v5, or 4v3, and they are looking for it.
Oh, Sharez, he has to use the pool early though, because the hook is good, and he doesn't have the range to go in. He's going to use a stopwatch. He gets caught by the binding. That shield is not going to be enough to flash in from the Warwick. The fear is enough to shut down onto the Anivia. The Quan for you, he's 1v4, and there's no way out. The rocket comes through, and the damage is insane. He's going for the Jin. He gets 2 kills somehow. This talent is absolutely insane, but the shutdown does come in from Satan. And now UBC Okanagan Gold, they're a man up. Yes, they're a man up, and they're on this 4th dragon. This is the dragon soul for University of Manitoba Brown, but with a man down, can they actually contest it? Dinsbag going in, maybe 1 kill. Dr. Ninja, he's getting dove by Sharez. Uses the cleanse, he gets a crit! He manages to take it. Dr. Ninja is down so low, so is Satan. Dinsbag is going in, he gets the dragon, but Dinsbag gets the ace. University of Manitoba Brown, they were so close to getting the soul, but at least they get the ace.
Oh, they got the dragon, but it cost them their whole team. Miscommunication there as well by the looks of it. We had Satan staying on the dragon, whereas the other 2 were going for the Dinsbag. So definitely a little bit of chaos in the comms is what it looks like from the side of UBC. But they do manage to get that Ocean Soul to give this Vladimir another 5 minutes of scaling, and he is at 3 items now. This is the point where Vladimir really starts to be an issue. His build is a little bit wonky. He did go for the double utility or defensive item in Zhonya's Cosmic Drive, but he is still going to be doing more than enough damage to delete these squishies and really start being a carry in this game.
I feel like Vladimir in this game, to get maximum damage output, he does absolutely need that Void Staff, right? I mean, you have MR on these carries. It's Z-Killer Penguins. He has the Merc Treads. Dr. Ninja has the Wit's End. And you saw that fight. It made the difference. Yeah. Surviving with 1 HP, Dr. Ninja crits Sharez once. And that's the big difference maker right there. As, yeah, delaying that Void Staff is not going to feel good as Dr. Ninja uses... Oh, no shot. Dr. Ninja, American Sniper, gets the blue buff. It may not be that important, but damn, it looks cool.
Dude, 300 physical damage from the rocket, but 1,000 mental damage from how tilted you are after getting your blue buff stolen. But now it's one for you going in.
Oh, Satan, he flashes in, but he only gets one, and he instantly takes so much damage. The Juan for you, though, he doesn't manage to kill the Vladimir, and now Din's back, he's in the backline, he's doing so much damage, but look at Sharez, he's looking for the flank, but Dr. Ninja claims Dr. Disrespect's life. And now they have, again, a man advantage on the map. The Juan for you is dead, but so is Dr. Disrespect and Zoe, excuse me. As the Vladimir is getting caught out, Dinsback somehow, he knows Sharez is there. He has to run away with the ghost, but so does Dinsback. He's still looking for it. In the mid lane, University of Manitoba Brown, they're looking to siege Dinsback. He's looking for it. He wants it. I know you want it. He hooks him in. Sharez, he has the Zonias. Does Dinsback have the damage? He goes into the bush to avoid the vision. Sharez, he flashes out. And now we're focusing back on the mid lane. They might just end the game here. Hello? The hook? Sharez is going down? What is going on? Dinsback, he's going down so low. Just another spell would be enough for him. Sharez to claim Dinsback here. Claims the Q, but the timer runs out. He doesn't get it empowered. Dinsback is on a killing spree, and he somehow makes that work. It was so close. It was so long, but it's still University of Manitoba Brown that come out on top. Satan takes so much damage from that. The bowling ball is not going to connect, and University of Manitoba Brown, they walk away with an inhibitor and a kill.
Yeah, Dinsback in the top lane just wanting to skill check Suarez, I guess. And you know, they weren't able to end the game, but they were able to get the inhib as well as pick up the additional kill onto Suarez, which could be actually rather big here. Now that he's down for 20 seconds, now would be the time you can get Baron position, you can get ahead, and UBC can't contest you on this. You have mid lane pushing. All they need to do is walk Baron. That's exactly what they're doing, and it's going to be so hard for UBC to wrestle back the control of this pit. UBC's team comp does not want to be running into the enemy team, does not want to be having to face check this Darius Anivia.
And with the Anivia damage onto the objectives, we talked about it, this Baron is absolutely going to melt away. And look at that timer on the top left, ladies and gentlemen. That is 1 minute before the Dragon Soul. And with the Baron, with wearing purple, that is definitely a big thing. But he's asleep. The Juan for you, he's asleep. He's not going to get hit by the Jin ultimate. He's so low, but it doesn't matter. Dinsbag, on the other hand, he's going in way too deep here. He has to flash out. What is Dinsbag doing? He's distracting them? I don't know. Is he cute? He's distracting them. Go, Dinsbag, go. Try to find another kill. I would love to see it. No, he gets shut down, unfortunately. But this does mean that University of Manitoba Brown have complete control over this dragon, at least for the next 40 seconds. But it's only in 40 seconds.
That is the mastery of playing with Dinsbags. Did his Discord disconnect and he didn't know what was happening? Did his power go out? Was it all an elaborate bait to get Dragon Control? We don't know, but what we do know is that they do have Dragon Control. Dinsbag will just barely not be there in time for the fight, so they just have to make sure to stall and not fight until Dinsbag is there. Try not to give up too much ground, but with 10 seconds on Dragon, a murderous look in their eyes, UBC is coming at them.
They are 100% coming at them. But the thing is, they have an Anivia. They have an Anivia that's level 17 that has a blue buff. That is infinite zone control. You should never be able to do anything. And he's stunned, and Sharez just instantly dies. Face checking that push was a very bad decision, my good sir. As this dragon is going down very, very quickly. And it's University of Manitoba Brown that claimed the Ocean Soul. Triple Ocean Soul on their back. Dr. Ninja is running forward. Pee pee poo poo. He finds the play. He finds the hook. And that's Dr. Ninja. Another kill. Double kill for the Jinx. So much reset, so much damage on this champion. Is it going to be Arcane? Is it going to be another triple kill for this Jinx? I'm not sure. It doesn't look like it, but wearing purple, University of Manitoba Brown. They're wearing purple, they're wearing the soul, and somehow they bring this game, they bring this series back from the absolute brink. There is no shot. A 1 HP play from a Zac in Game 3 somehow means that University of Manitoba Brown make it to Silver Scrapes Game 5. University of Manitoba Brown are giving us some content right here.
All right, we got the clickbait title. Game 5 run back, question mark with the red arrow. A exciting game and a well-played one by U of MB. They did so well for themselves to stay in that game, to make sure they didn't throw their lead. They played it slowly. They pushed their leads, but not so much that they threw it too bad. Well played by UMB, and and here we are, headed to Game 5. UBC probably sweating a little bit.
Here we are, and I just want to say, if I fail my midterm next Tuesday, because this goes to Game 5, it's your fault, Dinsbag. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding, of course. I absolutely love this. What an amazing series. I hope I'm doing it justice. But regardless of that, I'll be sending it back to the Red Bull analyst desk right before we go to Game 5.
Silver scrapes, baby. Oh man, my hair is disheveled because I was pulling it out during that game.
No.
That was crazy, man. I didn't even notice that. Hold on.
There we go.
There we go. Oh man, that was nuts. It was nuts. So let's talk about this. Okay, so Dinsbag in the top lane on his comfort pick, the most comfortable pick of all comfort picks,
Yep.
feeds for the first 10 minutes of the game.
Oh, yeah.
And yet, Killer Penguins coming in and carrying his butt all the way to the end. I don't like. We can break it down a little bit more. I will say that the bot lanes have been more spicy in this series than for the rest of for the rest of the tournament. Sorry, previously. Let's just break down why did U of M win this game? What do you think, Tathalis, the biggest thing was in this game as opposed to the previous games that got them the win?
Well, honestly, I don't know anymore. Okay, we've got Warwick going 5-1. We got Darius going. We got Dinzy. Okay, I'm not gonna call him Darius. I'm calling Dinzy. Dinzy's 1-4. Okay, all of a sudden he's 5-6, and all of a sudden then he's just 1v5 in top lane after his team just take Baron. Okay, but if I were to have to give one thing away as to how I think the game was skewed in either direction, I would say ultimately Lilia choosing to be on the map for so long while she had, I'm guessing, close to 1,300 gold during that fight mid gave Anivia such a good and strong stance in that lane. And when you're Vlad into Anivia, you need to be able to contest. And if you can't contest once Anivia hits 6, the game is out of your control. You have to hope that your team is going to be able to put you in a point where you can then, scale or maybe get a free, pick up in the bot lane, pick up in the top lane, pick up anywhere where you can get some kills. Because as soon as Vladimir is out of that game, it's very hard to get him back in there because Anivia wall, Anivia ult, Anivia zone control, Thresh is annoying. Jinx E is very, very annoying for you as well. It's very, very hard. I think ultimately, yes, sure, Warwick did get 5-1, but Anivia was a very, very, very big, strong Killer Penguin. So good on Anivia, good on Killer Penguin for doing that.
Yeah, and the Vladimir, we saw them get a bunch of kills. And honestly, with Sharez's history in this tournament so far, I thought it was GG. Because once he gets the ball rolling, he will 1v9. And maybe it was just that Killer Penguins on the Anivia being that control mage who was very patient with stuns and the wall, played it very, very well to keep that Vladimir at bay. But I was fully expecting UBCO to come back from that small that small difference in gold and losing slightly in the early mid game to win after a couple of those team fights. Let's talk about Dragon Control because U of M was all over it. Stefano, do you think that they had a little conversation? We're like, okay, we need to focus on dragons this game.
Yeah, I think I would contribute the Dragon Control to the number one reason why they won that game. Not necessarily from the Dragon Soul itself, but the continual advantages they got by securing the dragon and then taking off the fights from the mispositioned UBC Gold either afterwards or we saw a few times they just ran mid or ran to the side lane. It just seemed like UBC Gold wasn't really on their normal stuff. We saw earlier their jungler was taking the Rift Herald while Dragon was up. They'd normally been so good about it on that, but they just slipped up, and U of M Brown did a great job of capitalizing on it and great job of adapting within the series.
Yeah, I think it's been a long series. It's possible that U of M Gold is gaining the momentum back. Like maybe, say Talis, talk to us a little bit about mental. I know you mentioned it a little bit before. We were talking about doing long days in the other Discord channel, doing really long tournaments. How much does mental come into play here, and do you think that UBCO is losing their minds a little bit?
I think I touched on it a bit earlier, but like I said before, it's a game of mental. Okay, gold doesn't matter as much. Sure, draft does play a pretty huge, part in this. But if I am UBC right now, I'm telling myself, hey, I need to just go outside. I need to go get a breath of fresh air. Hopefully not in Winnipeg though, because that might be a little bit too cold. But again, take that mental reset because it is game five. Okay, it's about mentals. It's not about gold. It's not about this. Not about that. It's about staying in it, staying focused, and communicating. Communicate as much as possible with good intention.
All right, well, let's see if they can bring their brains back into it and have some positive energy thrown into this game as we go into Silver Scrapes Game 5 of your preseason grand final of U of M Brown versus UBCO Gold.
Yeah, it is U of M Brown back on the blue side, and UBC Gold back on the red side. So U of M Brown once again gonna have their pretty controversial first pick. We'll see if they can capitalize on it where they haven't been able to before.
They are on the blue side again. They are taking away the Fizz, Poppy, and the MF. So with Hackern being gone away, what's the jungle pool like, right? For Juan, it's looking like Zach is still the third game in a row on the blue side. Might be taken in U of M's favor.
Yep. So far, the bans are Fizz, Poppy, MF for U of M Brown, all champions we'd seen before, with the exception of the Fizz, and Vayne, Hakram, and now Anivia, the three biggest reasons they have lost, or with the exception of Anivia, the two biggest reasons they have lost the games that they lost are taken out, and now it is U of M Brown with their famous first pick. Let's see if they go for the Zac again, or see if they try to mix it up a little bit more for this Game 5.
Yeah, who knows?
Other first picks that could come out, Jarvan, Jinx. Okay, and Jinx comes out. So with the Zac still being in the pocket there, maybe it will come out. We might see something else.
Yep. Jinx, definitely a good first pick, can play back very safe and can play in several different kinds of team comps. Just has, a little bit of a weaker mid-early game, but even still can absolutely play in just about every comp. And we see back is the Ezreal Lux. That is a terrifying duo of skill shots to try and dodge out of.
That is quite a bit of poke, and when you're dealing with so much poke, with Lux, with Ezreal, sure Lux can go support, sure Lux can go mid, you don't quite know just about yet, but you will want to match that with some frontline. You've already got all the damage in the world you need. If you're blue side, how do you want to attack this? Do we want to go for a little more of a tankier comp where we can now engage on this immobile Lux, or do we want to go for something a little bit more, okay, let's match range with range?
Yeah, you know what? The Morgana Jinx, pretty similar idea to the Jhin Morgana that we saw before. Really hard range, can pretty easily protect the Jinx, and it is going to be the Talon picked for the second game in a row. It's not a frontline, but it is a lot of hard damage onto squishy targets.
I really don't like this Morgana pick though, because you see the Lux, sure, but are you going to match the Lux with the Morgana if you're taking it mid? Morgana blind pick isn't the best pick ever. There's lots of ways to go around it. Sure, you can pick stuff like the Pike. Sure, you can pick stuff, for instance, like another Enchantress or Enchanter, or however you want to deal with it. But this Morgana and this Talon, they don't work too well together. Sure, you got the pick, but Talon wants to go off doing his own thing. And if you have an Assassin and an Enchantress support, what's the vision going to look like mid to late game? Because you don't have too much frontline, right?
No, I think you're definitely right. Morgana, ironically, does not too bad into Vi. So I guess a little bit lucked out on that, but yeah, no, I still agree. In terms of the grand scope of things, Morgana definitely a riskier pick in the draft, as we see UBC Gold taking out the Darius, not wanting to deal with Dinsbag's shenanigans again. And just once again, we see the same format though of the last counter picks going towards that mid top side.
With the Salas ban coming out, I don't want to give too much of a hint, but we'll wait for this because I do know UBC might be listening right now. I'll just give it a little bit more time to give a hint as to what I think the U of M Brown might take on B4. But it's looking like they will take or have both mid and top open for the second phase. R4 ultimately, I think, will be a top laner coming in from CBC Gold, sorry, and then having that Lux being split. And again, the Malphite was the thing that I was going to talk about. Unfortunately, I did see it in Foresight, which is troublesome. What are they going to ban now? Because now the Silas has gone cool, but what are you going to look to take? Because R4 is probably going to be a top laner, but we'll have to see what that Lux do, right? What that Lux do in the flex scenario.
No, for sure. As we get, the Tom Kench was banned in the other games, but it is going to be the Tom Kench picked up for the for this UBC Gold team. I gotta say, if you're playing Lux or Ezreal, it's gotta feel good to have something so beefy as a Tom Kench just sitting in front of you and even capable of saving you if need be.
Yeah, Tom Kench is actually a pretty decent pick right now. It's something that if you're looking at, well, if pro play was a thing right now, I'm sure amateur has some leagues going on, but I think Tom Kench is actually a pretty decent pick. But it can also be flex, support, and top. So right now you got mid Lux, you got support Lux, you got support Tom Kench, and you got Tom Kench top. So we see sets half decent at Tom Kench. We got Corki mid. We got a lot of range in the form of Corki. And then South ultimately can ult targets away, but it's range versus range right now, and you got the assassin talent who can deal a lot of damage, but we're going to see how this R5 pick comes out.
Yep, it is just the mid or support laner, or support, presumably the support, but could absolutely flex to mid if UFM Gold wants it. And yeah, it is going to be the support Lux and the mid Kassadin that will match the Corki. And these are the final teams that we're going to get for Game 5.
I was talking about the Vlad pick last game, and yes, Shaharez, if I'm pronouncing that right, did go with the Vlad into the Anivia, but I would have liked to have seen, especially if you want a scaling a scaling AP laner, cast it into Anivia, right? And here they do bring it out, especially into a Corki. You take a look at U of M Brown's team, and they have hardly, if any, CC that's going to effectively deal with the Kassadin. He gets a free scaling lane, and if Corki doesn't do anything within the first 3 levels, Kassadin's full HP and is going to make his way to 6 free of charge, right? So now you have a lot of beefy frontline, and you have Kassadin who can do whatever he wants. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the early game.
I'm kind of afraid to see for U of M Brown if Dinsbag, assuming it's Dinsbag in the top lane, he does play Sec quite a lot as well. If he doesn't get ahead, or at least goes even, if he gets behind, they have nothing to stop the, like, they don't have a front line, right? That's what I see when I look at this. That they are relying on Set to be a little bit beefy and punch his weight, as it were, in the top lane. But what are the win conditions for either of these teams? Stefano, what do you think the win condition for U of M Brown is?
I think for U of M Brown, I think obviously just the most innate thing when you're against a Kassadin is to not let the Kassadin get hit level 16. Um, Other than that, I do think they have, a pretty well adjusted skirmish comp. This team comp really fits the kind of style they play, where they take these small fights. Set, Corki, Morg, Talon all really excel at these kind of short bursts of fight where they can just run around and do what they want. So I think U of M Brown is really going to look to just skill check their opponents and take these like 1v1 or 2v2 skirmishes and just build up leads that way. And once they have the lead, it is going to be so hard to stop a Fed Corki, a Fed Set, a Fed Talon, a Fed Jinx. So I think really that's where the key of U of M Brown's win condition lies.
All right.
Ultimate,
And yeah, sorry, 2000. I was just going to ask you about UBCO Gold. If you have something to say about U of M Brown as well, go for it.
for sure. Ultimately, though, again, we were talking about the Kassadin being a super must stop, must limit as much as possible on the side of U and Brown. But if you're talking about bot lane, because you did get the Morgana counter pick, how are you going to use that black shield? Because ultimately, Lux, sure, you're not going to like that binding. And Vi is also a target you want to use your black shield on, but Lux deals a lot of AP damage. And if you're not maxing shield, what's that going to look like in your early game? Because you're going to get pushed in if you're trying to max shield versus you're trying to max pool, right? You're going to get shoved in. Ezreal Lux are going to have a field day on your bot lane. Jinx is going to scream, probably going to be 30 CS down. And now all of a sudden, Vi is going to have a free time bot lane. Kassadin's going to have a lot of free range to do whatever he wants because now Lux is going to be coming mid as well. So I'm going to be it's really important what happens bot lane. Hopefully Talon does something about that, and hopefully Set's going to get some lead, because if Set versus Tahm Kench, if it goes even, Set is going to have a very, very hard time against this Lux Ezreal range.
Yeah, I agree fully. That bot lane, I have tried to pick Morgana against Ezreal and Lux, and it never goes well for me. But of course that doesn't mean anything. Great, guys. All right, so predictions so far for the whole best of 5 series. Not to call you both out, but you both were
Out of the
wrong.
window. Out of the window.
So in this game, okay, taking into account the momentum that U of M Brown now has, and you know the mental that they seem to be in, taking into account the team comps that we see now, Stefano, who's your team to take the win?
You know, I'm still gonna go UBC Gold because this is the only game so far where they have had a definitive late game win within the Kassadin, and so far traditionally their loss condition has been them failing to end the game earlier. So I think with this Kassadin, even if they're not able to end the game like or gain the lead like they have been able to do in every game except for the last previous one, Kassadin's still going to be able to scale. Kassadin's still going to be an issue, and I think UBCO is still going to end up winning.
All right,
Absolutely
Dallas.
agree.
Yeah.
Absolutely agree. I think UBC Gold will come out with the win this game. They have a lot easier of a time dealing with it, and Ezreal here actually scales like a beast. Lux scales like a beast. Castle obviously scales like a beast, and Tahm Kench, sure, you've got the set out to deal with, and Vi, sure, you got the set out to deal with, but if you just play it safe, you know, play it how you just play really, really comfortable, I'm sure the game will come out very, very easily with you, or for you.
All right, gentlemen, place your bets. Both on UBCO Gold for the win in the grand final of our preseason tournament. We're going to take a quick few minute competitive integrity break. Don't go anywhere for the final.
And ladies and gentlemen, Silver Scrapes, Game 5. UBC Okanagan Gold, they were the favorites in this tournament. They went almost without a hiccup all the way to the finals, all the way to 2 games up. But University of Manitoba Brown, they didn't give up. They persevered through the losers bracket all the way to Game 5. And this is the game that decides it all. There's no more tiebreakers, no more game, I don't know, 5.5, Game 6, whatever. This is the last game of the day, and this is the game that will decide the finals.
All of the marbles on this last game for both teams, and both of them already going for a different style from last game. You can see now there's, instead of 1 teleport on the team, 4 teleports on the team. All of them collectively decided, you know what, maybe I shouldn't skill check my opponent all the time. And it does look like we're going to be having one of those games where there's going to be a lot of TP ganks and maybe a little bit more focus on rotations. Maybe this is the kind of game where we Dragon control is going to be super important for both of these teams.
I mean, UBC Gold, they have shown that they want the dragons all the time. They've calmed down a little bit in this series on just how highly they prioritize it, but still, there is no doubt in my mind that UBC Okanagan Gold will be looking out for every single one of these dragons. Z-Killer Penguins here. He's gotten the best of Sharez in the past few games, which is surprising. Sharez has been absolutely dominating the mid lane in this competition. The last few games, not as much as Dinsbag. Of course, damage checking is a point at level 1.
Yeah, I mean, this is, if there's a champion to damage check your opponent level 1 on, it's probably Set versus tank though. So was getting the better version of it, but I guess just took too many minion autos. I'm pretty sure Set is not supposed to lose that, but even still, Snow Day Zoe doing a good job. Dinsbake is going to pop level 2 here, though.
Gets to level 2, he gets the E. The Kench is stunned, and Dinsbag, he still has access to his Showmaker. The slow, okay, that's some very decent damage, and Dinsbag is getting the better of these trades in the top lane.
Yeah, you know, already off to a good start from Dinsbag. Obviously, that can turn around, and as well, obviously, it's not like Tahm Kench needs to be far ahead to be effective. Some little skill shots go wide in the bottom lane, but even still, definitely feels good on the side of Dinsbag. I did also want to comment on, very often you see fleet into ranged matchups for the Kassadin, but feeling very confident in his ability and in his ability to scale through lane phase, he opts for the electrocute, really just going for that all-in 100 to 0 damage.
Yep. I mean, with this setup, if you survive past level 6, and maybe is a stronger, but up until then, you're gonna have a much harder time to survive this matchup indeed. As Dinsbag here taking some more aggressive trades onto Snowdays. Oh, he's getting very low. He still has access to the Showmaker. All it takes is one. And the Ignite coming in from the Juan for you. He's gonna die for it, but it's an execute. And the turret doesn't get any gold, but the Juan for you certainly does.
All right, well played by Dr. One for you, or the one.
Oh,
for
the
you.
one for you. I
Yeah,
visited it.
But now there's
This back here, Satan, but the Showmaker is there, and Satan can't finish the kill off. Dinsbag still has his flash. Satan is most likely going to get his Q cooldown back up. Can he dodge it? Yes, he can. He throws the thumbs up. Doesn't have access to his cooldowns, though. No, he doesn't. He flashes out, but the red buff, it's ticking down. It doesn't kill him. He's so low on HP. The E comes through. No, Satan managed to find the kill, but damn, it was so close.
Oh, that was so close by Dinsbags. Almost regen through the red buff damage with just set regen alone. Not able to, but now the Juan for you looking very aggressive. Was looking potentially to follow up on the binding, but is just going to go for the scuttle once it goes wide. But now it's the bot lane of UBC going for it.
They're going for a bit of an aggressive trade, but the binding does come through from the Morgana, and the Ignite takes down, but Dr. Ninja, he's taken down very low. He eats a last Mystic Shot, but it's not enough to kill him down. And now Dr. Disrespect, he's claimed as a sacrificial lamb. And University of Manitoba Brown take control of the bot lane.
Yep, yeah, TP down. That was a nice TP. Suarez correctly thinking to stay mid and just not teleport as the pre-6 casted, but unfortunately that is going to be the Lux going down for his team. It's not the biggest of deals, all things considered. The kill did go to Corki, which is unfortunate, but not the biggest of deals. As Schwarz looking to fight a 2v1.
Charez here, he's a little too far forward in his lane. He's just going to flash out of that one. As Satan, he finds BP Poo, but the Black Shield is there. This is going to prevent him from being knocked up. He flashes out, but Charez didn't have the ultimate there, so I'm not sure if he actually had the range for that. Regardless, going to go for the safer play. Now, UBC Okanagan Gold with University of Manitoba Brown being on the back foot, they might just be able to claim his first drag.
Yep, gonna smartly give it up. They see that their top laner doesn't have TP and didn't walk down like Snowday Zoe. Very smart heads-up play by Snowday Zoe. He is going to give up about a wave and a half for this to get this rotation, but it did secure the dragon for his team, so well played to him. That is going to be the customary first dragon going to UBCG.
Of course, UBC Okanagan Gold gets the first dragon. Snowday Zoe has been consistently walking down to the bot lane with no teleports available, so that he could secure his team that early dragon. Charez now farming up a storm in the mid lane. And University of Manitoba Brown here, you can see they're slightly further ahead in gold, mostly in that mid lane right now. As looking back on that play in Dinsbag in the top lane, I can't help but think, but if Dinsbag flashed his W and repositioned it on Satan, that maybe could have been a potential trade kill.
It was I was thinking the same thing, or yeah, right when he had the haymaker and Satan flashed out of it, he could have followed him with the flash to get the kill.
Unfortunately,
unfortunate. Yeah, but even still, not too bad. He's down a little bit of CS, but I think he should be effectively up in CS. It should be a rather large wave top wave here. So still doing well for himself, all things together. See PP Poo Poo, ooh, close to landing the binding, but not quite gonna land it. And it's gonna go right by him, and still not gonna be much in the bot lane. Both of these characters really just looking to farm up most of, I think, just about every lane, with the exception of jungle and the set, are just kind of looking to farm up, get as much items and gold as you can, and then look to team fight once you're a little bit strong.
Indeed. Still not that action-packed of an early game as maybe some of the other games we've had. Dinsbag here, holding his own in the top side.
Both teams, I guess, a little bit scared, not wanting to mess up their last chance so easily. Don't want to make any mistakes, but we see it cost them. We see Dinsbay going on the trade, but Satan is in the area.
Now, Satan, on the other hand, is
Ooh.
here, and Dinsbag, he does not care about throwing the game. He's gonna go for it regardless. The ultimate has already been used, but the Showmaker is down, so that means that Snowday Zoe claims the kill in the top lane.
Well played by Snowday Zoe, saving his Devour until he gets suplexed close to his tower. So he's going to be able to throw the set close by the tower, make sure there's no chance of going away. Really patient play, and it is going to result in them getting an extra kill. As PP Poo Poo is looking in for a gank with Juan.
So on for you, though, he's in the bot lane, and Dr. Disrespect is ticking down very low. So is Z-Struck. The heal is used. All it would take is one Jinx Rocket, but unfortunately, Dr. Ninja doesn't have access to his level 6 quite yet. And it means UBCO, they get away scot-free.
There is just about every single member of UBC at about 10 HP on the map in that exact same area, but not going to be able to finish it off. That was a really nice binding by Dr. Disrespect to stop the kill from Juan to stop Juan for you getting the extra kill. So well played to him. He is a fairly significant one, but just more slow game as the Shora's TP's back mid, not expecting a big fight anytime that he needs to beat TP too soon, just wanting to get as much CS scale as much as possible.
In the meantime, that HP differential did mean that Dr. Ninja and PP Poo were able to claim 2 plates in the bot lane, which adds just a little bit of gold to that gold advantage for University of Manitoba Brown. But talking about scaling, I mean, Cassidy obviously and Ezreal, very, very good scaling. But University of Manitoba Brown, they have scaling as well. It's nothing to be scoffed at. Corki and Jinx in the late game, nothing to be underestimated on University of Manitoba Brown's side. I don't know about you, but I still think that Cassidy is favored.
Yep. As Cassin gets level 16, he can be literally 1v9 and he would still be favored.
Indeed.
Yeah, but Corki does have the package, as well as Juan for you is roaming up topside. If there's going to be a gank mid, it's going to be now.
Gonna be ganking indeed. The one for you, he finds Sharez, but he has access to level 6, so he'll be just fine. But the Corki package means that University of Manitoba Brown, they're favored in this Drake for sure, as that is a very long-range binding that somehow connects, but unfortunately the trap's follow-up is not there, and Dr. Ninja is getting pretty low, and see this PP Poo Poo, he flashes out of the barrage. Z-Struck is getting down very low as well. Here comes the Juan for you, but they're too deep under the turret. Satan is still there. The Juan for you is gonna, he's gonna live somehow, but Z-Killer Penguins did go down. What a snipe from Dr. Ninja. That zap was absolutely disgusting. But now they're going too far forward. Flash out from Satan, but it doesn't matter. Sharez is here to claim the kill. He slays Dr. Ninja, and so does Satan. It's overall an immense win for UBC Okanagan Gold.
Oh, I gotta throw some respect onto Dr. Disrespect there. He didn't get a lot of kill participation there, but he had some absolutely clutch bindings there. He stopped the Jinx from committing. He burned both of the sums. He was able to get the kill off, but now it's Dinsbag looking for the kill with a TP coming in.
Dinsbag looking for the 1v1, but it ain't a 1v1 no longer. Snowday 0, he's gonna get the shield. Dinsbag is taken down low, but it doesn't matter. Z-Killer Penguins takes the kill. But UBC Okanagan Gold, they get away with the Drake.
That was so smart by Z-Killer Penguins. He sees that they've already lost the dragon. He says, you know what, if I'm gonna make a play, this is the safest time to do it. I know where their team is. An instant teleports top. Snowday Zoe probably could have seen that coming, but even still, a good gank by Z-Killer Penguins. And now he's 3-1 on this Corki. This Corki absolutely has the ability to be a huge problem for the side of UBCG.
There's no doubt in my mind that Z-Killer Penguins has the ability to carry this game. He's shown it to us before. Dinsbag is greeting for some plates, and I don't think there's any running away from Snowday Zoe at this point, especially with the flash down. Dinsbag, yeah, we're just gonna look at this catch, just lick Dinsbag away. And yeah, Snowday Zoe just emoting a little bit on him. Dinsbag, good clean dodge. He's actually gonna manage to take his flash down, so that's good, I guess, but Dinsbag still goes down.
Yeah, we see now fight going bot lane. Satan is there.
The one for you is looking for Satan. Yeah, Z-Killer Penguins is here, though, to defend his team. And Sharez, he gets hit by the binding. This is massive. The rockets hit on Dr. Ninja. He takes down Satan while Z-Killer Penguin takes down the Kassadin. The Juan for you, he's looking for more. He's looking for Dr. Disrespect, but he doesn't find him quite yet. But the damage should be enough. Just one more rocket, and Z Killer Penguin, he takes another kill. This Corki and this Jinx are getting absolutely massive.
Absolutely massive. That's not what you want to see from the 280 carries, in quotation marks for Corki, on the side of UMB. The exact two people you don't want the kills on. That is going to make it so hard for UBC to scale up to the point. Yes, if the kills on the 80 carries won't matter when it comes to Kassadin being level 16, but there's still 8 levels that Kassadin has to go before they can effectively deal with these 80 carries. They don't have a lot otherwise besides maybe the stray Lux binding into a pick. These 80 carries have the ability to play so safe, and there's so little threat to them. With the amount of kills they have, this is going to be next to impossible for UBC to deal with them.
Completely agreed. There is only one thing that 80 carries can't deal with right now, and it's ground control. So Lux binding could mean the death of them, as Dinsbag here, he of course gets into another 1v1. Why the hell not? Use the Showmaker, he's gonna get it eaten up by the Kench, thrown under the turret, and he's gonna suplex himself out of the turret range, but it does not matter. Snowday Zoe claims another kill onto Dinsy.
Yeah, Snowday Zoe's kind of had Dinsbag's number this whole game, been living in his head a little bit rent-free. We saw a few games
Whole
ago.
series, actually.
Yeah, sorry, this whole series. Yeah, we saw a few games ago where he even flashed and then waited for Dinsbag to flash for the Malphite ult. Just really not only had his number in game, but also had his mental number. And showing here, CS is even, but 3-2-0 compared to 0-4-2 is a pretty different story amongst these top laners.
Doesn't look too good, as you can see just how tanky and beefy the Kench can be. The one for you essentially cannot take him down 1v1, especially because he indexed so much into some armor, as you see. The bramble vest, a cloth, and a pair of shoes. As the Juan for you here, he's gonna get aggressed by Satan, but Satan, Dinsbag is here though. It's a little bit of a bait, but he misses the E. The Juan for you is taken down very low, and he actually goes down. Ooh, the Juan for you is not gonna be happy at Dinsy for that one.
Oh yeah, I didn't see it, but I felt the Mia ping from from the Talon right there. That was very close, but you know, just those small misplays can cost you big in this game. It was just one kill, goes back and forth, but even still, didn't have to give it up, but not the end of the world. As we get back bot lane, I do want to pay attention as well to the Morgana, because she has been nailing
Ezreal gets hit, and as you can see, the rockets are doing insane amounts of damage. Dr. Disrespect walks into some trap, the zap hits, and yeah, exactly as you were talking about, Dr. Ninja, he is playing waste on... Oh, but the binding hits somehow. Okay, not enough damage quite yet. Regardless, as you were saying, Dr. Ninja hurts.
Yeah, Dr. Ninja hurts like crazy, and he has so much time. If Dr. PP can just keep hitting these bindings, he's been doing a great job from staying out of vision and chucking them through Fog of War. But here Suarez is face checking an 80.
Yep, he's checking, face checking the one for you indeed, but he's with access to the level 6. He's gonna able to just portal away.
Yeah, I thought it was gonna be a lot more, not gonna lie.
So was I, but unfortunately nothing happened against Snowday Zoe again. He is on the top of Dinsbag, and Dinsbag is just not managing to escape this 1v1 because it's Tom Kench, and he just kind of stat checks you. Yeah, the suplex is cool, but really, at this point, I don't think there's much to say. Dinsbag is just dead once again.
He has flash. The Haymaker comes out. Oh, but Vile goes
Meanwhile, in the bot lane, okay, here comes Satan on the vibe, but the damage from the Corki is insane. The shield blow isn't enough, though. Z-Struck claims a kill as well as the shutdown. And now it's a 2v2 currently in this bot lane, with both jungle and mid on the side of UBC Gold being down. But neither team committing for the dragon for now.
Yeah, once again, another nice binding by Dr. Disrespect to slow down Dr. Ninja, and we saw how powerful the Vi ult is there when you need to isolate one person. Unfortunately, the Black Shield didn't get onto the Jinx in time, and there was absolutely nothing Dr. Ninja could do. He got Vi ulted, then he got Ezreal CC'd immediately afterwards. Really shows how good Vi ult can be, and really shows how good PP has to be with these Black Shields going into this fight.
Oh, and Shara is very close by getting hit by another one here. The one for you, he started the Dragon, Shara is teleported in, and so did Z-Killer Penguin, and now it's secured for the University of Manitoba Brown. Sharez is going in, but the one for you is there. PP Poo Poo, he throws out the ultimate as well as a stopwatch. That's going to be a kill going over to Satan. Z-Killer Penguin, he's in a bit of a sticky situation right now. He doesn't do enough damage to Z-Struck for now. He misses the ultimate, which means that Sharez takes another kill. I think this Kassadin is starting to roll.
Yep, and he's only level 10. He needs one more, and he's already got that 2-second ultimate cooldown at level 11. If you have that ultimate hunter, it's 2-point-something seconds. So already going to be a huge menace accelerating his build. He's just got more kills, and he's only getting worse from here. We saw there a pretty bad TP by Snowday Zoe. Didn't amount to much, but so it is going to be a TP advantage for UMB, and Dinsbeg really has to make the most of that at this point. His team is going to lose if they just let this game go on. He has the TP advantage, and now is the time for UMB to make a play.
And Sharez here, he found the Juan for you again, he forces him to ultimate as Dinsbag finds Satan, and 0-4 doesn't matter. Dinsbag will still try to find the fight. Satan just channels his Q the other way. As we were talking about, this Sharez is getting a little bit of, becoming a little bit of a menace here on the Rift, but you can see Z-Killer Penguins with a very good poke here. Very good, in fact. But yeah, if we could get the scoreboard right now, I'm interested in seeing what items is Kassadin about to get right now on this recall.
I believe it should be. It'll either be. I think it'll be finishing the Everfrost in about an item and a half, as well. Is where he should be at. Very strong on the Kassadin, or I guess farther than he should. Farther than you would hope he would be for the side of UMB.
Indeed, no level of acceleration is an acceptable level of acceleration on Kassadin. As a Dinsbag here, he's trying to fight off Satan. Satan is going to manage to take it.
Oh.
But with the ultimate, I actually think he got it. I think the suplex like made him go over the eye. That somehow counts as taking it away. So yeah, Satan dies for it, but he still gets the Rift Herald.
That's the scene I want to see in Arcane, where Vi gets suplexed and she just reaches her hand down and picks up Rift Herald. That sounds like a good scene they should put on. No, but yeah, you know, once they had a little bit of a misplay by Dinsey, should have probably altered her the other way. That should have been a pretty free secure, but even still, you know, it's a 20-minute Rift Herald. Its effects are not going to be probably game winning, so not too big in the grand scheme of things.
Let's hope so for the University of Manitoba Brown that have just showed up absolutely everyone at this tournament with an incredible comeback story so far. Yeah. As yeah, Sharez is just farming and farming just a little bit more. Z-Killer Penguins has access to that blue buff, and yeah, it looks like both teams.
That to the Kassadin.
Yeah, kind of a surprise there. I was definitely expecting Sharez to get that one, but it doesn't look like he's willing to give it up.
That is the most solo queue thing I've ever seen.
I would agree. Yeah. I don't think it's very good, but it is what it is, as now Satan is pathing his way down to the bot side, but so is Z-Killer Penguins, and he has a package. You have to be careful. Dinsbag, I think you guys know what's about to happen, right? Yeah.
Dinsbag on the wrong side of the map, but everyone else is down here.
And the Juan for you is coming in, and so is the Corky. The damage is absolutely through the roof, but Satan finds the Jinx. Sisterly murder, that is not what you want to see. And yeah, it's still going to be a 2-for-1 at the very least for University of Manitoba Brown, but as I say that, Dinsbag dies and it's a 2-for-2. That doesn't really count anymore now, does it? Satan goes back in, but the damage is more than enough, and Z-Killer Penguin, he has this. He's got this on lockdown. Sharez, though, escapes with about like 1 hit point and a few to spare. Dr. Ninja, he's responding in a few seconds. There's no way he snipes it with him with the rocket, right? That's not happening, right? No, okay. There.
Yeah. I gotta say, you know, UBC have been doing a great job of keeping down this Jinx, but they really gotta start focusing this Corky now. 9, 3, and 2. He should have about 3.5 items when he backs. Here, if Snow Day Zoe lets him the jerk.
Oh my.
Oh my, indeed. That's your tank, by the way.
That is an absurd level of damage coming in from Z-Killer Penguin. He dodges out onto the Everfrost and on the binding. At this point, Z-Killer Penguin, he's playing with a little bit of fire. Here comes the Jinx Rocket. It's not going to hit. It got tanked by Dr. Disrespect, I believe.
Yeah, I think so. I don't even think it was intentional. Just being in the right spot at the right time. And yeah, no, there it is. 3 items. He's also got his Sork shoes online. That's a lot of damage out of this Corki. He's here and he's ready to fight.
And Satan, he's one shot. Dinsback takes him down. The dragon goes to University of Manitoba Brown. That's 2 Ocean Dragons already. Dinsbag is getting cornered by Shah-Rez, but the shutdown. Double kill for Dinsbag somehow. After inting all game, Dinsbag can always bring it back. No Day Zoe isn't caught in a difficult position, to say the least. A 1 for you. He's going for Dr. Disrespect, but the golden stopwatch is there. Z-Struck is going down as well. Dr. Ninja does so much damage. Dinsbag somehow, unofficial triple kill. Snow Day Zoe is going down as well. The last rocket will claim him. Okay. Dr. Ninja is taken down. Snow Day Zoe shut down for the Lux. Dinsbag, of course, has to end somehow, but it's still a massive win for the University of Manitoba Brown.
It wouldn't be Dinsbag if he didn't make a really nice play and proceed to run under tower and die. We see here a good flank and just UBC just not in position to fight this at all. They're split up all over. They were isolated and taken down. We see here, you know, they're able to get one on the back of the fight. A nice Zanya's by Dr. Disrespect and a nice Devour by Snow Day Zoe is able to get it. But even still, I think that was a 4 for 2 as well as the Dragon for UMB. You know, they got for UMB, yeah, UBC has time to scale, but still, you don't want to be giving up so much free gold like that.
And Z-Killer Penguins, he's 2 levels ahead of Shah-Rez. And look at that, he's looking for an IE, I believe, as his 4th item. Oh, Dr. Pee Pee Poo Poo. I don't know why I keep saying Doctor. I feel like Dr. Disrespect and Dr. Ninja. That's why I'm saying Doctor so much. Okay. Anyways,
there's too many doctors. Everyone's so well.
Too many doctors. We had Dr. Bundo as well. Like, come on, what's going on?
Yeah.
This is getting ridiculous. But
I mean, I feel like Corki probably has a doctorate in Canada, right? Like, there's doctors all over the place. It's ridiculous. As Binding lands onto Borg.
Oh, pee pee poo. Okay, he's just dead. Z-Struck has slain him. But here comes the suplex Atan. Wow, absolute beautiful pick there from Dinsbag. Now Dinsbag is getting very low on mana. Shah-Rez, look at him over the wall. That ultimate, it did not do as much damage as I expected. He goes golden, and he's about to go down. Dr. Ninja has slain him. Dr. Disrespect is running for his life. Dr. Ninja throws the thumbs up, and for some reason, Dinsbag is TPing bot, even though Baron is up.
I love Dinsbag.
Yeah.
We saw there though. That was a you mentioned that you thought Cassadin was going to do more damage than it did, and I also think that Shortaz thought Cassadin was going to do more damage than he did. It was in a great position. If he was level 16, he is in a winning position right now. Snow, they can see both
charge it up either, I don't think.
The wall. Oh yeah, it wasn't charged up, unfortunately. Doesn't do enough damage. He hit both the 80 carries, but not enough damage. Skill needs more scaling on it, and the Zanyas doesn't buy you any time if you're against someone that can set up traps like Jinx or like Caitlyn. So that is going to be him going down. It's now 2 dragons to 2 dragons. There's no TP on Dinsbag. TP advantage overall, 2 of them for UBC.
Of course he goes in. He sees Satan. He's in the enemy jungle. Of course he's gonna go in. Why do I even have to ask myself why he's doing that? As here comes the package. It's all just a bait. Z-Killer Penguin is here. Dinsbag is somehow still surviving. He gets the shutdown. How did this man have a shutdown? I have no clue, but it doesn't matter. Z-Killer Penguins gets hit by the last spark, but he still has the immortal shield bow, and he's looking pretty immortal indeed right now. Z-Struck goes in though, and he gets the shutdown. UBCO, they found the kills, they found the shutdowns. That's already 2 onto Ezreal. Dr. Ninja is the last one alive, but Shah-Rez is there, and that's a lot of damage. Dr. Ninja somehow gets the kill, but it's a triple kill still for Z-Struck, and University of Manitoba Brown, they've just thrown this game.
1 minute on the dragon, but Baron is up. They are not going to decide to go for they should, but UBC should be able to get the prio. And we see here Killer Penguins just a little bit too far up. He gets chunked out, and Z-Struck is able to get the kill. And at that point, the fight is all over. There's no one that can touch Z-Struck. It's just Dr. Ninja left alive. He does his best, and he is able to take out Cassadin, but not going to matter in the end. It is going to be UBC taking 2 mid lane towers here. They are going to have 30 seconds to prep for this dragon that's coming up as well. It's the 3rd dragon, so not vitally important that you take, but absolutely still a focus with.
And I have to mention, why did Dinsback TP bottom? I don't know. Big PP poo. Oh no! Z-Struck is unstoppable. He gets caught out by the binding. Not enough time to use the black shield. And that's a pick that UBC Okanagan Gold will definitely be using for this dragon. And PP poo is definitely going to be kicking himself for that one as here comes the dragon spawn and Dinsbag is on the ready. So is the Juan for you. You know they want this dragon. Of course they want it. Dr. Ninja, they're all on the other side of this wall. There's so many abilities that could steal this one. And the Juan for you is still there. It's a 50-50. Dinsbag flashes over the wall. The pink ward is there. They don't know that they're there. Dinsbag is going in. They're trying to do as much damage as possible. It's red team that slays the dragon. But Dinsbag is in the back line. So much damage. Dr. Disrespect goes down. Sharez is also go down. Z-Killer Penguins and Dr. Ninja, they're still healthy. Satan is engaging on them, but there's no way he has the damage to finish them off. Dinsbag, he's gonna kill Sharez as well. It's a double kill for the Dins. Z-Killer Penguins is still alive. And come on, this must be it. You have to go Baron on this one, right? There's no shot you're just gonna push and go for kills. Yes, they will use the ultimates. No Day's always about to go down as well. And there's only one person left alive. It's Z-Struck. It's the Ezreal. Come on, just go for Baron, please.
I mean, you could go for Baron. However, Wolfcamp is looking pretty good right now, and it does look like they're gonna go for Wolfcamp and then go for the mid lane. UBC gets the dragon, but it costs them their team. You know, it is just comparatively, Dinsbag is so much tankier than Snow Day Zoe because how strong the AD carries are on each side. They are gonna be able to, you know, break the base open and get it. But they are not going to get the Baron, and that's going to allow more time to the Kassadin to scale. Unfortunately, still only level 14. You generally like to see Kassadin be about level 16 at 30 minutes. That is the point where if you're farming, get it. But Satan might have just face-checked the run.
Yeah, space checked indeed, but this is a support and Dinsbag, so there's not that much damage available to them. Dr. Ninja is a little bit late. It's a 3v5. This is not a fight you want to take, but Dinsbag is on a killing spree. This Jinx gets a reset. Snowdays always by himself in the pit, and he doesn't have flash. He's going to use the Abyssal Voyage. It gets canceled by Dinsbag. And now, University of Manitoba Brown, what was once a difficult position, they're now in a very good one, but the final spark is massive. Shut down for Snow Day Zoe. It's a double kill for the Kench, the Quan for you. He's looking for Z-Struck, but he gets hit by a binding. Absolutely beautiful binding from Dr. Disrespect. It's only the bot lane of University of Manitoba Brown that's left alive. Will they go for the Baron? Of course not. They're gonna go for the mid wave.
There's 6 CS mid wave they have to get before the Baron. Bindings from Fog of War have been the name of this game. Lux with the light binding and Morgana with the dark binding there over the wall is able to get the 1-2 punch to take out the members of UMB, and they are rewarded with the Baron for this. They should be able to do huge work with this. Shores has to be close to at least level 15 here. He can be in a side lane.
Rocket is available. The rocket goes down, but it's tanked. Sharez now, he's in a 1v1 against Dr. Ninja. He has to be careful. What? The traps somehow catch him out. And it's going to be a pick for Dr. Ninja. That's going to slow down their Baron, but it's still the Baron that goes down for UBC.
All right, I saw the first 3 episodes of Arcane. Those traps are not supposed to work. Never mind that well. That was disgusting level of trap. That kind of snapped, but you know, Shores, we just call that a quick back as he gets the base. That does mean that he is not going to get the Baron, which is a little bit unfortunate. But even still, UBCG is still in a good position to gain some strong advantages on this Baron power play.
100%. And now, man, oh man, we've got a banger on our hands. We've had a banger on our hands the whole night. But look at this scoreline up in your top side. An exactly equal amount of number of kills. Who would have thought that this game would have gone like this? Who would have thought that this series would have gone like this? Certainly not me. Certainly not one of the analysts. No flame. But anyways.
Fair enough.
Fair enough. Yeah, I know it's fair. Z-Killer Penguins here. He's looking absolutely massive on this Corki, by the way. Look at those items.
Oh my goodness, that is a lot of items, almost full build, and we just see now Snow Day Zoe is just now getting his Spirit Visage. There is no Void Staff on the Corki, so he doesn't have... He's building Lord Doms. Does that work on Corki?
Yes, I believe it does.
Okay, it's fine then.
I believe so. I'm not 100% sure. I don't know what Corki does.
Okay. Never mind. Well, he might have just thrown the game, or he made a good item buy. It's one of the two. We'll find out.
clueless as to how that champion works, but regardless, what I do know is that Charez is level 15, and he really, really wants that before he hits this dragon, but he's not going to get it. The dragon is spawning in 13 seconds. Both teleports have been used. Din's back, he's caught out. Oh no, it's just a bait, it's just a bait, never mind. His team is there. Z-Killer Penguins, he has that package, you have to look at him. This is the main damage dealer. Those packages and those rockets are going to do a lot of damage.
Keep your eye on the Corki. He is where it'll come from, but it looks like
though,
Shores needs
he's
to keep
getting
an eye on
caught
himself.
out. He already used the ultimate, but on the top side, they're engaging onto PP Poo. Z-Killer Penguin, though, he gets out, crucially. He is their main damage dealer. Look at that damage. As long as he's alive, this team fight is still doable. Din's back. He's in the front line. He's going to suplex him in the back line. The Showmaker does so much damage. Charez goes down. And Satani's trying to go for the 80 carries. He's trying to go for the backlines. Do they have the damage for this? Satani's going in. The one for you goes down, but Dr. Ninja and Z-Killer Penguins are the main carries, and they're still alive. The flash out from the binding. Z-Struck is in front. He's gonna get shut down. It's only Snow Day Zoe and Dr. Disrespect alive. And oh boy, Dr. Ninja, he might be doing it again. No, he gets ulted. He gets eaten. He gets emoted. Thrown into the Lux E. It's a shutdown. Somehow UBC Okanagan and Gold take this fight, and they will take the Ocean Soul.
Oh, they are taking it slowly. In theory, PP Poo Poo is coming, but it doesn't look like he's gonna be there in time. A huge pick onto the Morgana early allowed them to facilitate that kind of team fighting. Normally, they would not have been able to front to back like they just did, but because they had the 4v5 from the pick, they were. The difference of the damage in the 80 carries did not matter. Such a smart pick by whoever that was on UBC to snap engage as soon as they saw two people on Shores. That gets them the soul, and now they're in a prime position to either end the game or look for Baron in 2 minutes.
I mean, I'm hesitating to call it a win, honestly, because University of Manitoba and Brown have shown us time and time again that it doesn't matter how bad the favor the chances look of them at winning the game, because they've just kept winning. And Charez here, he's level 15, he's about to hit level 16, he's very, very close, and he has access to an Ocean Soul, so let's see what he can do.
Yeah, you can see him walking back and forth trying to find the closest wave. He must be like 1 or 2 minions away at this point. 35 minutes into the game, he's about to hit level 16, and this is the point when me and Tathalis were talking. This is the point where you have to fear the Kassadin. We thought he was scary before. This is where he's about to one-shot your team. UMB has to be so scared. Dr. Ninja, Z-Killer Penguins have to play so far back, so safe, just to stand a chance against this Kassadin. It is going to be the battle of the mid laners now. Look at Suarez, look at Z-Killer Penguin in this
level 15.
Fight. Come on, man.
16, there you go, eating it. Charez hits critical mass. And ladies and gentlemen, we talked about it. This is the point where the cookie crumbles for everyone facing a Kassadin. The thing is, I mean, again, there is some MR on the side of UMB, so maybe they can tank some of that damage, but definitely not all of it. As now the Baron coming up pretty soon, both teams are looking to contest it once again.
Yeah. And I did just look it up, and I can confirm that Lord Dominic's unfortunately does not really work on Corki. It's only shredding 20% of what his normal damage would be. He should have gone Void Staff to get that extra damage. Corki does almost completely magic damage, about 90%. So Lord Dom's
Tana's going in very deep here. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but this might be a crucial point here. Is this a pick that we were looking for? Satan, he's going down very low, but Snow Day Zoe is here. Suplex into his team. Look at the damage from the rockets, but the Kassadin is going absolutely insane. Charez, it only takes a few ultimates to take down the entire backline. He's still alive. He's going in. He dies instantly to the Corki. Z-Killer Penguin is still alive. It's a double kill, but the final spark, as well as one last Q, will be enough to take him down. It's only the one for you alive, and this Baron is looking all but dead.
Oh, unfortunately, I missed the first bit of that. I was looking at the stream, but here we see, like, that was just such a classic case of you have Ocean Soul, you're so hard to kill. Look how low Snow Day Zoe was in that fight, and look at where he is now. They probably dealt like almost 200% of Snow Day Zoe's HP in that fight because he's Tahm Kench and he has that ability as Juan Fumi gets caught by him. Yeah. Oh,
That is,
oh.
unfortunate there. If he doesn't get caught by that binding, maybe there's a possibility of a steal, but unfortunately it doesn't happen. UBC Okanagan Gold, they have the Baron, they have the Ocean Soul, they have a level 16 Kassadin. If you can't win with this, how can you win?
Yeah, there's yeah, at some point, UBC has struggled for so long to finish out games, but at some point, you have to just hit a critical mass where you can do it. Blue buff on a level 16 Cassidon, and in Ocean Soul, as well as a Baron, a almost 6 item Ezreal. This is the point. This is UBC's game to win. They just have to not find a way to throw that. You can see that they shoving in mid lane. They're going bot now. They're doing their best and making sure they don't get caught. And
Sea Killer Penguin, he's going in, but he's going in way too deep. He just gets one shot. The Rocket doesn't even take another kill. PP Poo, he's gonna go down as well. And University of Manitoba Brown, they may have come so close to winning this game. But watch out, he's caught in the traps. Charez gets shut down. And University of Manitoba Brown, I was about to say that they were going to lose, but just then Charez throws it once again. This is a game of ping pong. This is a game of tennis. Everyone is throwing their advantages around. That ultimate does so much damage. The Baron is still here. Snow Day Zoe uses the Abyssal Voyage to go forward. This is at the very least going to be 1 or 2 inhibitors. But is it going to be the game? The final spark does so much damage. Dr. Ninja, he's so low. Dinsbag tanks, but he's not gonna go down. But the turrets are going down so low, so fast. I don't know if they can stop it. Snow Day Zoe is an absolute wall of meat. And UBC Okanagan Gold, they have done it. There's no stopping them now. It goes to game 5. They gave us insane content, but UBC Okanagan Gold proved that they're the better team in the end. And they take this series, they take the final, and they take the entire tournament.
Oh my goodness, what a final game. What a series from both teams, but it is UBC coming out in the Game 5 victory. They are going to end up taking it. Well played to both teams, and especially well played to UBC, who are our tournament champions.
Woo! Absolutely insane series. And with that being said, of course, Red Bull Analyst Desk.
Thank you, Natural. Great cast, boys. Great game. Great series. I think all our brains are a little mushy now. Not just because it was a long series, but because there was a lot of action in those games, a lot of fun to watch. Nail biter, as Mel said in chat. Man, I don't know where to begin with this one. Tathalis, what do you think was the turning point? Was it just, was it a bit of a throw at the end there with Corky jumping in there, or do you think there was something else that really sealed it for them?
Oh, you're muted again, Tay.
Oh,
I did not mean to do that. Sorry. So I don't really know what was going on in Corky's head. It looked like maybe there was just some mental frustration going on. I mean, Killer Peng has been playing really well past 3 games when he's been playing mid. So it is easy to forget, hey, this is a team game. So I don't know what the communications were like, but I'm hoping that it was more of a mental slip there. But I think it's really hard to pinpoint where the game went back and forth or where it teetered. But there was a lot of fighting where it was just all over the place, right? So in these sort of games, again, it comes down to mental, right? And sure, the cast in those 16, but that last dragon fight, if it goes differently, maybe it was mentally, booming or whatever, or that Corky package right there, if he packages it differently, the game is still winnable, right? The jungler could have stolen Elder, and we could have played for that or something like that. But again, I'll say it again. I've said it before. It's not a game of gold. It's not a game of draft. It's a game of who's mentally in it, and it looked like in this one, UBC was far better mentally in it.
yeah. I mean, I have to agree, right? It looked like they were doing a couple less plays that seemed a little bit out of character. I think that U of M had a handful maybe of plays that were like, oh, whoa, why did we do that? And like you said, like it's a focus thing. It's a mental thing. It happens to the best of the best, and they brought us an incredible series. Stefano, do you think that if they hadn't given over the Ocean Soul, could U of
Uh,
M have won that game?
I think there is a lot of ways U of M could have won, and I think it's probably just a combination of things. I think K-Thao said it best. I think it was just a game of nerves. I think especially in that last Corki play. Obviously, Ezekiel or Penguin, obviously one of the best players we had at our tournament, but it seemed clear to me that he was just, as you get to these game fives, as you get to, these last instance instances of the game, if you're off, if your mouse is like 0.5 degrees off, or if you're just a little bit shaky, it matters so much. And I do think that it was just the mental for the side of UMB. That shattered. They played a lot more disorganized in the last half. Yes, the Ocean Soul, the UBC not having the Ocean Soul would have obviously helped incredibly, but I still think the game was winnable even with UBC having Ocean Soul.
Yeah, I think the Jinx having the Kraken having a double ADC comp basically to deal with Tom Kench and Vi. Obviously, they were still wailing on Tom Kench for 5-6 seconds at a time and not killing him. But Vi was getting cut down really quickly, right? I agree. I think that they could have still pulled it around, but overall, a great series. Honestly, we're talking about Killer Penguins. I have to give a shout out to sorry, I just have to look again now because they had a different ADC and I didn't write it down. Who was ADC for U of M? Dirty something.
Doctor something.
Doctor
Ninja?
Dirty? Ninja.
Dr.
Why did I
Ninja.
think Dirty? Dirty Ninja, I guess is what was in my mind. Um Dr. Ninja really stepped up, I think, in this series.
Yeah.
Really, big shout out to them. But on UBCO's side, um, top laner was incredible, and I'm sorry, I don't know why I think it's these teams changed players so often that I just like I have things written down here and I'm not even seeing their name. Oh, Snowday's Zoe
Yeah.
really stepped up. Who do you think? I'll let you guys both go. We'll start with Tathalis. Who's your MVP from the game today?
I think Killer Penguins played really well up until that last point. But if we're talking MVPs here, we're talking goats, we're talking Michael Jordan. It's got to come in clutch time. And quite honestly, you know, maybe it was Tom Kench, maybe it was Zoe. I can't. It's hard to pin it down to one person, but I guess I'm just gonna have to go with Killer Penguins because he performed really well, consistently well up until the last play. But I'll put it past him.
Yeah, for me as well, I got to put it on Killer Penguins. I think that throughout the series, he surprised me the most. He was consistently exceptional. Mechanically, he just skill checked people over and over and over and over again, and he carried his team, or was a huge part in carrying his team for both of their wins. So for me, it's Killer Penguin. Though I do have to say, I don't think there was a single player who played bad individually on either team. I think that the flaws in both of their team was on the macro, was on their cohesion as a team. There was not a single player that played bad, and I think that all the players that played today should feel very proud of themselves.
I absolutely agree 100%. And just one more final point about Killer Penguins going up against Chavez, who through the rest of the tournament seemed like they could 1v9 anybody, any day, anytime. And Chavez, again, it could be mental, could be whatever, but did not perform as well, still did admirably, but not as well against Killer Penguins. So, yeah, I totally agree with everything that you guys said. And of course, we're here to have fun. It's an amateur tournament. Congratulations to UBCO Gold for winning the tournament, and hopefully we'll see them again as the season starts up next January, and hopefully we see all of these teams come out to play again and more.
Yeah.
So,
Amen.
and getting ready for that March 11th to 13th live tournament. I'm gonna keep plugging it, as much as I can. But it seems like we're not going to have an interview today. Normally we would after such a tournament or series of games. We're not going to have an interview. Gentlemen, Stefano, Tathalis, do you guys have any last things you want to say before we sign off for the weekend?
No, just hit us up with the classic, Aaron.
Oh, I got you. Dinzy.
Oh.
You're trash.
Oh!
Oh man, here we go. Okay,
The worst part
okay.
is he's probably gonna be invited back, so that's staying.
Oh.
We want him here, Dinsbag. We like him more than you. Oh,
Okay, sometimes it gotta be the way it's gotta be.
Oh my gosh. Stefano just rubbing the salt into the wound on that one, man.
I mean, you gotta call it where you see it, you know?
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Well, thank you everyone for tuning in for this incredible grand final and this very fun and entertaining tournament. We had a great time. Hopefully you did. Thank you to Natural and to Maurice and Stefano and special guest Tathalis for joining us today, and everyone behind the scenes, to all of our sponsors. We'll see you in January, but in the meantime, stay safe, stay salty. Good night.